Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NACE Starleague. We're here with playoffs, and Taco, I gotta say, I'm excited to be back here on the stream. I think we're in round of 32 at this point, so 32 teams left remaining. Of course, it is double elimination, so if you fall down here, you still have a little bit of a chance, but of course, that's not always going to be true. We've got 3 matches lined up here, or yeah, I think we got those 3 matches lined up. Yeah, there we go. That's West Virginia University starting off against the University of Tulsa. But I gotta be honest, that's not the one that I am looking for. Taco, I feel like you might know what my match of the day is gonna be.
I mean, we're always looking at King University all the way down at the bottom. I think Northern Kentucky and Arcadia are something to talk about, but of course, I think King University is, I would say, the perennial, it's hard to say bubble team. Typically, that's a pro-level term, I would say, but King University is the quintessential bubble team in college. They've always come so close. They've gotten so far. In fact, they got to a grand finals not 2 semesters ago against Northwood, but not able to take that crown. Maybe this is the year for them, but it's going to have to start here against University of New Haven.
You talk about the potential to take something against Northwood. I think that's something that every team is pursuing at present. Of course, with the thought of an international competition in the collegiate space coming up before too long here, Taco. Everybody's got their eyes on that. And I mean, even speaking on that, of course, NACE Starleague does have a couple of LCQ spots for CRL Worlds. So it's a bit of a crazy thing to think about in that regard. All of these teams are playing for something more than just the prizing here, and of course, the glory of placing first place in the NACE Starleague, but also the potential to make it out to that world stage.
Yeah, and it's a huge opportunity to be able to get yourself, obviously, in front of more eyes, and then, of course, represent your school on a larger stage. Of course, you always want to be able to get that done. However, all that starts here now in the grassroots of NACE, trying to make sure that you're getting as far as possible in this really well-organized machine that we have running here. A bunch of different conferences, a bunch of different divisions that we're trying to make sure these teams can get to those playoff brackets, go through those divisional championships, go through the conference championships, and now we're here. We got the whole enchilada. It is the final playoff bracket. And it's going to be nonstop action throughout this because all the seedings, all of the kind of blowout matches are all eliminated. These are the best of the best throughout the entire continent, I would say, including these Canadian teams. And we're going to be seeing creme de la creme action, I'm sure, for the rest of the day and for the rest of the week as these playoffs continue.
Of course, we're looking at, again, match number 1 here between West Virginia University and the University of Tulsa. And I gotta say, Taco, West Virginia has been one that we've seen a couple of times now on the broadcast, and I have been incredibly impressed with their performance. It's actually, this also, fun fact, the school that my late grandfather was a particular fan of. So this one's for you, grandfather, but I'm rooting for them. I honestly am. And sitting here at the 5th seat, of course, it's gonna be a little bit challenging for Tulsa to come out on top of this one, but they will certainly battle. Of course, anybody who makes it out to this playoff spot is going to have a lot of fight in them.
Yeah, and stuff like that is always important to keep in mind, is that you have to battle through a lot of these early round games. And I think typically when I am thinking from the mindset of a competitor, of course, when you have that double elimination bracket, you're trying to go through it and save that life for as long as possible. So these first round matchups are the most disparate the seeds are probably going to get in your bracket. And so when you do start to fall down here, then you really have to make that courageous run to be able to get through, because we mentioned that broad scope, of course, of trying to get as far as possible, get that NACE championship, but at the very least, getting into that top 3 to maybe try to snag that last chance qualifier spot is huge. So these two teams certainly have it in it. I think every one of these remaining 32 teams definitely has that potential. So actually going into this next match, all these matches are going to be best of 7. So there's no kind of lackadaisical best of 5 league play action here. You're going to have the full gamut of games, the full stretch to be able to prove that you deserve that next round spot.
Absolutely, and of course, Taco, we talked about the fact that each one of these teams does have 2 lives. We are playing only winners rounds on the stream tonight. So whoever who loses here, if you're a fan, do not fret, because they will have another chance down on the lower side of the bracket. But I do believe we have the players just about ready to go here. I don't really want to give predictions because I already kind of gave what my thoughts are going to be. I'm a fan of West Virginia in this one. I feel like they've got some real potential moving down the line as well. So I want to see them move on, but of course, who doesn't like a good upset, of course?
I mean, nice upset is always interesting to be able to see and really try to predict through, because at the end of the day, I think seeding is so important. It's one of the most difficult things to do in traditional sports. It's one of the most difficult things to do in esports, because at any given time, these scripts could flip. A team has an off day, and to be honest, I don't really know what to expect out of this one, but at the very least, West Virginia comes in as 5th seed. University of Tulsa is 28th. So that is a larger gap, but at the end of the day, we know that all these players could be neck and neck all throughout. It's a best of 7, and we got it started right now.
West Virginia going to be on the orange side. Oh, almost with a goal number 1 there. Grizz able to turn it away. And Taco, last time we found ourselves here on the NACE broadcast, we had quite the fascinating day for our Rocket League. So I hope we have a replication of that performance. Of course, 3 best of 7 sitting in front of us. Looks like we might be off to a good start here. This one down back towards 9. Poppin' Panda, though, cannot find the pass. BML with a nice cutoff.
And it's good to be able to make sure you get those defensive plays in quickly and as often as possible. You don't want to be able to let your team generate the play and hope that you can salvage something. You want to make something of your own. BML nearly did that. Couldn't read the waterfall down, and would have certainly been a rainbow over their offensive chances if that went in, but apparently no early goals in this game number 1. Maybe Magic could start us off, but even that one, just going to find the backboard.
Oh, Poppin' Panda trying for something here as well, but again, that prediction, no early goals, seems to be maintained here. As I think I'm kind of on board with it. Of course, We always talk about how the fundamentals are one of the more important aspects of the game, and of course the players have to adhere to that at all times. Panzler looking at something here. It's off the post. Maybe a follow-up on this one. It's up high this time, and the crossbar trying to get a little bit of action in. Magic with the save, and Pop and Panda will follow it out. Still a little bit of pressure here and there for Tulsa, and we saw their initial opportunity where they just couldn't quite get the read, but they maintained a little bit of pressure. Panzler trying for something cheese, but couldn't quite find it.
And the repeated efforts are certainly going to be something that are going to be crucial. Very often you're not going to be able to see a team just plow through on their first opportunity. So those repeated battering of the backboard of the defense and obviously of the players, as we saw our first demo come through, but not able to be capitalized on from West Virginia. That's really going to be the story, I think, of this series. Who can make sure when they find a crack in the armor, they get their sword right through it. That was nearly one, and even though West Virginia continuously hounding this half, they are not able to break through as of yet. Maybe this is that. That's a miss, and it's Magic who is not going to be able to miss that mark.
You have to be ready to punish these, and Magic is right there for it. There's no contact to that one. I believe they want to try and get something a little bit more towards the sideline on that. Of course, their back post player not quite ready for it, and that's all she wrote for that one. I mean, looking at the shot count here, it's not been an infrequent occurrence for one team or the other to play something at least partially meaningful on the target. Although we will need to see a response from Tulsa. It's a nice bouncer here, but BML maybe getting a little bit up too early on that one, trying to play as the backboard option. They couldn't get anything out of it.
And of course, as we saw, the backboard is really the downfall of this side on Tulsa. That's how they gave up their first goal. It just comes into one read, but at the end of the day, all of the precursors to that was West Virginia stealing boost, causing them to have to slow down, turn around, 180, and all of that just lowers your speed, it lowers your ability, it lowers your reach. Like that one, Grizz stretching as far as they can, but can't catch up to this shot from Knight.
I'm certain the bumps didn't help either. I believe the defense on the Tulsa side was expecting their teammate in Panzler to be making some sort of an impactful challenge on that ball, whether it be making contact or at least forcing that one to stay on the sideline or go to the ceiling. Something at least to force the opponent to take that ball somewhere except for the target. And of course, that never did happen. So that was a nice physical play in the midfield, something you don't necessarily see with an amazing success rate. We'll find West Virginia with that 2-goal lead. Now a demolition, though, for BML. It's looking good, but Pop and Panda far and away the first player to that ball. They're still looking to try and salvage this, but that pass over to Panzler is unrequited in just about every way. They'll be driven back.
And Magic will be able to take that and grab some boost. Actually, Knight wanted a piece of it, so that's a bit of a double commit, which is going to open things up for BML. Going for the 50, Pop and Panda dealing with it well. And even though the ball will remain in the half, doesn't seem to be too stressful. A lot of wide rotations from Tulsa, just trying to work their way in and even working in those mind games. I like the slow play, but at a certain point, you got to speed things up. It's not that you're trying to get a goal back. You're trying to get two just to be able to force a hopeful overtime.
That much is true, but I got to say, apart from the context of the situation, I am a little bit of a fan of their gameplay so far. Panzler, they're trying to get a bump as well, but Pop and Panda will have that one easily away. You can see the physical play starting to become a little bit more prominent here on the offense for the blue team. We'll even get another one here in the background, but that'll only stagger the rotation just a little bit. Nice little flick here by Magic, although still options. Double commit here on the back end. That's really going to complicate things. Again, I like the ideas that they have, but the puzzle pieces aren't quite falling into place for them.
No, and that's the biggest difficulty I think that Tulsa is facing right now is that they're able to start up these plays kind of like that, but at the end of the day, it falls short right at the critical moment. Panzer runs out of boost. BML can't get it past that defender on the flick or the 50, and it's a good job by West Virginia, is showing some flexibility on defense, allowing some pressure, but ultimately they are not breaking. Maybe this is the one. It's a very intricate passing play and a bump attempt to boot, but will not connect, and neither will that shot. Panzer's just going to keep it alive for one more chance. That lob far too high. Grizz is going to try, but going to definitely be hitting off that post. And no doubt another clear coming through for West Virginia. With 20 seconds remaining, it's time for the Hail Marys.
Still, though, you got to appreciate the tenacity. And as you mentioned, at this point, it might be looking desperate. But they are still kicking. It looked like there was a chance there for a second, but West Virginia is going to shut it down in an emphatic fashion. 3-0 now with less than 10 to go. And that's going to be game one in the books, I think. I'm fairly certain about that one. We don't see comebacks like this happen fairly frequently. But Taco, I mean, especially here near the end, I think, again, the bump plays weren't bad per se, but a lot of the times they weren't necessarily producing explicit results. And that's where I do like to see a little bit of discretion. Ooh, okay, all right, BML. Dang, all right, they might not have won the actual game, but for style points, they take it all.
I really do like this. Look at the setup. Actually leaning back to be able to recline into that one, then getting the immediate turnaround. You can't see a nice one coming through in the chat, actually, from West Virginia. They appreciate skill when they see it, and they're not going to sweat it either, even if they do give up a goal. This game was over some time ago. It's going to be West Virginia taking game number 1. And I will say that, yes, I do agree that the demos are certainly a factor, but I think the timing is so incredibly important to be able to get down, because if you're going for demos and you demo a defender, but then your team is still gathering possession at midfield, okay, fine. Unless you get that shot on in the next 2 seconds, you're really not going to be able to generate anything out of it. So it has to come with the coordination to say this pass coming through, this air dribble coming through, this demo is going to lead the way and cause confusion. Otherwise, you're just moving out of position to bump a player basically just into the corner to spawn.
Pretty much. I couldn't agree more on that point, and I feel like even to add to that a little bit, it felt like I saw at least one demo play where, sure, they went out of their way, they got the last player, and all was well and good on that front. There was nobody even in the defensive half, but the problem was there was nobody on their team that was in the offensive half, and they didn't even have control of the ball. It was a completely neutral play. In fact, the opponents had control of the ball. And you have to ask yourself, what is the value of that demolition? Like, you expend boost, you expend your position, the opposing player will be back in plenty of time. You might have even given them a little bit more boost. So the only thing they really lose is the ability to manipulate where they are on the field. So yeah, again, ideas are great. Maybe dial it back just a little more. We saw a couple of ideas near the end of the game, in particular BML trying to go for a demolition on top of the 1-2 passing play between Grizz and Panzler. That's what we need to see out of them. They had some really good ideas. West Virginia capitalized on a couple of mistakes on the offensive side. If these things kind of switch up a little bit, whole new ball game.
It certainly is, and it may not be a whole new ball game, but at the very least, it's a new game. It is game number 2, seeing if West Virginia continuing on that march. However, still going to have to go through a team like Tulsa that has now a full minute to really take things in, soak it all in, and be able to adapt. It's going to start with Grizz. Again, going to that slow play, but not getting past Magic, and they will, in turn, not get past BML. Panzler, another tap, and it's actually going to linger out right into BML. Decent shot. No power, though. How about Grizz's chance? That's a banger, and Magic will be able to pull something out of the hat with a nice save.
Little drop down, though, does complicate things here. Poppin' Bandit with no follow-up. Panzler has the dunk off the top corner here. They have nobody there to follow it up. Fortunately, Grizz does shut down a potential for a slight redirect on that one, but I'd like to see a little bit more of a continuation there for Tulsa. They will find something over the top here, and Knight cannot get it away. Panzler is here for number 1.
Knight trying to be the guardian of that goal, and they get so close, but I really like this decision from Panzler. Look at the early flick to make sure that chips up, not forward, and that's going to completely beat the really only relevant defender in Magic, the only one that could truly get that deflection, get that save, and that's going to be a nice lead, the first of the series here for Tulsa. Can they add to it here? Panzler, they're on a boost, but they're going to stay with it regardless. Grizz will take over. However, it's far too late. Long clear down. Now potentially it's West Virginia's chances. Magic starts with a boost steal, but we'll leave it for his teammates.
Good shutdown here. Keeps that one close by and allows Grizz to go for it. You can see the communication is clearly improved here. On the Tulsa side, Panzler looking for a fake here. I gotta be honest, keep your eye on that player. It looks like they're doing a heck of a lot better. BML forcing out something weird on the post. Even a bump on Poppin' Panda to try to wrench possession away. Still a little bit of an awkward play there for Tulsa. They are getting a lot more into this game. Magic, though, with a say in this flip reset, no double tap. And it will be cleared out now to the midfield line. At least a slight reset here for Tulsa. Still, the mic is being played here by Panzler, trying for the back wall. You can see how many options they're forcing out of the opponents, or at least making them think about what Panzler could do with the ball. It's a very critical aspect of this game, I think, so far.
Look how crucial all these touches are. They're all small ball. The past 5, 6, 7 touches have really all been very tight possession plays to keep it close, and you can see how it affects the defense. They want to dive in, but they know that it's probably going to be a 50. Do I have the angle for that? And maybe I should just slow it down, and then the next touch is the same, and everything is just staying in lock. The problem is when double commits come through. That's 2 from Tulsa. We're going to get the initial save. Knight slowing down far too much. Now it's Panzler, not only with space, but with time to be able to work things up for the backflip. Maybe just the communication not working out. Follow-through shot not going to fare any better. Right back into midfield with Magic right as we hit halftime.
I mean, from Panzer's point of view, that's a great play. From Panzer's point of view, that would have been a great play. They don't have the double tether bumped away, but BML still shot on target. This one, Magic is there on the goal line, trying to find Knight upfield now for the transition. That counterattack will fail. But still, some action on either side of the field. Now this one towards Magic, and good luck trying to make that save. Even with the low placement, you think the defense, they're thinking high, they're thinking low, they're thinking to the opposite corner. This is hard.
They're thinking immediate shot. This is a great job by Knight, not only because they slow down, but then speed it right back up in the middle. It freezes everyone on the goal line, and that is when you want to be able to make that infield pass, especially the demo to lead the way. If you have two defenders waiting for that next hit, they're sitting stationary on the goal line. They can do absolutely nothing about a midfield pass. At that point, you can just pretty much pick your spot, and that's exactly what Magic did, as you mentioned, putting it underneath a nearly pre-jumping defender.
Perfectly played. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary, I think, so far. We've seen a fairly perfect game for both these teams, and of course, that is to say, lots of respect for the option play from the individuals. They're going to need a lot of respect for this one. BML, the low ball here, trying for the ground pinch. Does not quite work out. They'll still pick up a demolition on the way out, though, and that should at least make things a little bit difficult for Western Virginia moving upfield. Still, though, not much going on here. Grizz, nice little cutoff there. Has Panzler now in support. Maybe even a demo in the cards here. This one just pops out towards mid. A slow ball, double coming on the back end. Magic, oh no, Magic with the own goal. They had plenty of time to make the play, but it's 2-1 to Tulsa.
I think they knew BML was a heat-seeking missile on this, so they had to get it out. The issue is that it definitely looks like an element of panic in that clear, and I don't even know if legally I can call that a clear. It goes right into the top shelf, and just airling too quickly, trying to get an angle on it that was not necessary, and unfortunately that's going to be a clunker of a goal for a lead now for Tulsa. Now they just got to see if they can protect it. They've lost it once. How about a second time? Panzer, they've seen enough of that air dribble, a great pre-jump to cut that out.
Well played out to the sidewall, but any more than that, Panzler. Okay, I like the ideas here. Panzler is clearly feeling like himself out on the field. BML, maybe a fake, maybe a team bump, but it leaves it open one way or the other. And Taco, I think we got an answer to your question here.
Oh, we just got by Panzer, and then they just slap BML out of the way, and then they both turn away. So Pop and Panda, I wouldn't say opportunistic as much as just fortunate. They just look around, shrug their shoulders, and take an open net. That is a rough one. And I would say earlier, there's nothing weird, there's nothing out of sorts this game, but it has gotten fairly frantic, kind of sloppy on both ends. I don't know if it's just panic or the teammates are just getting nervous, but it's going to be a close series, and I had to say, with mistakes in the mix, it's going to be very hard to predict how this one's going to swing.
Well, certainly not the first time that we saw a mistake out of Tulsa, though. A couple of their goals against in Game 1, I would posit, were a result of some unforced errors. We'll see if that pattern continues, though. We're quickly running out of time here in Game 2. If Tulsa wants to tie up this series, they need to take this, although out in front, it is looking like a challenge to play this defense effectively. There's Grizz clearing that one straight downfield. It's only going to go as far as two of the opposing players. Pop and Panda, no contact here out of the corner. Ball shot on target is not going to be enough. This defense will not crack that easily. 15 seconds, BML, a nice little flick here. Forces two up, Magic, oh no, almost a second time. They do get it away here though. And we play on in regulation.
Grizz will be going to try one more chance, and that actually will set up perfectly for Panzer. It's into the middle, it's tempting. Knight will take it, no chances. Long hit, and BML, they're not in the mood to play hero. They'll take an OT in game number 2. Tulsa trying to come back here, tie up the series.
Magic, you almost gave me a heart attack there. But they do continue to stay alive in this game. Ooh, Pop and Panda, they had something good on that one, but keeping the eye on the defense as well. A little bit faked out by that one. Grizz for the low ball. Nicely challenged by Magic. But right now for West Virginia, they need to get control of this ball. You can see Pop and Panda with the pre-jump. Never expected that bump in the subsequent contact, but they gotta play some defense now. Grizz up onto the sidewall though, bumped away yet again. The physical play coming out in force. It looks like you see a play developing and suddenly the lead player bumped off the ball. Nothing doing.
So we'll see Grizz try and slow it down again. They have Panzer lurking in the middle, but they're going to call their own number into the ceiling. Panzer, the fields flip, the catch, the Magic pop. No one reading that one except for BML Knight. Last second save, and West Virginia got to be wiping sweat off the brow. That was a close one to end in this game.
You got to be in the right position at the right time for that one. You cannot make that by just sitting at the back post. Magic looking for the pass over here tonight. Does get beaten up by BML. A demo should alleviate some of this pressure. They will be able to get it away, but you can see how often it is at Tulsa is threatening on the opposition net. Pop and Panda, key win on that 50-50. This went out towards the midnight with the beat on BML. This could turn deadly fast. Magic above the crossbar. Pop and Panda just a little bit too slow there. And what looked like a good play for West Virginia peters out at the midfield line.
BML, their attack is just getting started, especially with Grizz on the follow. That might have been an open net they could shoot at, though. Never know if that could have been on target. So go to the corner for Panzler. Wide deflection, Grizz. Just going to send it right on back to BML, who's trying, I think, to scramble for boost. They're going to do just enough to beat the first defender, not the second. Knight on the breakaway. Poppin' Panda lobbed high, but Magic, they know the risk that would have entailed. They do not want to follow it up. We're still going to play onwards 2 minutes into OT, and both teams wanting to play KG. They know how sloppy this game has been, and now it's the time for sheer execution. No more mistakes allowed.
Ooh, BML, I feel like they wanted the flip reset on that one, but they had to go for a simple touch. Under threat of the defense, Panzler. Maybe a little bit of a dispossession here, but it still goes back to their teammate. He's in a good spot now, but denied by Poppin' Panda. Good defense yet again. This 150's on towards Grizz. They're looking for the double. Grizz cannot make it happen. Still in the zone, but Magic will turn it away. West Virginia, thank your lucky stars on that one. It looked like there were a couple of different opportunities for that one to go into the back of the net. We're still looking downfield here, but this 150 safely out towards that corner.
Look at the possession play from Tulsa. I'm loving how every single touch in the midfield is just a little handoff to their team. But speaking of handoff, Magic's just going to hand it right to Poppin' Panda. Whoa. It's underneath the defender. It's underneath the bar, but out. Magic is just going to chuck it back on goal. Grizz is there. Another touch forward from Knight, but that attack is all over. And Poppin' Panda's going to have to restart from the midfield, or rather from their own backfield, because BML took it right away and then lofted a precarious touch towards the back post. Nothing doing. My goodness, Squid. It's going to take something special or something physical to be able to break these two teams up. This is neck and neck as another minute ticks on by.
What a play there from Magic. They knew they were getting dunked, so they sent it across the field instead. Playing into the neutral here. Poppin' Panda with no contact. Magic towards the mid. This is looking dangerous. Knight somehow pitches off their own post. What an audible play there on the defense. Talk about being ready for anything. This one now off the backboard. Nobody even in the zip code, though. Grizz had to play back in the midfield, reinforcing the two players up. I respect that positioning once again. Continue to play and OT. Oh, a huge team up there, but BML can't make the play. How do you expect that on the back end after such a clean game of Rocket League through and through? Oh my goodness, you gotta just whacking himself on the back of the head. They're still going for something. Flip reset over to Panzler, and that one saved away.
West Virginia right now maybe not excelling in the midfield on these defenses, but these last second saves are top tier. But they got to keep it going. You have to think it's not an infinite resource. That one off the post again. My goodness, it's getting closer and closer. Not for the fourth defender. This one could have been over by now. They will persevere and maybe even thrive with a counter. That's Magic pass one, though Panzer just close enough on the staggered defense.
I think we need to see some more team plays here, and of course, when I say that, I mean more quality team plays. From West Virginia. Feels like whenever they try to make a pass, it's a little bit in desperation. This doesn't seem like it. Poppin' Panda, this one off the backboard. Knight lows to shoot at and will put this game away after 4 minutes and 40, putting their team up 2.
Sometimes you don't want to send everyone, but this is a golden opportunity. Grizz is in the air. BML is still landing, and no. Knight is just going to full send it, put that one into the near post, and hope. Their hopes will be answered. Their prayers will be answered. Another win for them, but we nearly played a full extra game of Rocket League to be able to get to that goal. So this is no 2-goal swing that you're going to have. This is no simple cruise through the park. It's going to be coming down to all that clutch defending from West Virginia to be able to rob that game away from Tulsa.
We talk about resource management in Rocket League, and generally we talk about the obvious one is boost. The less obvious one is players, and the least obvious one, also getting a little bit into Rocket League theory, is options. That's one I love to talk about personally. But at the end of the day, there is one more resource that doesn't usually come into play. That is sanity. I was losing it here by the end of the game. I gave him a little bit of a blessing, a caster's blessing there for West Virginia. You know, I said we need to see a quality team play. And lo, there was a quality team play right there at the end. A nice delivery down towards the mid. They force it off the backboard, and Knight is there for the follow-up. That's what we need to see from them basically the whole time. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Tulsa's possession, Taco, you're talking about their neutral approaches are just pristine right now. I think they need to keep that up. But West Virginia, I feel like if they continue with good passing plays through the midfield, that has been their one big strength, and it's earned them 2 games, although that second one may have been a little bit rough.
And I think the main thing that Tulsa is impressing me with is it's so refreshing to see a team dump the play off, just a little handoff, just tee it up for your teammate, let them take it, and then even after that, they're not slapping the ball away. They keep a dribble. It's all about the player who has momentum. Hey, I have to kind of slow down to touch this. How about you take over person from the back, and then they're able to swing it through, beat out a defender, and always keep West Virginia on their toes. I think that's a strategy if West Virginia does not close down. They can't keep making goal line saves forever. It's like really like the meme squid. They can't keep getting away with it. You'd have to think that is what Tulsa's thoughts are, but so far, they are getting away with it, and they're only 2 games away from advancing in a clean sweep.
Yeah, of course. You never want to go with that logic because then you'll find yourself down at that 4-0 margin, and of course, you have no lives left. Oh, what? Like that chain dash into the double tap chance here for BML. Will not pan out for them, but still. Again, it's that solo effort that has been paying some significant dividends for them. Panzler shut down over to BML looking for the bump instead of the double tap. I love that selfless play. They did not have the follower prepared. And that'll be a missed opportunity one way or the other for Tulsa to take an early lead.
Well, you're gonna know we lost our minds in a game the other day with Indiana on the field where you have 2 players staring at a solo defender who's turning around, already accepting that they will be outnumbered, and then you go for an air dribble that, or then into kind of a double tap for the pass and maybe try to work shot a bump, but why not just roll it down the middle and force the defender to go through your lead blocker? It's stuff like that that always makes me scratch my head. It's a good thing to play fast. It's another thing throw away opportunities, so I'll have to wonder how many times Tulsa can do that and how many times they're going to throw it onto their own net. That one off the post, popping Panda off the backboard, and BML try as they might. They're just going to lob it right into the middle. Magic will not get a chance to hop on it. They are sent to the Shadow Realm, and mercifully for the defense of Tulsa, they can take a breath. It's all the way clear.
Yeah, I think merciful might be the best descriptor for that entire drive because West Virginia was waiting while mistake after mistake was made there on the back line. PML trying to snipe something here in the upper 90, but Magic has it well defended. Seriously, that last defensive, I don't even know what to call that. I wouldn't even call that a defensive play because it just looked like a catastrophe on the back line, but then nobody challenged. So there was enough time for them to gather themselves. They knew that nobody was challenging them either. Panzler, though, is sent down over to Knight off the top corner, but he'll still find the angle anyways. It's 1-0.
And that's the downside of trying to dump off the pass. I think Panzer might wanted a back pass. Maybe they wanted to catch this one, and Knight read that the entire way through. They were waiting in store for that exact touch, and they're not going to miss when they get that opportunity. Just following it immediately, getting it off the post with a flawless read. It's going to be a goal for West Virginia, and maybe even a second. I thought Pop and Panda could wrap around that one, but apparently kickoff will not be kind for them. They'll just settle for a 1-goal lead for now.
They'll settle for a 1-goal lead and a 2-game lead at that. West Virginia most likely going to be feeling at least a little bit of confidence. Of course, I don't think they, by any means, have considered this series back just yet, although Magic good look towards the net here, almost with an additional bump on Grays. It might be good enough here. Knight going to wait on it. I do respect, yet again, being respectful of the opposition, but now with the drive downfield, BML just going to leave it for Panzler. But another miscommunication there between the Tulsa players will result in the loss of possession. Across the midfield line, Magic going to force that one away from BML as well. And you can see as they're struggling to get this back under control. A demo on the back end. Knight looking for that pass over to Pop and Panda, even still with Magic in the midfield. But they do play it back into their own half safely. Again, just so well executed here from West Virginia. You know, on the respect side, of course, they had a couple of chances to try and add one to their tally, but they know that they can just win with this.
And at the end of the day, they don't need any more goals. They need defense. Grizz is trying to provide a goal there, but it's going to be over the bar. Back in the middle, try number 2. They cannot e-break hard enough. BML to try their luck. Fake challenge. Maybe to their ruin. Magic didn't trust in the miss, so it's going to be up tonight. A lot of back and forth plays, close shaves. Save for both sides, and now it's Tulsa's turn, but that touch from Grizz just not going to do it. Pop and Panda will opt for the long clear. Magic will just send it into open space. 90 seconds remaining. You got to wonder, West Virginia, what's the thought? Do you keep pressing on offense or just try to lock down that midfield, continue that solid defense?
I mean, right now, that has to be their thought process right now. I don't see a reason why they would be scared of Tulsa at this point in time. Of course, with only a 1-goal lead, you would think that, of course, nobody feels safe with a 1-goal lead. But they have effectively eliminated the threat of the neutral game that Tulsa has been bringing to the table. Panzler here in this 1v1 easily challenged away. There's nobody immediately ready for the secondary. The preparation needs to be there for Tulsa. It was their massive strength. Pop and Pan almost gets one by themselves with the potential of the bump play. You can tell West Virginia has started to match but man for man, their opponents so well. And of course, they're beating them in just about every other category. Magic on the accuracy, maybe a little bit left to be desired, but they are still just steamrolling this game 4.
And I think this is the thing when we're looking at West Virginia. The thing that I was applauding them for is their ability to play good midfield defense, but I think they're kind of doing half and half with the two strategies I proposed, which I suppose is the natural harmony. Keep the pressure going and maybe try to build if they're giving you opportunities. That wide open double tap was it. However, that read too difficult. BML into the ceiling. Magic right back to BML. That's going to be to Grizz. Shot on target. Panzer turned away. If you're going to go for a demo, that might be it. And if you're going to go for a shot, now is the time. There's 4 seconds remaining. BML can chip it up, but I don't know if they have the follow. They did have a flip. They have a carry. It's close, but not enough. And again, even if it's 1 goal, it's still going to go the way of West Virginia.
And it might hurt, but, erroneously, I did say it was game 4, but, I mean, I think that might just been a bit of a Freudian slip on how I expect this next one to go, because, again, Tulsa, I mean, that was their best chance. It was right there at the end, and they didn't have any support against a very well-defended back wall right next to the net. And if that was, in my eyes, one of their best chances of the game, and you may want to step back and reevaluate what you were doing, because, again, I feel like there was some huge potential for them. And Taka, you noted how the ability to make these direct handoffs and maintain possession of the ball, not panic with it, and very calmly and cleanly drive into the opposing half, they might not have had the finishes, but they had loads of possession and massive amounts of pressure, which is what they really thrived on. Again, they couldn't quite finish off with goals, but hey, that might just come in time. As you mentioned, West Virginia cannot keep making these goal line saves forever. They need to get back into that group.
Yeah, it is a bit shaky. I would say this is mostly a situation in which I'm seeing Tulsa not being able to finish their shots rather than West Virginia just locking everything down. I think I've been complimentary of how well they're playing in the midfield, especially in that last game. There was a lot of non-starter attacks, specifically just because West Virginia would be waiting on the wall, their hawks in the midfield to be able to cut things out. And I think that does well to stem the tide, the initial momentum a team is bringing forward onto offense, which causes you to have to waste a lot of boost. The issue is that when they do give up an attack, they're content to sit down on their goal line and park the bus, which again is fine. The issue is that it's a close shave, and eventually one of those deflections is going to find its way through. And if you're Tulsa, I think you're going to hope that it's going to be coming frequently in the next 5 minutes, because that's all you have. Facing a sweep against the 5th seed, we knocked down in the lower round in this best of 7 opener, a round of 32. I mean, the stakes are high, and if there's ever a chance to pop off, now is the time.
Of course, BML, oh my goodness, BML trying for the angle off the corner. They had a solid read, but they placed it just a little bit too high. That certainly would have been a statement for goal number 1 in game 4 here. A turn by the wayside, and those have to start back here from square one. You talked about a time to pop off. BML was looking for Pop and Panda. Loads to shoot out here. Can't make contact, but with Knight for backup, the slow ball gets behind BML, and that'll be West Virginia on top.
So we'll see this all start from just a nice challenge in the midfield, and then Knight has the easiest job of all. They just need to make sure it is between the sticks. BML is present, but so long as that shot is anywhere and with a decent amount of power, it's going to be very hard for BML to predict. And as you can see, a little bit of change up on the bound shot is not going to be predicted. West Virginia onto the right foot to start things off, though certainly not helpless is Tulsa. Those touches like that could have helped, but same with that defensive touch from Magic. That was an errant miss, and now making up for it with deflection. Panzer needs a save. It's off the bar. It's a sitter in front of net, but nobody home. And it will be cleared to the corner. Just trying one more time. Maybe Magic or redemption, but a good tackle by Grizz. Now a flick, not enough pace, and another save to the side.
I want to see that turn into a goal. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that off of a dunk. Pop Panda, nice little 50 here. Slight miscommunication on the back end for the blue guys, but nothing too much out of their reach. Go for a drive downfield. They do have plenty of time to work with, but again, you can't count on the monkeys and typewriters theorem to get you a goal. Eventually, you're going to have to try and generate something of your own. You can't keep sticking to the same old. Speaking of which, the hand up from Magic over to Knight. They'll make an opportunity of their own for number 2.
And we talk about when teams are down by 3, they have the nerves. They know they have to reverse sweep, and it can be a little tough. But let's not forget West Virginia. They're right on the cusp. They're hungry. They're drooling at the mouth. They want to get there, and so naturally, they're going to make sure that every shot is pristine. And that goal is perfect evidence of why. Knight has their second, and It's a beauty to be able to put in the top shelf magic. They're just trying to stat pad at this point. The fake and the flick, it's oh so good.
Yeah, stat pad, I'm not so sure. Embarrassed? Maybe. I mean, at this point, with a fake like that, you have got to be you got to know that West Virginia is feeling confident. They are feeling out of their minds confident in this series right now, and why not? With the opponent, at the prospect of having to come back from a 3-goal deficit, which they have failed to even score 3 goals in a single game so far, if even 2 goals in a single game so far, as I recall. I mean, it has been insanity for West Virginia. At this point, they just have been dominating in a couple of key areas. As we talked about in Game 3 in particular, they looked a lot better with their backboard defense, really stemming the tide of these attacks early on, although it seems they're having some difficulty here to get back into the action. Nope. Magic clear directly downfield, almost over to Knight off the backboard. No contact made, and Pop and Banda will pick up the assist. Knight on the hat trick. That's 4-0.
That's one way to pick up a hat trick, and that's one way to give up the 4th, is you see all the players on this side of Tulsa going for that near post. They don't have it. They all turn for the ball on the rebound, and every single person misses, and I think that is a great microcosm of the issues. They're playing from behind. They're playing reactionary in this game, and West Virginia has found the pace they like to set, and they're keeping it. And right now, it looks like Tulsa's about to fall off the treadmill.
Oh boy. Well, we shall see. There is toss up to BML. Again, they need a little bit of a hero play on this one. I thought Panzler was looking pretty good earlier on, but talk about Magic with the pre-jump here off the pass from Knight. And Taco, you know, I hate to call it with 2 minutes and 10 left to go, but I think we might have to put this one in the books.
I would agree, particularly because what we're witnessing right now on the field, this is going to be a first for the NACE broadcast. We have to check the rule book, but not really much it matters. I think we got to do this result. All 3 players from the University of Tulsa have adiosed out of the lobby, and it looks like West Virginia will be freestyling for our delight for a bit longer as we wait for the admins to make a clean decision on this one, although I think the way they're going to rule.
I don't think there's really going to be much of a question about this one. Yeah. And, I mean, at the end of the day, for West Virginia, again, this was quite the dominating victory in Game 4. I think the perfect way to put a nice stamp, so to speak. The cherry on top, the icing on the cake for this best of 7. A complete 4-0 sweep. I mean, there's a reason why they're the 5th seed, but still, moving on to the round of 16 in this kind of a fashion, I just gotta feel really good.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I'm looking for out of them is that even though they're winning the games, and of course, we're keeping up that storyline of saying, well, these games are close, it's not out of hand. I think this is the danger of when you do have a slip-up game. When you have a team like Tulsa who gets all the way through, and they're nervous, they have to be playing things careful. That game number 4, they were a bit nervy on their touches. They're not getting the touches that they need, and then immediately West Virginia is on top of every single one of them. And that is what quality teams do. That's what teams that make those deep runs, and that's what 5th seeds should be doing. If you're going to give them space to create, if you're not going to be able to get these clears, then you're going to get buried under a mountain of goals, and I think that's what happens. So unfortunately, we will be seeing a de facto forfeit, more or less, and I can't blame them. With 2 minutes to go and giving them 5 goals, it was just an avalanche after a bit.
Well, like I said, and as you know, and as most likely many of our viewers know, in a game of Rocket League, if you're down by 5, I don't care what the timestamp is, you have a long odds at best, and again, that's just the way that it goes sometimes. But I want to return to the story here. West Virginia, of course, moving on through this bracket. I think the real question for us, Taco, is whether or not they're going to be able to keep up that style of play. Because, of course, you get into the more and more experienced teams, that mental becomes one of the most defining factors. This is something that we've seen quite a few times in a team we're going to be watching later on. King University, they have had, I would say, struggles. I wouldn't necessarily say that they have been a defining trait of the King team's performance, but it's been noticeable at times where, maybe they don't perform up to their standard, and, it becomes a little bit problematic. But then you get to teams like UT Dallas. We spoke with them earlier, I believe, even in the previous season, in the fall, and they even noted on how it's important to keep your head in the game, even if you're down 2-3 games in a series. It's just keep your head in the game and realize, hey, we can do this, but we have to play our game. We cannot let them control us.
And I think that's a huge thing about adaptability. There's 2 sides of that coin, I think, and I'm always a fan of this idea of seeing it in teams is there's teams that come in and we will bend you to our will. We will be so incredibly fast. We're just going to force everything, all the pressure out. You're going to react to us, and that's just how it's going to be. But even though that will work for some teams, they just have one style and they stick to it, ride or die in that type of situation. There is also a lot of teams that focus just purely on, we're going to come out in game number one and we're just going to be like chameleons. Whatever you need us to be, that's exactly what we're going to try to play, and we're going to counter all their weaknesses. If we see a third man that's a little bit slow, we're going to go for the bumps, we're going to go for your demos. We're going to try to set you up in 1v1s, and it's teams that I think balance those two play styles that tend to go the farthest. Although the first one is really nice, I think ultimately strategy that works for the most is being able to react to teams. And even though it was so close all throughout that game, I think it comes down to West Virginia just being adaptable, being exactly what they need to be in that moment.
Absolutely. And speaking of being exactly what we need in the moment, we do have the LLS hero of the game. And of course, before we get to announcing who that is, we want to remind you of what LLS is doing. They are making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Brenda. In 2015, Brenda was battling what she thought was a cold, but she wasn't getting better. After being taken to the hospital, she was in disbelief to learn she had acute myeloid leukemia, or AML. Brenda's treatment started immediately, but it wasn't an easy road mentally. During this time, she lost friends, and she was even bullied for having cancer. She spent a lot of time indoors and jumped into gaming. After some time, she started streaming on Twitch, creating a place where everyone would be included and treated fairly, as well as a place where she could help others. Since Brenda started doing charity streams, she has raised over $4,000 for LLS while playing games like League of Legends, Dead by Daylight, and Halo. Alongside hero Brenda, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. And I think you would agree, Taco, when I say that today's LLS hero of the game is Magic, absolute monster on the field in a variety of ways. Welcome, sir, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me again.
So as we kind of look at that game, I think what we kept talking about is how, man, this game is pretty close. And then game number 4 really just went out the window. That was just dominant from start to finish, even though that finish was, I would say, a tad premature. What really do you think causes a game 4 like that after 3 games of neck-and-neck action?
I think after 3 games, we kind of figured out how they play, and we just kind of countered it almost perfectly to the point where we started just scoring goal after goal after goal, and it just kind of forced them to, I guess, tilt and get mad. So that's probably why they ended up leaving prematurely at the end. And I think that's why we end up going up as much as we did as well.
I mean, even on that note, though, you talk about you figured out their weaknesses. You look at the game score, and it's a little bit difficult to tell that you were just figuring out their weaknesses after Game 3 there, because regardless of what they were doing in that midfield area, you know, Pansler was getting some really creative touches. You guys still shut that down repeatedly. Do you think that there was any particular threat you were looking out for, or was it just about holding down your backline and really playing that option coverage?
There wasn't really like any specific player on the other team that we were trying to like shut down. We knew all of them had some sort of skill or mechanical play. So all we were worrying about was we weren't worried about offense. We were worried about our defense more or less. So we were trying to make sure we covered that as much as possible. And I think it went pretty well considering that we ended up 4-0ing them. So we take the dub.
One thing I always like to touch on, and of course, I don't want to bring up this potentially painful memory, but there was an awkward save that ended up going into your own net in the earlier games. And I'm curious to see the insight, because I'm always curious to see how teams deal with touches like that. And I'm not even want to rehash like what happened, because I think we all saw. But how does the West Virginia comms handle that? Do you guys just laugh that off, or is it just kind of roll your eyes and try to get back to business?
We see, I went up for that ball, and I was like, I'm gonna get an easy clear. And I saw I was getting a bad touch. I'm like, might as well make it a snipe on my own net. Why not? So when I scored, we all started laughing. I was like, hey, at least I went for placement over power. But yeah, no, every time like an own goal or something like that happens, or something like stupid happens, we all kind of like laugh it off, and we keep going. Because if you just get mad over it, it makes your mental go bad, and it's not good to have a bad mental going into a game, since Rock League's all about mental over anything else.
No, well, I mean, that's something that we were talking about. And, you know, speaking on the mental game now, with a 4-0 sweep here in winners round 2, you're moving on to the round of 16 with a complete 4-0 sweep. How does that make you feel, mentally speaking, moving on into this next round? Of course, the competition only gets steeper from here.
It definitely is a very big mental boost for sure. Going 4-0 through one round. it shows us that we have a lot of skill and we can probably continue going forward, and we're a very strong team. There's a reason why we finished undefeated in our conference, so we're going to try to continue that streak for as long as possible.
I mean, as long as possible is ideal. We were talking before this game even started, obviously. The ideal strategy would be to, in the double elimination bracket, just try to rock as far as possible before you use one of those lives, be able to knock down to lowers. And with the 5th seed, clearly the seeders are on your side of saying this team definitely has the potential to get forward. Is there any team in the bracket that you think is going to be that obstacle, that first real challenge for you guys to get through? Or are you guys confident that you could definitely make that top 3, snag that last chance qualifier spot?
The only teams I noticed out of the bracket that I've looked at were the King squad, as well as Arcadia. They're both really solid rosters. I know multiple players on both of them, and I know how good they can be at times. So it just depends if we can figure out how they play in the midst of the game when we start playing them, if we do, and see if we can count them as well as we did with this team we just played today.
Well, you will have a chance to see them later on the stream, but of course, we do want to let you go at this time. But before we do, any shout-outs or anything else that you want to say to everybody watching before we let you go?
Shout out to my my esports director, like every single time. Shout out to my team for continuing to be undefeated this entire way through. And note to everyone else: don't give up on your dreams. Keep grinding, and you'll get up there.
Thank you very much, Magic. Of course, echoing the words of one of the members of Team K, so I appreciate that. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. You guys have a wonderful night.
All right, Taco. Well, I don't think it's what we were anticipating for that matchup, especially going through games 1 through 3. It felt like it was going to be pretty close, but West Virginia's standing tall.
And sometimes that's just how it is. It almost feels like we're watching and you can almost see the stamina meter slowly decrease, and then eventually it's just a breaking point. Like, we just can't keep up this level of play. But I also do think it is West Virginia, as they said. I don't think it's cocky talk at all. I think they figured out a play style. There was a symphony of touches from the side of Tulsa in the midfield in games 2 and 3 that I'm wondering, wow, this is really good layoff play. This eventually has to pay off, and it did at times, but obviously not at the end result that they wanted. So I think it's touches like that, yes, it's good to be able to do that, but you need to be able to get that end result. Otherwise, you're not making the defense sweat. You're just giving them time to calculate. And I mean, West Virginia, they're smart. Maybe they're all engineers, comp sci students. They were able to tap that into the calculator, figure it all out in time, and it's good that they did. 4-0 sweep is definitely an intimidating result to see if you're facing them next branch of the bracket.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, they probably have Unreal Engine simulations running in live time next to them on alternative devices. And of course, Taco, that takes a little bit of processing power, and I believe that might bring us into talking about, who do we know that might be able to provide that kind of power? I don't know.
It's funny you mentioned that, Squid, because that means that AMD is such an important thing, because they make a bunch of processors and performance to also rule your game and rule the league, because we're excited here at NACE Starleague to have AMD as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague, including the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics card, and also breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture, engineered to deliver ultra high performance, ultra high resolution, visually stunning gaming, and with AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. So you can check them out at AMD.com, and I always like to mention that I have myself an AMD processor, and I love it. It's so fantastic. So of course, good shout out to AMD powering not only all these different computers all throughout the world, but also powering this broadcast, enabling us to give you this high octane action every single week here on the NACE Starleague.
Of course, enabling Taco to deliver you some of the most, I guess, particular commentary styles ever. But we do have to hop out to a break. Yeah, you know, Taco's going to give me some crap for that one in the background.
What
Love
a
you,
backhanded
Taco.
compliment. What a specific compliment.
No, we love it. But we do have the next match coming up. We're going to take a short break. Northern Kentucky facing off against Arcadia right after this.
right, all right.
Welcome back to some more NACE Starleague Collegiate Rocket League action here. We are one series down, one best of 7 through, but really only took 4 games for West Virginia to take down Tulsa. And now we're moving on to Brighter Pastures Squid. We're going to be seeing Northern Kentucky face off against their opponents on the far side. That is going to be that Arcadia Esports. I wanted to say University of Arcadia, but no, I know it's the opposite, so I hesitated. I doubted myself, and that's why you trust your gut.
And here, Taco, we have the interesting story where you and I had the opportunity to watch NKU in the conference playoffs to determine whether or not they would even make it here in the first place. And yet they find themselves in the 17th seed in winner round 2 against not Arcadia, which we memed a little bit beforehand for no reason, but Arcadia with Space Beer, particularly on the roster, was one that we were talking about. But still, I think Pig Rickle's rule, we looked at this team, and the couple of times that we saw them this season, they looked like a pretty comprehensive unit of 3.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Northern Kentucky that is going to be the main struggle with Arcadia is I think Northern Kentucky is the team where I alluded to them first, the teams that adapt and the teams that try to bend you to their will. NKU is going to be chaotic. They're going to be all over you. In fact, Pig's old name used to be Pig Chaos, particularly because that is what they tried to inflict on the other team. And Owl Murder, Void, and Space Beer are going to have their hands filled with that. We've seen Arcadia in previous semesters of the NACE Starleague season, and they've looked fairly solid. The problem is that it doesn't matter if you're solid if you don't get super deep in the bracket. And seeing this is the round of 32, this is where we're getting into the real meat of the bracket. This is really where you need to make yourself a standout team. It's one thing to finish second in your division, but you're trying to finish first here.
Absolutely. And of course, moving on from here is going to be the winners round of 30, or excuse me, round of 16. It would be quite odd if you went from round of 32 to round of 32 to join West Virginia, but of course, that does mean you still have to win what? So that's top 16, top 8 to, oh my goodness, you still have to win like 5 rounds to take it all, which is quite a bit to think about. But you know, taking it one step at a time, surely, as they did during the regular season, and then of course subsequently during the conference playoffs, as we've already noted. I feel strongly about Northern Kentucky. You know, there's been a couple of teams actually out of Kentucky, I think, over the course of NACE Starleague and of course the overarching collegiate scene for Rocket League. But this one in particular does seem like it's one that has potential to go rather far, and I think that we start to say that about a lot of our teams. I'm sure Arcadia probably ranks up there, of course, placing one spot in the seeding above their opposition. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table here. As you mentioned, we've seen them in previous seasons of NACE Starleague, and they have looked middlingly impressive, I suppose, if that even works like that. But you get the idea. I am looking forward to this match.
And right now we're just trying to make sure we have all the players ready and raring to go as they are slowly being able to trickle into the lobby. I'm sure that this is the classic conundrum of teams knowing the stakes of this match, and we've had this before on broadcast where the teams are warming up in ranked, maybe just getting comms, or they're doing scrims, and they're looking at the clock, they're like, we could probably squeeze in one more game, maybe one more, and then see, we're pinging them, we're saying, no, you got to get in the lobby. They're like, but where are you? Just let us warm up a little bit more before it actually counts for something. So I think we've definitely seen that before. Maybe that is the case with these two teams, because I can't doubt that even though they must be confident with the playstyle, they must be excited to be able to get into this best of 7. It's still a lot to handle for these teams. There's a lot of eyes on you. There's a lot of prizing at stake, and so naturally they want to come out and play their best. But it seems like we'll have everybody here, so we'll be starting momentarily. And to be honest, this is another match where it's going to be a very back and forth tug of war, as the seeding will suggest, but mainly because I'm interested to see how these playstyles will clash.
Well, I mean, talk about the seeding. We had the 5th seed versus the 28th seed in the last match, and 3 of the games seemed like they were incredibly close competitions. And you can see even Arcadia right now trying to buy as much time as possible. All 3 of their players are in the lobby, but Churro saying, "Oh no, my teammates are in the bathroom." Oh yeah. All right, buddy. Of course they are. They're doing the mental warm up, right? They're doing like a little kumbaya in their dorm room or whatever. They're
going through an air dribbling workshop right now. They're just trying to get every single bit through there.
Remember what I was saying about having the other PC? That's what they're doing right now. They're basically like running through their playbook. All right, guys, how are we gonna do this off the face-off? I want every type of face-off.
I want all the psychological tactics. I want them to join the lobby, and then instead of saying like "good luck, have fun," just be like, yeah, sorry if we're a little bit late. I'm going to be checking my phone throughout this game. I don't really care that much. This is not going to be like that big of a deal, so whatever. And the other team's like, wow. And then just they're offended. They're hurt. And I think it's a risky strategy, but I'd like to see the team employ that. Just really beleaguer the other team with demotivational statements.
I mean, you say it's a risky strategy, but I mean, what do you sacrifice by doing that, though? Think about it, right? Because
you could gear them into further anger. Because you can motivate them. It's not going to be like, oh, I'm hurt. It's going to be like, how dare you? Then it's just going to come right out. So I would say it depends. You got to read that. That's why you have psychological profiles. That's what a coach is for, to get psychological profiles in every single player on the far side. Hey, that guy tilts earlier. Just call him a nerd in this quick chat real quick and see how he reacts. So just try to really tilt people. I know that's actually a strategy I've heard many players talk about. It's like, oh, we noticed players started playing worse when I demoed them a lot. So we specifically targeted that player for all our demos. And I'm like, you know what? I like that extra layer of strategy that we got going.
I don't think I want you to be the coach of a team. If you're gonna...
Wait, how dare you? No vouch? In front of all these eyeballs?
Dude, I mean, you are literally talking about a certain form of sadism right now against the opposition.
Okay, whoa.
That is for a guy who's going for his doctorate in social psychology. You're out here literally trying to manipulate people into performing worse.
What's the point of the knowledge if I can't implement it? It has to be applied. Of course, I'm going to use it to torture the minds of young adults in collegiate play. What else would you do? Help better society? Grow up, Squid. Anyway, we have players in the lobby, and we're ready to start game number 1 between Arcadia and Northern Kentucky.
I am seriously questioning my association with my co-commentator right now, but we do have the game ready to go. Best of 7. Yeah, how did you guys... Wait, sorry, I need to process.
You question our friendship, I don't question the quality of these two teams. It's a best of 7 yet again on your screens for the second match of the night. Northern Kentucky and Arcadia. To be honest, it's been a while since we've seen Arcadia. They had a different roster, I believe, last time, so see if they made any implementations. It's still classic Space Beer, though. They are rocking, I believe, the Ford F-150 on the wheels, and to be honest, starting off with some weird plays. That's off crossbar after the musty attempt. What is happening? These players know this match is for real, right?
Danger. I don't know what's going on. But the Ford F-150 RLE, I'm a fan, I gotta be honest. It is an Octane hitbox. Maybe you were talking about psychological warfare, Dago. Maybe this is part of it. If you're, oh my goodness, getting a nice shot, Rule. You gotta be joking. That was so open and Rule couldn't put it away. That hurts. That hurts to watch.
We just reset this game. It's like, all right, we're just going to start this from anew because clearly no one's on the right foot right now. Another miss here. Space Spear trying to come through. Churro, decent touch, maybe even better double. Rule not going to be taking any chances. Another deflection through. Rickles trying to lay it out to Pig. They will not get the boost or the clear. It is just sticking in this Northern Kentucky half until that long clear, and finally they can try something by throwing it on target.
I have no idea if either of these teams has a plan for how they're going to play this series. But if they did, certainly it's already been flipped on its head. Oh my goodness! What is that touch? Void still makes contact out, looking for the 1v1 here. Doesn't make amazing contact, and it will be touched out. Only been 90 seconds, and I feel like I've already exhausted myself mentally trying to figure out what in the world is happening on the field right now. Thankfully, it's calmed down at least a little bit. But a lot of contrived touches. It almost feels like some sort of facetious gameplay right now of these players trying to torture us in the booth here.
And we're seeing some strange touches, and they're just sitting in front of the net or just in the attacking third, and now a bunch of players are screaming upfield. Rickles, they're going to spawn perfectly into that, and that might be RNG, but it was in their favor in that case. It'll be nicely played away from NKU. Space Spear trying to make it not so nice with an infield pass. Churro will try as they might. Not going to get past that 50. Void gonna have to slow everything down and then speed it right back up. I didn't see it coming. Neither did Rule. There's goal number 1.
I don't think they saw it coming because Void, what a risky challenge. If Rickles reads that off the sidewall, that could easily have been a goal against. Nobody was expecting Void to make that touch except for Void at that point. And they just throw it right over the last. But I mean, even at that point, you'd expect that they see this happening and they see the threat and they turn around. But that's just how off guard they were caught by that play by Void, I think, in that particular scenario. And Arcadia has got the lead, but it's not going to be for long. A tempo at the midfield from Churro, but they have nobody in the back. That's number 1 against.
Look at that 50 from Rickles. That's going to bounce into the perfect position, and even though Pig will turn for it, Rule says, don't worry, I got it. It's wide open. You can't place it better than that. It's just going to be right down the middle, taking no chances. And I think that's an issue with this game. You got to make sure not only you get the goals in that you need to have, but got to make sure the immediate collapse doesn't happen. How often have we seen a goal practically just after a kickoff go on through? And how often times have we seen a breakaway like this? Space Bear support, but it's all solo.
Clean, clean, clean. Rickles beaten out there at the midfield in Space Beer. Or excuse me, Rule beaten out there at the midfield. Rickles beaten out on the goal line. Sorry, I really have to rag on them as much as physically possible. But still, I mean, as the defender in that situation, you do have to cover for a couple of different options. It's understandable to make an incorrect call on that play, obviously, with a little bit of poor positioning that puts you in quite the disadvantageous spot for 1v1. I feel like that's the first predictable play we've seen all game, though.
It's been mostly little sleight of hand touches, some strange things that are very hard to read, but at the end of the day, they're working. Void, they're just working these sidewalls to perfection. Look at this delicate little touch to be able to not only push it forward, but perfectly set them up for the air roll shot.
That's just so beautiful. They must have been doing some training packs. I mean, it was just a perfect double jump. Roll onto the sidewall, land perfectly as it bounces out, almost like a little half volley up the side. We're looking for something extra on this one. Almost contact, maybe even with a touch on Rickles there being threatened. It will be turned away, but Arcadia, lots of confidence on their side of the ball right now. Again, it's Void primarily who's been making some weird contact. They're looking for a bump on this one. Space Beer, maybe even a flip reset. Could not quite get it back to the midfield, though. It will be something of an offensive stand there for Northern Kentucky. But it is still very much up in the air as to how this game is going to go and as to how this play is going to go.
Yeah, Spacer will take to the skies again and try to make something of their own. They're not going to use that flip reset off the ceiling, so instead it'll be left for Void again. They've been the executioner on this team on offense, and they've nearly got another one. That was an awkward challenge from NKU, and it will not find its way through. This one will. Rickles wide open and very wide rotations on coming back there from Arcadia.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting that touch from Rule, in fairness. But this marks now the second time of 2 where a shot has been levied against them on a missed rotation, and they have, well, predictably, I suppose, failed to make it back to that frame. Boy, taking out the play now. This looks pretty open. They'll put it on target. No, diving save from Space Beer off the crossbar. Not quite out of the woods. Yep, there's no challenger at the midfield. Easily driven across the midfield line. Maybe even potential for a follow-up here. It's Void towards the backboard. No contact from Rickles. Space Beer follows up, and that's going to be an easy 1-2 play for number 4.
It looked like a play that Rickles had covered, but as they go up for it, you can realize that the boost was not there, the positioning wasn't either, and then Rule, they just had to stand and watch. Not much you could do against that. Space Beer, knowing that placement is the primary factor they need to have. Place it perfectly into the back post, and had a close game. Not so much anymore. 2 goals, 40 seconds to go.
Rule. Oh, that looks like such a good chance. Pig still looking at it. Rule. Oh my goodness, almost denied. And Taco, never a dull moment in this series. Pig with a follow-up here right over Churro. That's
The
beautiful.
fact that Rule is just there, ready for it. And that actually was a save from Space Spear. You can see that starting to move out. They're going to shoot a nice shot into the chat. Rule will say thank you because we'll take anything they can get.
Ooh.
How about this kickoff? What a bump by Churro. But then Pig gets revenge. They cut it inside. It's all tied. What is going on, Squid?
I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. All right, I'm gonna need a raise if y'all want me to watch this and not go insane right now. This what was that done from Big? Man, it hurts. It hurts to watch this right now in one way. But I can't take my eyes off it. Right. This is what they say. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion right now. Less than 30 seconds ago here, Void with the breach on Pig, looking down the other way with Rule taking right off their hood. Churro, no clearance. Space Bear still makes the save along with some help from Churro. Void with no contact. What is happening on the defense? Final 10 seconds. Oh my lord, thankfully we stall out here in the mid. Please tell me there's no 0 second on the horizon.
Oh, we'll never know until this ball hits the ground. It seems like Pig will try to keep it awake, but not going to happen. OT in game number 1, and this has been the weirdest series of events that I've seen in a while, so hopefully I'm hoping for some quality to end us out here. Space Beer, no demo, Churro looking across the backboard. Thought they might be going for a Doomsy. Not going to be that lucky. Void was just going to slow it down for Space Beer now. Maybe a lead blocker, or maybe just another solo play. Heck of a dunk. Pig has to deal with it, and beautifully done. Chips it to Rule, and they'll get it to the side.
Ooh, had to make a follow-up touch there, but they didn't have it well in hand. Void towards the target. We've seen them strike more than a couple of times this game. They will be turned away, though. Finally, something a little bit more orthodox happening on this one. Space Beer has to make a bit of a pre-jump save on that. Well read. They push back to the midfield line. We're not unused to the changing of hands and possession. What a demo! And that's going to get the job done. Void with the hat trick and picking up game 1.
My goodness, overachiever. There's always one player in college that throws the curve off, and same with Churro. They're getting a demo and a bump to be able to pave, in every sense of the word, the path for that goal. 5-4 from Arcadia. My goodness, the comeback attempt from Northern Kentucky was fierce, and yet it still wasn't enough. Look at these shot totals. We have 10 shots on the side of NKU, and we have 14 from the side of Arcadia.
And as if this game wasn't strange enough, Taco, Rickles tops the scoreboard for Northern Kentucky, almost beating out Space Beer by missing out on by 25 points, a goal, 2 assists, 5 saves, and 0 shots.
It's a weird stat line. It's not even 100% shooting. You're just doing even beyond that. You're scoring
Literally
a goal without even
divide
shooting.
by 0 right now.
So incredibly impressive.
I don't even know what to say about it. Of course, there were a lot of interesting plays, I think, would be something of a misnomer, but I cannot think of what the alternative would be. We saw a couple of open nets on the side of Arcadia that resulted in goals against, and they moved forward entirely unfazed. We saw a face-off goal from Pig get dunked in, and they were entirely unfazed. Somehow, I don't get it. But we got game 2 now. It's a whole new slate, and hopefully, for the sake of my sanity, which apparently is coming at a luxury tonight, this will be somewhat normal.
Somewhat is doing a lot of work in that sentence right there, mainly because it hasn't been normal at all. But that's game 1. Maybe it's just they're fidgety, they're nervous, and now it's all out of their system. They've been able to exercise, like let the dog out, and then they just run around the backyard, and they got all the zoomies out. Now we focus on being serious and taking open nets, because that is going to be what Rickles is going to collect after 11 seconds.
I feel like what's his name, Arnold, on the Magic School Bus right now. Can't this just be a normal field trip? That is me right now. 11 seconds in, goal number 1 off of, again, no rotation on Arcadia's side.
Certainly something to improve on. I feel like that from now Owl. They're just going to throw that one all the way down. Space Beer has the opportunity for a pass. They hop to lob, which is somewhat interesting to deal with for the defense. Same with this lob. Not Owl, half rotation. Rule from behind, able to deflect that. What a defensive play.
Again, rather unorthodox, but still making the play there. This little pinch from Pig as well. Rule is there on the dunk. Space Beer Failing to get that one away. Void under control. Loads of boost to work with. And yet again, we go back and forth with the changing of possession. Space Spear, I love this idea towards the net. Rickles there for the shutdown. Follow-up for Rule. They just want these dunks. Not Owl looking for the demo. Just everything. It's the kitchen sink right now for strategies. We see an attempt at an infield pass with a transition down. Void even with a bit of a fake, perhaps. Or maybe being faked out with a lack of contact. This one going to be straight down. Void doesn't have a good look at it, but will be bailed out here by Space Spear. And again, we continue to go end-to-end towards either net. Rickles with the angle. Rule up in the air for this one. Can't put it on target. That would have been an excellent piece of insurance. And now, only one player back. Pig has to toss it over to Space Spear and at least save space for now. Oh my goodness.
And it's a good job by Pig to not only slow the play down, but then immediately get right back in, call the bluff, and Rule is able to set Rickles off on an interesting path with a lead demo. No flip reset. Pig, high lob. Not Owl will try and hit it up to Void, though no contact. Not that it's needed, though. Attack is still going. Pass straight down. Rickles will be able to just immediately challenge. So as this ball continues to go left and right, up and down, all across the midfield, we're still no closer finding out, can this tie come through? And that answer is going to have to continue to wait for an answer as the Northern Kentucky defense on the goal line continues to stay strong.
Beautiful read, though. Not Owl picking up that angle, and Pig, that doink into the corner. Okay, I understand the logic there. Let's get it back to Rickles. Rule going to beat out Not Owl, but cannot avoid the dunk. Yet again, as I was saying, there's a lot of changing of possession. Void just tosses one across the field. There's nobody available on either side to do anything about that ball, and we'll continue in the orange half here. Space Spear looking for a read off the ceiling, cannot find it. This feels like a ridiculous contest. A contest about who can be the most ridiculous right about now with their solo plays. I do respect that to a certain degree. Rule's trying for something of a Chicago mixed with a Doomsy dish there off of the backboard, and still no dice on that one. I feel like they're perfectly content to sit here on this 1-goal lead, although I think some insurance would be very welcome.
And I said, Northern Kentucky, they love playing this style when they do get up on offense. They really just get in your face, force you to do something with it, and I think that's what Space Spear is doing. All that horsepower in that truck, able to get a nice 50. However, no clean follow-through. Not Owl off corner, trying to chase it. Rickles with a deflection, and look at these deep rotations by the side of Arcadia. It's one thing to make sure that your defensive structure is tight, but you need to start worrying about offense. It's still very much in your grasp, but it's been a while since they've had their first real chance. Not Owl and Space Spear trying to combine, but even with a lead blocker, that one was going well wide.
Less than 90 seconds to go as well. Ooh, Void, I like this look. Pig with no chance of that one, but Not Owl a little bit too early. Space Spear cannot make a follow-up on this one. And what seems the quality opportunity dead and gone now. And Arcadia on the back foot. Rule off the ceiling. It was just too late. Space Spear got in the way of that one. Pig trying now for maybe a bump against Not Owl. Out of the corner again, and Void will find the clearance. Not Owl, though, no contact yet again. Getting a little bit desperate for possession here, it seems. They might just find it. This one pops way up. But still, we are in a bit of the doldrums on the Arcadia side as they continue to search for an entry into the offensive side. This may just be it. Not Owl, maybe for the bump here against Pig. Oh my goodness, a couple of touches here, and Rickles will have a follow-up to get it away. The pass into the mid denied easily as well. Nicely read away. And now, just over 30 seconds ago. Oh no! Oh no! No way! Void just passed them for goal number 2.
That's why I like Northern Kentucky. They just don't leave the ball alone, and Rule knows they're not going to be able to shoot that. They're not even going to be able to pass that well, but what they do know is that 2 players are chasing him. How about I just throw it right back in the middle, off the side wall? The near post defender in the backfield is not anticipating that, and that might put this one to bed, but we had 9 goals in the last game, a very tame 2 in comparison to here, so who knows if an offensive explosion is right around the corner. It looks like Northern Kentucky does not want that to happen with these longer clears. They're content to just sit back and wait.
I gotta say, both these teams do look like they've gotten their act together at least a little bit more on the defensive side. As you mentioned, at this point for Arcadia, they're gonna get a little bit desperate, and I think that desperation is all they're going to have. No results here in Game 2. Rickles continues to shut down, and as the final second burns away, they are just playing for some style points at this point, and they will... Wow! Okay. Well, they almost found the style points, but not quite. It's a nice little win there for NKU.
And I like those dunks. It's always nice to be able to follow through, but ultimately, those need to come a lot quicker. And I will say, this feels more like a finishing issue from the side of Arcadia. There was a couple times where they're working that backboard. They're really struggling, making NKU struggle. And then when the shot finally comes through, it's put over the bar. And then you have to rotate out, and then everyone has to move out, because I like how Arcadia is willing to just dedicate people upfield. They're going for a bunch of bump plays. They have a lot of lead blockers. They have a lot of relentless half rotations. The issue is the final product still has to be there. You can't just hope that pressure eventually will trickle into the goal. Not everyone can be the NKU strikers scoring 1 goal off of 0 shots. That doesn't happen every day. You got to make sure you put in the work.
Yeah, and of course, additionally, I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, committing players downfield is great, and trying to make sure you clean up on those executions is great, but also, you did leave one open net at the beginning of this game. And I don't think you can ignore that, because I think it gave Northern Kentucky a tangible amount of momentum there, in which they were able to just kind of park the bus. And as I mentioned, you know, it was a commendable effort to improve their defense. I think they did a wonderful job, and that's all they realistically had to do during that game. Of course, a punish did end up coming much, much later, but Arcadia, they didn't find a response one way or the other. So, Game 3 now. We have a tie series. Thank goodness for that. I didn't want to see this one become a sweep after that Game 1. But, you know, it's becoming just a little bit more ordinary.
And I think that's a good thing, at least for these teams. Granted, of course, it's always very fun for us to just commit to the lunacy and really just watch something wacky and wild for a whole series. But ultimately, for these teams, that is incredibly nerve-wracking to have these games just swing wildly. You feel like you have no control. It's just utter calamity. So now that it's gotten a bit more ordinary, now it just comes down to who can finish better. And at least for the side of Northern Kentucky, that really first goal, that goal that got them the game winner, was off of a mistake. You can see, and Arcadia apparently has a couple of them. That is a miss, though. The last defender will still do their job. Rule's going to be deprived.
I feel like finally we're going to get into a bit more of a predictable style of play here. Void forced out of the corner now, not out, even towards the backboard. No follow-up from Space Beer. Rule with the maintenance possession on this one, and this is precisely what I was talking about. You can see Northern Kentucky applying their resources towards maintaining control of that ball, not trying to provide an easy cutoff opportunity for the side of Arcadia. It's not boomer ball anymore. It's not constant changing of hands in terms of possession. It is nice, slow, calculated play into the offense. They're looking for something here. Big off the backboard towards Rickles. Shot on target and in. Off the crossbar and down. Who would have thought? How easy could it be?
Just enough of a height to beat out the defender, but not so much to be able to be rejected, and that is the sweet spot that you're always looking for on the striking side. Rickles continues being the man on the spot, always there to be able to put that shot away, and as really what I want to be seeing from Arcadia. Just sit up the basics and be able to nail that on target, at the very least force the defenders into some work, but not getting ahead of myself too much. Arcadia isn't helpless here. They have more than enough opportunities. They just got to make sure they can generate them a bit more organically, and it's hard when Rule is just 50 your entire team, and Rickles is always the predator sniffing out the open net.
This doesn't even count as an error. I mean, look at this, of course, making that 50-50 Space Beer with some accidental contact, and perhaps it's slightly too aggressive to go for that challenge, but you expect Not Owl to be back. It's a little bit of a timing thing, and Northern Kentucky just recognized the opportunity. And this is what I was talking about. This is suddenly a much more predictable, of course, as I say that, a fake face-off here from Northern Kentucky, or perhaps even a miscommunication, one way or the other. We'll get back into the neutral. But it has been a vastly Northern Kentucky favored game. Big with a fake here. Space Beer is forced to dive and make a save. We have seen little of Arcadia in the attacking half. This might be the first look all the way downfield and in off the demo. 1-2 now.
Oh my goodness, smack it harder next time. 74 miles an hour off the hook shot. They're just not taking any chances. Yeah, I could dribble that, I could air dribble, but why not? Just slap it as hard as possible into the open net. NKU, that is the double-edged sword of that playstyle. If you want to play aggressive, that's fine, but you got to make sure your transition is quick, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of wide open nets. Same with this, but Rickles bumped out of the way. Space Beer not able to capitalize on that gap, but going to be no kickoff goals here to make us tie back up.
I like this. Not Owl with Void in the mid. Wonderful idea. Does not quite pan out for them. They're going to have to play it into their own end yet again. And as a reiteration, we see Northern Kentucky. Ooh, Rule, I love that idea! Forces the defender out and is there to block with a 50-50 and just drops it over to Rickles. This is a giga brain play.
I really like that play, to be honest. I think they were trying to play for the bump play actually on the goalie. They don't make contact, but at the very least, it forces that side of Arcadia to really think, he might have that. I should probably be a little bit careful. And then in all that time, you have the follow-up player just trying to bury it in the back of the net. A hat trick for Rickles. And right now, we're really starting to see Northern Kentucky cruise. We need Arcadia to find that offense again and make sure they're not double committing, kind of like this one. Not Owl and Space Beer, not on the same page.
Wasn't a light double commit either. That was an egregious error on the offensive side. They're lucky to still even be on the attacking side at this point, but now beaten over the last player. Void has to do something with this one. Forced out to the side. Still a limited amount of danger, but Space Beer, wonderful bump here against Rickles, forcing that one into a possession play and then making the follow-up. I'll reiterate, yet again, it seems like for how chaotic game one was, now we've moved into such a team-oriented style of play. Everybody is utilizing their options to the best of their ability. Not just randomly throwing things out. Wonderful play here for Void. Rickles way up high, a bump on the back end, and that should just be enough. No! Space Bear somehow gets to that one. Rickles can't even make the back pass. What a play for Arcadia.
And it's good that they have Space Beer in the back. That massive truck going to be a huge obstacle to be able to get past. So now it's time to capitalize on it. On the counterattack, no touch from Void. And that misdirect will allow not Owl. Put that one on the near post. Give some hope for Arcadia in the final 93.
Now, but here's the question. Was that a fake from Void?
I don't think it is, but functionally it is.
I mean, it looked awful close. That might have been a communication on that. With not Owl was very confident on that angle. Well, one way or the other, to give them confidence that at least they're being backed up, if nothing else. This one, ooh, that looks a little bit dicey. Northern Kentucky in the attacking half. They'll be forced out, though. Not Owl with a demolition. Maybe even looking for a musty Space Beer and support towards the net. They will lose one player on this one, though. As it goes out to the corner, Void for the cross. Should see them stay in the offensive half, and of course, right as I say that, this one launched downfield. Space Beer with the chain dash to get back. About a minute to play now, but we are seeing Arcadia swing back into this one. They're not letting themselves be defeated. Pig in a tough spot, but they still make the play. Not Owl, the angle, not quite there. Space Beer can't follow, neither can Void, but Not Owl is there for the finish. A hat trick at that, 50 to go.
If at first you don't succeed, you try and try again. Third time is the charm on that one. The player who starts the play is the one who's going to have to finish it. And my goodness, I could see the panic from NKU, but look at Pig on that near post. They were chasing that down on the follow. Don't go for a bump. They interfere with the defense, and I'm not going to put that entirely on them, but with Kentucky, you can't play that frantically in front of your own net. Eventually, you're going to get burnt, and I think they certainly are now, giving up that lead, and now it's anyone's ball game with 35 to go.
And now we're cooking with gas here. Space Beer, ooh, tough spot to be in. Still pulls the E-brake and able to make that contact in a crucial moment. Follow up on a bump as well. Allowed a bit of a clearance there for Not Owl, but they're still in the danger zone. Out the back into the... Oh, that could have been a huge giveaway, but it gets just around Pig Rule off the sidewall now, and it's still anybody's ball game here in regulation. High velocity, a demo in the back. Not Owl almost with a double tap. That one launches way up high. If that had stayed low, Space Beer could have made a play. This one a forced forfeiture. Last second, now off the clock. It looks like we're headed to OT, and the players agree 3-3 in game 3.
And this is so incredibly crucial because this is going to turn it into the lead for the series. Whoever gets that next goal, which is, of course, such a nice driving position to be in, it's just that much closer. And I think more importantly, it's because this game is another very closely contested affair, and I thought we'd be here for a while, but apparently 15 seconds all it takes for Not Owl to hop on this one.
Well, I gotta be honest, the way this is going, we might be here for a while anyway, so a short overtime may be in our better interest, Taco, although I must agree. I expected that to be a little bit longer. I'm only slightly disappointed. I mean, that play right there, it felt like it could be a relatively textbook save, or it felt like it could be a relatively textbook goal. Not Owl walking away with all 4 of Northern Kentucky, or excuse me, Arcadia's goals. There we go. That's the one I was thinking of. Of course, not to disparage the teammates. I mean, in fact, every single goal this game was assisted. Only 2 players actually ended up scoring, which is a bit of an interesting stat. But I think another interesting stat, of course, is the fact that there were 9 shots on the NKU side, 10 shots on the Arcadia side. This really feels like we had an absolutely chaotic game 1. Northern Kentucky decided they were actually going to start playing in game 2, and then Arcadia was like, oh, we're doing this for real? All right, let's play the game.
I could get behind that story and narrative, and certainly we're going to be able to talk to one of these players, hopefully, in an interview after this, because honestly, I have so many questions to be able to go through. How do you go from that game number 1 to this? What are the comms like? Are you just laughing about it and how crazy it is? Because at times, even after we left that completely frenzied game number 1, in this goal, the goal that was able to tie things up for Not Owl, they shot that on target. They said every single person at it, it hit off the crossbar twice, and then they were able to finally put it in. I mean, that's not even something calmed. I feel like you're just yelling the whole time that you go through that, but it's going to work out for them, and they'll be able to take the lead in our series. But Northern Kentucky, they're still capable of popping off. They just got to make sure they focus on keeping that lead once they get it, and this could be a completely different ballgame.
Well and truly, and of course in best-of-7 territory, even with a 1-game disadvantage here in Game 4, you're not out of the woods yet. You still got 1 extra life on board, and of course, that's not even mentioning the lower bracket of each of these teams stands on a little bit of a pedestal presently. Still, though, they'd like to move on without having to sustain that loss at the big extra life being lost if they do lose it. Void, I like this look. The flip reset looks like it's in tow. They'll opt not to use it if they did have it. Pig bumped away from this play. Now Arcadia instantly on the attack, and it's a deadly attack, but Rickles still makes the play away. Going to be touched out now by Space Beer. The follow-up for Void. It looks deadly. They need a close follow-up. They do not have it. Arcadia instantaneously on the attack here. They are not skipping a beat. Void again towards the target. Not Owl can't quite put this one through. Northern Kentucky, though, under a constant barrage of fire up until the 4:18 mark.
Yeah, but now they'll be able to get a reprieve, and even then, once they just stretch their legs, get up on the offense, they're sent right on back with a demo from Space Beer. Rickles try again. Long clear with Space Beer back again, and been able to have a nice defensive presence, Space Beer, and although they haven't found much success on offense, they have been a creator to cause a lot of tumultuous play, and now it's Rule's turn. Off the backboard, it's wide open for Pig, and even that challenge from Void, not gonna do enough. A very slow approach to goal, but one that works out.
Well, I mean, you have to admit, if this was intentional for Pig, it was a 50-50 kind of play, you know, and I don't want to say it was smart or dumb because, in all honesty, you know that Void is coming. You know if you make quick contact with that ball, they could pre-jump you as Void did, and they'll make that save, or they could expect you to go slow, try and make that fake play, and then make the play, of course, that just gets that ball away in that instance. So really, kind of a coin flip at that point. This doesn't look like so much of a coin flip. Pig actually going to run away, but they still score. Rule in the 1v1. I thought it was going to be a lead blocker kind of situation, but they make the play all alone.
How does this work out? Pig goes for a deflection, and it goes straight down into Rule. If that was communicated, this is the best team I've ever seen, because that perfectly worked out for Rule to be able to touch an open space, and that's why it's important to work on solo plays, no matter who is in front of net. If it's a 1v1 and the defender's waiting for you, that has to be a flick on and past.
Well, works out one way or the other. Not Owl. Ooh, I like this double tap. They don't have the angle, but Void there for the follow-up, and even the bump idea there. Okay, you don't got the double tap. 2 players commit on the back end. You're still there for the demo. I mean, that is true player value.
And now you got a feel for the side of Northern Kentucky. They actually did everything right there. The double tap coming through. 2 players run up, and I think actually both of them playing the read, and then no read comes through. So in a way, might have worked out better for Arcadia had that actually not gone through touch, because at least then it takes 2 players out of the equation, and they're able to put it in on the open net for the follow. Not Owl trying to mend for that miss and try to put some respect back on his name with their mechanics. They've been a player that have been involved in a lot of close control plays, a lot of air dribbles, and a lot of intricate buildups, but there's nothing intricate about this. That is just sheer force of will, putting that one in the danger area and tucking it away when it pops out.
That's precisely what I was going to say. Again, that's just a massive touch out in the center for Rule, but unfortunately a very easy to read massive touch out in the center from Rule. And I mean, of course, dispossessing yourself like that when you have no coverage of the net or the midfield is basically a death sentence as long as there's somebody there. Speaking of Void with it. Oh, what? Void off the backboard. Space Beer with no contact. And now 1v1 back down the other way. Rickles. Oh, the backflip. I am not sure if that one was intentional. But still a very volatile play on both ends. Quickly snuffed out in just as much time.
Boy, I like that from Rule. They don't have a read on the ball, so they'll just really shorthand the defense. Not Owl. Gonna get dunked, though. Be on more than enough people. Nice outlet pass. Now it's Not Owl and Rule trying to battle out in the middle. How about the middle of the goal? It's straight down. I believe that could have even been in if Rickles had not interfered. We'll try to combine with Pig for the clear. This is going end to end, and to be honest, it says something a lot about the respect they have for the other teams. They're not rushing these plays in the midfield as much anymore. They're willing to absorb the pressure, turtle up on the goal line, and take that defense rather than miss out on these midfield touches.
Well, it almost feels like there's a degree of experience almost. All right, you talking about respect. That was pretty good. Two players both going for the dunk on each other, and not out. What an angle! Receiving from Space Beer right down into the lower corner for number 3. That's beautiful.
Yeah, taking some risks here, putting some English on it, it feels like also now. That felt like it was destined to be a post, but in fact, it's going to roll straight on in using the lips. Thank you, Psyonix, for being able to design that circular post on the far end so it can actually roll straight through, but otherwise, going to have to see a different approach here from NKU. It seems like Not Owl truly has woken up for the side of Arcadia. They are the front man. They're the one I feel like a lot of the action is flowing through, and right now, if I'm them, I'm going to keep feeding them.
Absolutely. NKU right now 100 seconds away from being on match point against Sears. Only 3 consecutive, the Spaceman sweep, as we know and love. But they are still fighting here. Pool out of the corner does force Not Owl up for this one. I like that idea there from Rickles. But it's very dependent on the opponent going for something. This one's going to be free, though. Nice demo in the net. And the sustained pressure will be just enough for the tying goal.
And Rickles coming in from the blind side. I don't think Not Owl was looking at them at all. I can't blame him. The ball was already in a weird position, and now it's in the worst position, right down the middle. And these goals, they're not fancy from NKU. It's just making sure that they can clear that path through. And as long as you're going to have a stationary player on that back line, okay, there's going to be some nice, easy stationary targets for them back to a tie game. And yet again, it's going to have to come down to something brilliant to separate these two teams. And I got to say, congrats, seating committee. You guys are really nailing it right now.
Well, of course, there is still some time left, perhaps. Arcadia is able to bring this back. Nice 50-50 there. Rule actually sacrificing himself for Pig's sake, I believe, on that one. Whether they wanted to or not. Able to get back in the center. Oh, this looks like a good play in the making. Rickles back over to Rule. No, the fake, maybe. Are trying to go for a high pop. I don't know which. They'll be forced now back towards the midfield. Rule, no stall on this one. Pop back a little bit towards the mid of the orange side. Oh, that's a huge miscommunication between Pig and I believe Rule in the midfield. They will still gain control of this ball, but not nearly as high velocity as they would have liked. It's still in the play. Rickles towards the nobody is home. That's number 4 for Kentucky. They've got the lead.
That was so much faith shown by Space Beer. This challenge from Not Owl goes up. Look at Space Beer turn upfield on the left side of your screen, and that is what leaves the goal wide open. They believed in the counterattack, but what they really should have been predicting was the deflection straight on down. Rickles with another goal. Everyone from NKU on the scoreboard. And I think more important than that 4th one, that's the lead. That is their ticket back into a tie series. Now it's just about closing it out.
That was a phenomenally aggressive play from Space Beer on that last one. It lost their team. The potential for OT. Oh, they're looking for something. They had a good look at that. The triple demo. Pig and Rule combining. An absolute destructive force on the field in Northern Kentucky. Oh, no, Space Beer. No, they had a shot at it. It looks so free, but they can't make it happen. And Taco, I'm not going to call that a critical mistake. Nor would I necessarily call the last one a critical mistake. Obviously, it sucks that they forfeited the game-losing goal, and it sucks they couldn't find that one out of the corner. I don't think those necessarily count as critical, but they're going to weigh heavily, that's for sure.
It's really, I would say the demos were a massive factor, but I think to be able to sum up that game, all 3 players for Arcadia at one point were demoed off the field at the end of that game. Literally all of NKU on the rotation back were able to take out the entire... I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen a play in which every single player almost simultaneously was not actually tires on the turf. So crazy to see from NKU. I think they found their strategy to disrupt Arcadia, but it does also come down to that clutch playmaking. You had lamented that Space Beer on that last shot. It's not an easy angle, but it is still something that you have an opportunity to strike on, but it's not like they lacked 4 opportunities. They had 9 shots throughout that game. They can only tuck in 3, and it seemed like they were just going blow for blow down that path. This has to be such an exhausting series, just mentally, to be able to cope with.
Absolutely. I mean, thinking about it, it's also a Game 6 guarantee now. So for these players, the outcome of this one does not provide any certainty one way or the other. But I really just don't know what to expect out of this. I feel like for Arcadia, there was a definite lack of composure near the end of that last match. I mean, they had the lead. It was 3-2 with about 100 seconds left to go. And the end of the game is 4-3 with a couple of obvious mistakes. Void, the double tap here. They've had some good looks. None of those double touches have connected, though.
And it's one thing to be able to force that pressure, but it's also, you just have to start thinking about how much boost are you using to get that double tap, and how is that going to impact your ability to rotate back? How is that going to impact your ability to help out your teammates? It's good to have that highlight play, but if you are not able to reach it, you got to make that mature decision to bail out and make sure you just help out on the ensuing transition. But either way, harping on that one play, we should be looking at this next touch, the redirect, though. Kentucky not going to find that accuracy. They're going to have to go back to mid.
Oh, I like this. But look for double taps. That one doesn't go through. Pig denied by Not Owl as well. Good coverage on the back up there. That 50-50 looks dangerous. But the uprights will stand tall on that one. Put it away. Northern Kentucky still looking for more. They are hungry for this. They took the last game, and they're looking to take this one too. Rule just a minute in for number one.
See the chase coming through from Arcadia. Pig puts it on the backboard. They notice no one is there. Void doesn't have it. Not Owl flips forward, and ultimately they could not stop that shot from Rule. Screaming into the back of the net, 63 miles an hour. It's a quality finish off of a quality setup. Just eventually knock on that door enough and you'll be able to bust through.
Absolutely. But they might have to knock just a little bit more. I have a feeling that this is not going to be the end for Arcadia. In game 5, this is looking good for Not Owl. Pig. Oh, no boost! But they do have the backup from Rule. Just a little bit more there from Not Owl. Would have been enough to put it away, and that clearance not nearly good enough. Space Spear will take credit, but this is just a pure giveaway in the mid.
I like this touch from Space Spear to make sure it goes in past the goalie, but my goodness, if that gets saved, then Arcadia is going to be having a rough time on the mental. Fortunately, that one is going to be off the crossbar and very much in, so no harm, no foul, but at the end of the day, that is just staying relevant in the play. A lot of 50s in front of net, and Kentucky, even though they're panicking, they get those clears off, but straight down the middle, you can't be putting it back in the blender like that.
Ooh, this nice little touch there by Rickles, gonna force Not Owl up for it. Arcadia now transition downfield out of the corner, looking for a bit of an aggressive bump on that one. Will see Space Spear beaten as well, and now they're down a man. Did look complicated there for a second. Fortunately, Not Owl there with the composure, the conviction. They'll need a little bit more, though. Rickles way up high over Space Spear, and Not Owl yet again here for a bit of the hero play on the defensive side. Of course, it seems like the natural response for anybody who's in that situation. Rule and Big trying for a weird connection here on the 1-2-1. Will be sent away. Oh, Not Owl, no contact on that one. Apparently, they exhausted their reservoir of defensive plays here, and now Arcadia in a bit more of a difficult spot.
We're getting halftime. We're still looking at that 1-1 scoreline, but ultimately it's come on the backs of Arcadia, keeping themselves clear. Certainly close shaves at times from the side of Northern Kentucky, getting closer and closer to their net. And I would say, honestly, some more restraint coming out of Northern Kentucky. I know they've been aggressive as heck and been chasing down these plays and demos, but you can almost see them adjust to this. This is not as fragile of an Arcadia as before, so making sure that they take care of their back line on these transitions is a crucial adjustment. I like the maturation of play, but it is throwing them a bit off because it is not their game, and that is not a touch you want. Space Spear, open shot, and they'll nail it.
Oh, well, I was just about to say, I would like to have seen Void force that one, but it seems that Pig made that play of their own volition, and Space Spear was there to punish. I mean, that just frees up Void to go for that back line. I want to say that was a little bit of a defensive misplay, but a good capitalization one way or the other there for Arcadia. And hopefully for Space Spear's sake, that gets them back on their feet if ever they were knocked down after those couple of misplays to end out game number 4. They're looking for more on this one. They cannot quite find it. Double tap, though. A second opportunity for contact made. Although Arcadia not able to capitalize on it just yet, they'll be perfectly content to play with this 1-goal lead all the way out until the death of game 5. It does seem like a while away at this point in time.
We will see Void actually get a nice air dribble, but for more than that, Space Spear, another lob forward. Rickles will just send that one as deep as possible and even get the catch to go. Look at this close possession. It's forcing Void to have to slow down. So will Rickles. So Space Spear taking over. Now a quick exchange of possession in the midfield as both teams exchanging this ball as each other. These longer clears, really not even for anything else other than just to break out of the monotony of that midfield play. Not going to pay any dividends, though. Northern Kentucky still searching for that goal. 50s might be coming in, but not getting anything in the middle.
That might be true. Still, though, Rickles, I like the idea. There's a lot of forces being made here on the Arcadia end. They need to win out of one of these neutral engagements and fast, otherwise they're going to find themselves in a very bad spot. Finally, Boyd will find some clearance, but it's only as far as Rickles. Loads of options with this one off the ceiling for the double tap on themselves. The waterfall just a little bit too difficult here for Rule to play with. And now Boyd will find an ultimate clearance here. A little bit of pressure now relieved off the back of the Arcadia defense. Nice 50-50 at Demolition, though, will complement it perfectly. They finally find enough space and time to work with the pass down to Not Owl. Will be deflected away, but you can see the pressure being applied to Northern Kentucky. 2 players up for that last one, and now in defense, they have to go the whole length of the field and not much boost to work with.
Oh, and of course, this is so important for Arcadia. This is going to be able to put them into match point if they're able, or series point rather, if they're able to take this game down. So it's all on them defending in the final 5 seconds. That is going to be interesting because Rickles has the touch. It's a tough angle for Rule. They're not going to get it. Maybe one more chance for Pig to be able to work with. It's a nice setup. It's a nice flip reset. Even better challenge. It's still a sitter in Space Spear with the composure to just let that die inches from the goal line. That's going to be Arcadia moving on to series point.
Permafrost there in the veins for the defense on Arcadia's side. I don't even know what to say about that, in all honesty. I don't know how people can keep their cool like that. I mean, you put a regular ranked 3v3 Q team in that position, and it is just going to be everybody absolute pandemonium. Panic galore on the back line. Everybody is jumping for that ball as soon as that flip reset is made. No communications are happening at that point. I can guarantee you that. Not on the Arcadia defense. Only one player making the challenge. They knew who was going to be the secondary. They knew who was going to be the tertiary. Just ice. There's not much more I could say about it. They punish on one bad play. They're able to hold out until the very end, and they have match point secured.
And I really do like that play because even though that ball did actually go underneath the defender, I do like the immediate challenge. So often I see players in that situation say, okay, well, it's too late. They already have the air dribble. I might as well try to play reactionary. And then they get torched to it. And sometimes half the reason that those air dribble plays going into a flip reset are successful is because the player knows they have all the time in the world to line it up. So I'm always a fan. Even if the first man is not going to get the definitive save, you're forcing action out of that first player. And I know this is like so much analysis for really just the last play, but it's crucial because that goal would have robbed them of that victory. And it's plays like that from Northern Kentucky, those thin margins that they have lived and now died by so often in this series. They have to pull 2 games straight to be able to take this series.
Yeah, and you mentioned they've lived and died. Of course, they're not quite done just yet, but the Grim Reaper is knocking at the door if they can't manage to bring this one back. And again, they do still have the lower bracket run to look forward to if they do fall here, but it's not a prospect they want to deal with, and you can tell with that offense. They touch it away, Space Spear. Or a follow-up on this one off the backboard. Not Owl just a little bit too close. Moving back to the midfield, at least temporarily. Already 25 seconds gone. This is how fast a Rocket League game can go by if you're not careful. This pitch not really going to have too much velocity, and we return to a neutral game. This is exactly where we want to be, especially after the chaos of Game 1 tackle. Although a huge miss on that one, and Owl is immediately there for the punish.
So much faith by Not Owl. They don't even know if Rickles have this read. To be honest, I'd have assuming that Space Spear says, I'm going to go for a bump. How about you just go for it and then trust the third man to be able to hold things down? But that patience, that prediction, honestly, that bravery is going to pay off because Not Owl had an open net to shoot at, and as you've seen so often throughout this series, they're going to nail it.
Arcadia trying to battle for that. Oh, they are truly battling. What in the world is this? Not Owl just picks it up near the midfield here from that touch from Rule. The dunk isn't there. Pig isn't ready for the secondary touch. I gotta wonder, Taco, is Northern Kentucky falling apart just a little bit here on the defense?
I would say it's one thing to fall apart, but this is also just better finishing from the side of Arcadia. One thing I was a bit nervous about when watching them play through in the previous games, that it was almost felt like it was overcomplicating things. They were trying to go super high, they were trying to go for these air dribble bumps, trying to send 2 players, and now it's just fundamentals. They're just throwing the ball at target, they're going up for the clean reads, and they're hitting them home when they need to. So in Northern Kentucky, I'm certainly making sure that clears are a bit cleaner. You don't want to put it down the middle because You already see what Arcadia can do with it. Speaking of, that's right down the middle. Pig tried the outlet pass, but unfortunately it was straight at Rule. They cannot run into that one. And then on the counter attack, it's gonna be Space Spear. Just out of nowhere, Arcadia is on fire.
I didn't even consider this to be an angle for a Space Spear with the challenger being on that ball. I figured it was going to be a 50-50 at best, but Space Spear finds the early contact point and finds the angle along with it. You could not ask for a better shot there. Pig already going for the boost. They are pulling out all the stops on Northern Kentucky at this point. If they do end up winning this, oh my God, the
way!
pitch! Oh my God, Pig, he really did it! That's #1 for Kentucky.
If you need a goal to galvanize your team, to motivate them, how about this clip of the day by far by Pig? Flawlessly done, and that's going to be at least one back. We're 90 seconds in, so if people are starting to rule out Northern Kentucky, then you are a bit premature on that.
Even the opposition giving compliments in the chat for that shot, although they're going to get it back. Not Owl for the hat trick, accompanied by the demo. 3:19 to go. There's still an odd shot here, but that's one way to kill the momentum.
As said, it's far from done, and you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but of course then kickoff rears its head. 2 demos clearing out Northern Kentucky, and when you're on a one-on-one turning into a 1v none, you know the end result of that one. Going to be one more on the tally. Space Spear, maybe trying to make it 5. Look at them just following that ball. There are no cares in the world. They're just going to pressure for pressure's sake.
I mean, at this point, we talked about how the chaos did end up going in Arcadia's favor. It's not impossible that they just try a little bit of a ball chasing strategy at this point. You know, of course, a little bit of the taboo word here in the Rocket League world. But it's not impossible they just go for that. You can see Space Spear with the early challenge against Rule. No corner given. Even the backflip here, maybe a fake against Rickles, will be backed up, if you can call it that, by Void. Just before halftime, Arcadia is just throwing themselves at everything, and it's being impactful. It is taking possession away here from Northern Kentucky.
There's just no mercy in this dojo. The moment you'd think, this is the example of why it could work out playing this aggressive on the ball, pre-jumping these reads on the sidewall, because the other team is thinking, no way anyone's going to pressure me, and then suddenly you have a car clattering right through the ball and you and winning a 50. It's something Northern Kentucky is normally the team that I think is the one that likes to play this role. Honestly, this taste their own medicine must be going down fairly bitter for them. They normally are demoing all of Arcadia earlier on in the series. They're the ones chasing the ball down, and meanwhile, it's Arcadia running the show, getting all the shots. NKU has only 1 shot 3 minutes into this.
I think he really hit the nail on the head as well. Just being entirely disrespectful has caught Northern Kentucky completely off guard. This went off the backboard. Space Spear almost with an angle on that one. Somehow generating something of a shot opportunity. This instant challenge by Not Owl without a care for what the defense could possibly do with that ball. They know that if they just reduce the options to 0 immediately, as long as they have backers, their secondary, their tertiary, their backline subsequently will be safe for the most part. Space Spear, an interesting play. No counterattack potential here for Northern Kentucky. They had people on the backline, but they were playing so carefully. They wanted to evaluate all the raw option potential for Arcadia. They'll finally have a chance downfield here. There's got to be something, and they will find it. Rickles puts it away. A demolition to accompany. 2-4. There's still a chance.
If you're playing that crazed, eventually you're going to have a little bit of double commit. 2 stationary players, more or less, in the corner for Arcadia, and that's a goal I was thinking to myself, has to be in, and Rickles will be able to deliver. They've been very consistent throughout the series, but how about productive? You need 2 in about 70 seconds to be able to extend this series, and maybe here could be 1. Rule, that's off the corner. It's beautifully set up for Pig. It's an open net, but Rickles does not have a clean angle. Space Spear with a save. Rickles with 1 more keep in. How about another try from Rule? Off of the bar and out. Pig with another roll. Rule with some possession, but you gotta wonder, if those first 2 go in, how does this series slide? It's gonna be a clear instead, and Arcadia can breathe a sigh of relief.
I feel like at this point, if you're NKU, you cannot afford to give away possession. This is a wonderful demo. Not Owl. Oh, the change-up from Rule. What a play here, predicting the pre-jump, and NKU are right back in this.
I was about to lament this touch here. It's such an easy clear from Owl, but to be honest, I didn't realize they were that far away. Rule still has so much to do, and as you mentioned, the change-up, the patience, the presence of mind to lean back and let it roll on in instead of trying to win through a 50. It's all on the table now. Just as the series began, it's going to end potentially with a neck-and-neck affair. Rule, no contact. Pig looking for something. Rickles will keep it interesting with the slow play. Pig, immediate turn. I think they have that win. Rule does not have that read, though. Space Spear with a clear. It's off the post. They don't have the read. That is going to be a prayer for NKU, but it's so hard to march. They have 10 seconds to get down the field.
Oh my goodness, though. Space Spear the stop, but it only goes so far as Pig. They got no more boost left to take a double commit here, but Rickles, some contact on that one. That's certainly not going to help. Not Owl with control, setting down, not quite. Oh, and Space Spear pitches it back down their own way. Pig trying, but they cannot make it. And oh my god, what an adventure. What a roller coaster. But Arcadia will walk away with the win. Taco, I have to commend Northern Kentucky in just about every facet of this game. They had responses prepared for just about everything. I think the only problem I had with their gameplay was how slow they were to match up to the play that we saw from Arcadia here in this last game. I don't want to call it ball chasing because, again, it was so impactful, but they instantly, almost, it feels like, as soon as they realized, like, hey, these guys are just diving at everything. They started to play that smart game. They started to play the slow balls. They started to abuse the fact that their opponents were going so early and everything, and they made it work.
Yeah, and I think I really do like how both teams were very consistently in it. That last game, 13 shots inside of Arcadia, only 5 from NKU, but they made them count. They had 3 goals, 1 away from tying things up, and it's good. It's been a while since just casting a game is making my heart beat. I can almost feel it accelerating. It's still calming down in the aftermath because it really felt like that could be tied up. That very well could be a game that we see go to overtime, but Arcadia does have the ice and they have that quality, and we have 2 seeds that are right next to each other, the adjacent teams in the bracket. Be able to go that close, then certainly an interesting story we have ahead for hopefully the rest of these games. But I gotta say, hats off to Arcadia. I was not convinced with the play style in the beginning, but they really cleaned it up down the stretch.
Yeah, well, I mean, you talked about ice in the veins for Arcadia. I think might have to have a talk with Space Spear about that potential. I mean, they launched that downfield, and I was ready. I was just like, oh, no, that's the end of the series. Wait, he missed? What? Timeout. I literally had to, like, look back at my screen to make sure I wasn't missing something. Like, maybe they were low on boost or something to that effect. But that was a completely open net for all intents and purposes. They could have won the game right then and there, and they kind of choked it. So maybe a little bit of luck that NKU didn't come back from that one, but hopefully for Arcadia, you know, make some repairs on that front, if you ask me. I feel like that might be the most important thing to look at. Of course, though, as you said, it was an amazing adaptation for them. I mean, to have the capacity to play that kind of monkey style of Rocket League, where you just kind of dive at everything and catch your opponents off guard, realistically. I think that is the one major boon of that play. It's almost reminiscent of what we see out of Vatira. Sometimes they just go at the ball, and it works.
Well, sometimes there's a lot to be said about respecting your opponent. Obviously, if you know a player is incredibly dangerous, you don't just want to ego challenge every single time they jump up. However, if you do see a play develop, or you have a fairly good inkling of what's going to go down, then yeah, just send it at it. And if you have everyone committing that play style, and the other team is trying to play methodically and let's build this up and calculate the angles we need to do, oftentimes you're going to catch them by surprise because there's not necessarily the analysis paralysis that some teams get into, but it's just strange to never have time on the ball. So even though there is ball chasing, there has been commentators in the scene. I think Johnny Boy is a huge fan of actually, if your rotation is fine in the back and one player just wants to ball chase to force the defense to just try to do something with it and keep them off guard, then go for it. I think there's some credence to that play style, and it's nice to see Arcadia, in a way, implementing that in a fantastic way to be able to keep pressure and really throw NKU off their balance.
And I believe we do have an interview ready here, Taco, and I am excited for this one because we get to talk to this person a little bit. They might not be so happy with the questions I have to ask, but Space Beer coming on to the stream. And now, welcome, my good sir. How are you feeling after that one? Maybe a little bit closer at the end than maybe you expected.
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic.
All right, well, I mean, you know, I'm going to lead right out with it. If you're feeling so fantastic, then tell me about that that last bomb downfield you had. What exactly happened on that one?
On the last second? On the last second when I pinched it back towards my net? I said...
Well, I mean, that too, but I'm talking about, like, you had like 17 seconds left. You bombed it downfield all the way into the opposing half, and it looked like it was free. I was ready to call the game right there, and then I looked back, and it went wide. Like, what's going on? What's going on there? Did I miss something?
I locked into the mindset that I'm going to keep going for the ball. And, you know, I only have a certain stamina meter where I can make good touches on the ball. Once that runs out,
Oh,
they all are terrible. That's probably where I was at that point.
you know, I almost feel like I can relate to that, Taco.
Yeah, I could vibe with that as you get older. Some things happen, but at the end of the day, you're in your prime, and apparently so is the side of Arcadia. I think I really need to get inside the mindset of knowing this series was really back and forth. How are you guys reacting to game number 1? Because that was probably the weirdest game I've watched in a while. There was just constant lead swings. There was just goals flying in every which way. How do you guys calm down after that? Are you just laughing it off, or are you just trying to refocus and be more serious in games 2, 3?
That whole first game was just knocking off the nerves. We were stressing. It's been a while since we've played in something that matters as much as this. And then after that, our coach said, go for the ball, turn your brain off, and we just had fun from there.
Sorry, that is like the last thing I expected to hear, to be honest, because to me, it looked like the inverse happened, right? Taco, I don't know if you're on board with me on this one, but it looked like the first game was you turning your brain off and just going for the ball, and then the second game was like, oh, okay, we actually have to like play the game now. So clearly I was missing something. But I mean, to that point though, take us back to game number 6 then, where you guys did take that dub. Of course, it did become a little bit more, obviously, turn the brain off, right? Northern Kentucky's response was actually quite emphatic. Did you guys have any questions about that? Like, as soon as they got that third goal, I mean, we were over here getting hyped as heck. Did you guys have any doubts at that point?
No doubts. We just kept the mindset up that we were just going to keep going for the ball. Over and over and over again. We just were going to try and make each other laugh, keep as hype as possible, yell at each other, just keep going for the ball.
And I do like that strategy, particularly because, I mean, you mentioned turn your brain off, and maybe that's just the way you play. It's when you're most confident. Obviously, there is a idea in the Rocket League space, especially in the pro scene with Rizzo popularizing it. If you just have fun, sometimes that can be like a nice way to do it. But in a high stakes situation, you said, there were nerves because the stakes were very much in your mind. In that game 6, Squid and I were almost amazed by how little, I guess, respect you were paying to some of the reads, because NQ is a very quick team. They're very mechanical, and just watching you pre-jump passes or just send 3 players up on offense on every attack, like, that really took them by surprise. Was that planned, or were you guys just saying, hey, let's just try this out and see how it works? And apparently it did.
We play our best when all 3 of us have our brains completely off and we just go for the ball. I can't explain it myself. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm a coach. I would never want my players to do that. But for us, that's where we get locked in. It just seems to work.
Well, I can't help but feel like you're lying to the cam, just so that way people can't come back for the interview and study it.
Squid, come on. Just, this is not the etiquette we want. We can't just point and say liar.
Nah, that's cap. I'm just gonna come right out and say it, cap. But in any case, in all reality, I do want to get your thoughts, though. Of course, I'm gonna ask everybody this tonight. Thoughts of moving now on to the round of 16. Not quite there to the quarterfinals, but of course you got a long road ahead of you, and you did have a lot of strong points tonight. You feeling confident moving forward?
I'm feeling extremely confident. I want to make it to Northwood, and I want to beat Buddy. I want to beat Buddy very badly.
I think join the queue. Taco, any final remarks here?
No, honestly, it was a pleasure to watch you guys. We've seen you in previous semesters, and it feels like there's always been something slightly off in some of the series. We've seen you take losses on streams. We've seen you take wins, but I think the iteration that I'm watching right now, it's fascinating to see. I've never seen a team commit to that playstyle, and I love how you guys say, not only was that not just us playing whatever, we're not even calming, just listen to music. No, it's like, that's the focus strategy. And I really want to see what kind of that curveball can do. So I just wish you the best of luck with the bracket. And I suppose I'll just ask you if you have any shout outs before we let you, I don't know, go and enjoy yourself for the rest of the evening.
Just shout out my moms, my dad, because I know they're watching. That's it. Nobody else.
Wow.
Okay.
It's short and sweet. Gotta take care of the parents. Space Beer, thank you so much for sitting down with us, and have a good rest of your evening.
You too, thank you.
Well, Taco, the man talked about his teammates and having fun, and he talked about how his coach was giving him advice and that it helped, and yet during the shoutouts, it's just his mom and dad, and he explicitly says nobody else, by the way.
I don't want to shout. Maybe that's the strategy though.
Just
Like,
kinda
yeah,
doing-
we
can't
can
do a-
we can monkey, we can do all that stuff, but at the end of the day, we got to make sure everything is tight and they don't get too big of an ego. So maybe that's a smart move. Just that's super galaxy brain. And honestly, I really do appreciate that mentality. It brings some spice in, just like Gunner Optics, because of course we got to shout out the lovely sponsors that help make these broadcasts possible. Because Gunner Optics, for example, is the pioneer of blue light glasses and also the #1 name in gaming in that capacity. Gunner's been helping gamers perform better while protecting their eyes for over 15 years, and the glasses offer improved performance and protection for all types of eyes. So you have adult gaming glasses, computer glasses just for casual work. Gunner Youth even offers a gaming and computer glasses for teens and kids aged 8 through 12 or 4 through 8 even. It's the Gunner difference, because in addition to blocking blue light, Gunners are also able to help out that digital eye strain, which of course, Squid, can impact a lot of people, gamers and just casual computer users alike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple equation, right? You know, staring at a digital device too long causes headaches, dry eyes, blurred vision. I think I can attest to all of these presently because I have been basically staring unblinkingly at my screen for the entirety of the last series here, Taco. But it's pretty basic stuff, right? And of course, as you actually, I feel like I'm almost still in your bit here, but as a guy who has done multiple studies on the effects of blue light and your sleep patterns, it is scientifically proven to disrupt your sleep patterns. So it really is just the facts, and of course that is why the Gunner difference is so important, because it can help you not only improve your health overall, but it can help you perform better when it comes to, I just guess, getting your sleep, which I gotta be honest, I could definitely use.
I think everyone could use it. At the end of the day, it's one of those things that gamers feel like you can power through with an energy drink, but of course, making sure you don't have that digital eye strain, any of those migraines and headaches from staring at a screen too long, and of course, making sure your circadian rhythm is nice and regulated. That is what blue light will suppress, that melatonin that helps you fall asleep and stay asleep. So of course, if you want to get all that, make sure you pick up some Gunner Optics glasses today, making sure that you keep yourself healthy as you're gaming or just working throughout the day. So thank you so much to Gunner for making sure that the NACE Starleague can be continued to chug just like this stream right here, because we're 2 series down here in this round of 32, and we're just going to keep on going, Squid.
Now we're going to take a short break while we get the next match set up, but y'all won't want to miss it again. It'll be one more round of 32 coming up next here on NACE Sports. All right. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Once again, it's me, Squid, and the Danger Taco here for NACE Starleague. Let's get straight to the point because we don't want to wait too long for this one. We got Shenandoah and we got University of New Haven. Taco, we saw University of New Haven a couple of times so far on the broadcast this season. I gotta say, we were fairly impressed. March C in particular was one that we were keeping our eye on, but that's not, of course, to take anything away from Sierra and Windsey as a unit. They were working pretty well. And I believe we've seen Shenandoah at least once or twice before, and they have proven themselves a couple of times. You can see they're coming in as the top seed in this matchup at number 13. Yeah,
and the interesting thing about Shenandoah is they have one player in particular that has a lot of lore from their original part of the country. They're actually coming from, was lucky enough to broadcast in a tournament in which there was a high school championship in Pennsylvania. And the team that perennially is the victor or gets very far in is an academy team, private school. And they were saying, yeah, this team lost like their best player, just by far probably one of the best players in the entire state. And that is Jonathan. So they are now at Shenandoah University. And I'd have to think that is the player that I'm looking out for. If they're leading the charge, then it's going to be a very tough night for New Haven. But with the best of 7, and honestly, with all the things that we've seen today, we've seen a very quick series, we've seen a very drawn-out series now. I just don't know what to expect, Squid, but I know I'm here for it.
Yeah, same here. And, of course, we do have one more match coming up after that one as well. I believe we have just about everyone ready to go here, Taco. Unfortunately, you and I are actually having some difficulties getting in here, but I think that we may still be able to get the players in and moving before too long here, and then hopefully things can be fine and dandy. We want to get this one underway pretty much ASAP, so as to give the players, you know, little downtime. We joked a little bit about the players warming up in the last one, but it is a very legitimate part of many players to try and stay warm, of course. That is quite important in Rocket League. We talk about the mental game too, but you know, keeping your hands moving can be pretty vital.
Yeah, and being able to stay warm is really important, especially because NACE is actually very interesting in that a big complaint a lot of people have about these long brackets is that, God, we have to play like 5, 6, 7, 8 games in a row. Like, at the end of the day, you're just burnt out. You're not going to play your best, but that's fine. You don't have that excuse here with NACE because you just play a round or two, and then you're able to retreat and then play a little bit later on in the day, which is, I would say, crucial because then you're always getting out your best, and then really eliminates that a little excuse that maybe in the back of your mind saying, well, I was a little tired. I didn't eat that big of a dinner. No, you got to bring your A game, and I think that's exactly what I'm hoping for out of these games. So at the very least, if we are going into this match with some more wider seeds with the 20th and the 13th, now it's really just down to the teams that can consistently be able to show up in these games. Because I think we've seen pretty much every single game so far in the series that there's been a game or two where things start to slip up.
Yeah, well, I mean, what would a series be though, if not for that? You know, we don't want to come in here and watch a team just dominate the other one with complete indiscretion. Essentially, we want to see the teams have to make a couple of changes. It looks like we do have the teams just about ready. We've been given the 2 seconds instruction from Shenandoah, it seems. So I'll count us up. Ready? 1, 2. Didn't seem to work.
And they forfeit.
Dang.
Wow. All right. Well, GG's.
GG's
good job to everyone
Amazing.
on New Haven. Yeah, those are the rules. I mean, we don't make them. We just abide by them. It's, I would say, a pretty brutal. But Yudimaz, I'm down for it. And we just move on to the next series, I think.
Harsh but fair.
Yes, exactly.
Except for minus the fair part. It's just.
They had their warning. They had 2 seconds.
They had their chance.
Oh, turns out. No, hold on, Squid. Turns out admin are actually overruling it. We will actually be playing this best of 7 out. So it seems like everyone is on the field and we can get game number 1 underway between New Haven and Shenandoah. Honestly, it's good. Let's get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Shenandoah going to be over there on the orange side. New Haven in the blue once again. Shenandoah coming into this one as the higher seed. Of course, Jonathan to lead the way already off the back wall here. I was hoping might have been a nice little cheeky shot angle. We push back initially here. DFH has been quite a fickle mistress so far tonight, Taco. What do we have in store for ourselves in this game one?
As for right now, decent amount of 50s. Jonathan now into Martzi, and red was certainly being interfered with by Sierra, not to a critical mass. They're still able to get these saves, and despite this University of New Haven squad taking laps around the field, it is not going directly in. Jonathan, that is not a touch you want to see, or rather, the lack of it. It's Windsey on the wide open net.
And of course, an additional little bump is going to get the job done. You talk about a lack of a touch. really get much worse than that. And like I said, the physical play coming in just as a little bit of extra encouragement. Only 40 seconds gone though, so nothing set in stone here, well and truly. We haven't seen an upset just yet tonight. We may have gone a little bit close to the last one. I wonder if this will hold the same. Marcy, okay, all right, just right past that one. Jonathan gonna be taken out though. At least there's some safety on the back end here for New Haven. They'll clear that one out to the corner.
See Red slow that down. Jonathan bumped out of the way. And to be honest, respect to Jonathan going, I would say, off meta, but you know, the Batmobile hasn't been seeing the light of day for too long lately, and it's nice to see someone bringing back the classic and using it fairly well so far. That's a nice critical save there, and now they can maybe show it off on the counterattack. Pops just slaps that at Jonathan, unfortunately. Not able to get the cleanest counter, but it's still going to work its way into the corner and onto the near post. Off of that post, and then off the other one. Red just can't put it through.
All right, we got it, guys. You're cool, but please, I think scoring the ball might be in your best interest at this point. I don't know what in the world happened there, but hopefully it's the last time we see it. New Haven getting away with that one. Bit of a crime there on the back end. Jonathan trying to play something with this one. Actually gets a bit of an unorthodox dunk. That one crosses the field. We'll go instantly back here. Marcy, though, with nobody in the wing. Pops maybe looking for a read on this one. It's been a lot of long balls here so far for Shenandoah. They're looking for a good opportunity on this one. It looks good, but Jonathan denied. Two players up for that backboard coverage.
That Red now leaving to Jonathan. I like the pop idea, and Pops does not like that chance. They're just going to lay it off. More pressure in the corner. Tight angle shot. I do like that, trying to throw the defense off, but Artsy, we played a lot of video games. That reaction time is very tight, so we'll continue to bat these chances away, and we're right back to midfield. Still only one goal in. It came off a mistake, but apparently most of those have cleaned up.
Well, it seems so. Bit of a loose one here in the midfield, though. Demolitions galore. Sierra looking for this pass down over to Winsey. It's beautifully played, but also beautifully defended there. Of course, Jonathan going to be making that read just about every day of the week. Slightly too telegraphed on this one as well. Throw it to the backboard. I like the bump idea, but they don't have the follow-up. Perhaps a bit of a miscommunication, although I would respect if they just didn't want to commit on that one. Even when you're trailing, still more than 2 minutes left. Absolutely no reason to get over-aggressive here, only trailing by 1 goal at that. And Sierra, some difficulties there, almost a force by Jonathan. It will be just effective enough to hold on to some zone time. This is a nice shot out of the corner, almost a demolition, but again, there is no continuation. Shenandoah opting to play a bit of a deep third near that midfield line. And I will reiterate that I do respect it, but you're going to need to close that gap eventually.
Make sure you connect on these passes. How about this one for Pops? Martzy almost man-marking that pass as that went down the field, and now a chance to be able to go mano-a-mano with an infield pass. That is a beauty, Winsey. No trickle in this time. That is an absolute slapper to the back post.
Marcy on the pass as well. That one not going to be nearly as telegraphed as the last, and even with Jonathan having a decent position, it's not going to be nearly enough with that placement to the opposite side. 77 miles an hour to put the cherry on top. 92 seconds left to go here in game 1. And New Haven are off to a bit of a hot start so far, but they're going to need a little bit more. This is, after all, easy marathon and not a sprint. They're around to 32. I like this play from Jonathan. Down to Pops, the backflip though, and they don't get the mustard towards the target. They'll be denied yet again, just a little bit before the goal line. This one going to be just out of reach for Pops. They'll have to play this one back towards the midfield line. And yet again, possession. Oh my God! The redirect from Jonathan. I thought this was obviously going to the corner. This one catches me and the defense off guard.
2/3 of that defense just complemented that angle. Look at that contact from Jonathan from the blind side, and with the 4D chess master, that was a 4-dimensional play right there. Every single neuron in the brain had to connect on that. Nice read, but that's only one. They need another.
A miracle play, but as you mentioned, it's only good for one. Pops off the backboard. Now where's Jonathan? Not closing the gap, playing the slow ball. Okay, they bait a couple of defenders. They're looking for the waterfall, but Sierra there with the read. Off force against Marcy. The demolition is there as well, but they're sacrificing a little bit of zone control here. Winsey, I love the idea, but Red is immediately prepared with the counterplay. Still though, bit of boomer ball here in the dying moments of game 1. Just over 30 to go. Pops, no contact on that. Jonathan with a bit of a fake, opting for some boost control instead. And I do like the ideas here. The control slowly starting to shift back towards this midfield. But the 50 out of nowhere, and Sierra trying to deny any hope of returning to form here for Shenandoah.
And Jonathan, I understand what they're going for. The problem is Red thought something differently, and it's almost like both sides collided and it was completely equal mass, so it just stayed still. And Sierra almost just rolled through that one, thinking that it's a 50, but instead it's going to be potentially the insurance goal. 20 seconds remaining, and maybe Winsy trying to close this one out with a hat trick. That's a flip reset, maybe even the second, but at the very least, going to burn off some crucial seconds as we're entering the final 10 to see what appears to be a New Haven win to start the series off.
It's worth stating again, though, there was that one mistake earlier on. Perhaps not necessarily an earned goal, or more so of a forced error, but New Haven, they'll clearly take it. GG's all around, and still, the shining star of that game has to be that angle from Jonathan. I mean, I looked at that replay, and I still don't know how in the world he got that angle with that power. I was pretty dumbfounded. You talked about bringing in the off-meta Batmobile, which has only been for, you know, Kirksir and his impersonators, and, well, I guess just Toxic 2's solo queue mains. But those have been phased out. You know, they've been long dead, and Jonathan comes out here with a very good-looking play. Gotta make us think twice.
Well, I feel good because I was hyping them up before the series, and it's plays like that I'm looking for. I think it was a bit disconnected at times. There were a lot of attacks, I feel like, from Shenandoah, in which I could feel the momentum start bringing up. We could see a shot develop, and then they'd miss, or they'd retreat out. And I'm not necessarily saying that those are bad things to retreat out, but when you are building up that head of steam, you have to make sure those passes in these touches in the offensive third count. And if you don't have a good angle, at the very least, make it weird for the defense. Just flick it high, steal some boost, get a bump, take a 50 or something, but just going full speed ahead and then missing, it just completely derails all that momentum. And I think this game could have been slightly different if Shenandoah had maybe just gathered themselves a bit more on some of these attacks. And I definitely think this is not going to be the easiest series for New Haven, despite them outscoring their opponents, getting that 2-goal cushion. I think that could have been very different down the stretch. On top of the fact that it's game one, that's the warm-up game. Now we're into the real thick of it.
Yeah. Goes without saying, of course, in a best of 7, you need to maintain your performance throughout. And for New Haven, there will certainly be challenges yet to be seen. But of course, it is nice to have that one-game cushion in red. Ooh, has to get out to that one. Not too terribly challenging, but Jonathan now in a bit of a more challenging spot. Nice double tap on that one. Follow-up contact as well. We'll be able to drive this one to the midfield line immediately. And hopefully for Shenandoah's sake, they can put number 1 on the board here. No 50 win there for red. Oh, pop straight up into the sky. Winsy for the follow-up downfield. Already a little bit of action over there on that blue side, and that's, I think, precisely where Shenandoah wants to be. A nice flick here, and Sierra forced into action.
And I like that touch, not only blocking, but getting the follow-up as well. How about a third? Rolling now for Winsy. They don't have any player in the middle. Can they go for the dish on their own to go for a flip reset? And I love the confidence. Not going to work out, but you can tell New Haven, they're feeling themselves out of that game number 1.
Confidence, or maybe even a little bit of desperation on that one, but they are still threatening. I knew they didn't have any options. They do have an option here. I don't know how in the world Jonathan just happens to be in the way on that one. That could have been a wonderful read or pure fortune. This pass, though. Good idea. Wow, pre-jump from Winsy. Absolutely insane. Had that one read like a book. Jonathan again looking towards the net, and they've made some good-looking solo efforts, but realistically, they need the support from their team. You know, we talked them up. Of course, they had that amazing redirect, but even that was off the back of a team play. They need their teammates to step up. Red trying to do so here, but it's just high and maybe a little bit wide of that target. They'll be pushed away.
And being pushed away, it's Martzi into Winsy. They don't have any boost, but they'll keep it close. Now Pop's trying to do the same. Red, deep flick through. Jonathan getting bumped around in the midfield, so going to be slower on the regain. But it doesn't matter because Marcy giving it away. That was open for a temporary time. Pops another lob. Jonathan off the bar. Don't want to give them open looks. Neither with Red. It's a slow ball, but Marcy thought someone else is there, but instead it was an open invitation for goal number 1.
Marcy doing what looks to be a bit of a extended three-point turn. As you mentioned, expected maybe a bit more of a threat on that ball, but sometimes you just get a little bit of a gift. And there we see Shenandoah taking the lead, and again, it certainly hasn't been a particularly significant offense more often than not, but the quantity is sure to get the job done. Red looking at an angle here potentially, but that was a tough one from the very get-go. They still have this control. Pops looking for Jonathan. Jonathan for the back wall. A bit of interesting contact there from Marcy, but they won't be punished for it. Of course, if you're on the offensive side, how in the world are you supposed to read that one? Jonathan, though, again under control here. Almost a solo play. Does pick up a demolition, but you can see all this pressure being levied against the team in the blue. They are just having a lot of trouble finding a clearance. That demolition certainly not going to help. They were eyeing up that ball quite nicely. Now Jonathan, flip reset, an option in the mid. It goes right back to Red. Shot on target here is going to be much too slow, but still, possession continues to fall in favor of Shenandoah. They are not letting up.
Oh, that's tough. They went for the, I think, a combination maybe. They're trying to decide between a demo or a 50. They opted for really neither as there's no contact. Even on that one, I don't think that's tactical, but it almost works out. Jonathan with a 50. It's a roll to the sideline. Sierra trying to chase it down. Another giveaway or rather a dunk. Honestly, I'm going to start doubting Sierra a couple times now. They have gone through with some really crucial 50s to be able to bail out their team, but they need to do more than that. Still looking for that first goal, tying things up as Shenandoah will approach for another attack.
Looks like they might just find it. Oh, not very much power on that previous shot. 90 seconds and change left here. In game 2, for Shenandoah with the lead presently. This would be a nice way to tie things up, but New Haven, we just have not seen very much of them on the attack. I wonder what we will see if they manage to find something. They're beginning to gain a little bit more zone time. They've got to play a bit of a desperation play on this one, however. Sierra for the 50-50 will make it there. Jonathan also forced into action on that one. Martzi, a decent look upfield on this one. Will be forced out to the side. Just wonderful pinch there by Jonathan. Allows for the demolition on Winsy as well. And now it's going to be a struggle to keep this one in the zone if you're on the blue side. Winsy just has to give this one down. Martzi, a dunk. The waterfall read not quite there. That may just be the end of the offensive drive.
I feel like that play from Pops, it's so easy just to go as fast as possible, slam it into the back wall, but they know how to put it right in a dangerous area. They opt for the slow play. They'll take a 50, and so too will Red. Shenandoah University looking solid here through the midfield. A lot of nice challenges, cutting off New Haven before they can even start, but it doesn't have anything to do with fakes. Winsy nearly unlocking the defense, and you can feel New Haven getting closer and closer, but they don't have that final product. Same cannot be said about Shenandoah. Look at Pops putting it in on the open net.
7 shots in total, and while it may not be the most glorious conversion ratio, you got to admit that with only 2 shots against and you're putting up 2 saves to respond, it doesn't really matter much what you're producing on the offensive side as long as you're putting up 1 or 2 goals. And they will find their insurance here late in game 2, although that may evaporate quickly. Winsy, huge win on that ball. This one's coming straight down for Martzi. Angle is there, and Jonathan tries him. I cannot make the save. We're back within 1.
It's a nice touch there for Martzi. Still so much you have to actually be able to focus on. Not only do you have to get it from the inside to the outside of the touch, you then also have to put it fast enough and high enough to beat the defender. They do all of that despite Shenandoah getting a heck of a touch to try and save it, but that'll give them a glimmer of hope, and unless these attacks can really piece together, that's really all it is. Don't tell me that is in Pops. Too quick off the kickoff, 2-goal lead yet again.
Well, I guess, at the very least, we don't have to have false hope anymore. That second go at insurance here. 12 seconds to go. It's really seeming like long odds now. 18 for 1 is definitely doable. 12 for 2. Certainly not in the cards for New Haven. I'll give it a go, though. This one out towards the mid. That might have been a little bit risky, but Red with the follow-up contact, and that should put the game away. Might even look at a little bit of a team, but just to see if they can make it happen. And a little bit eggier at the end. Of course, tenacity is going to be important moving to a tied series situation, and you can't really say who's going to walk away with this one, although Shenandoah looked like they had a dominating possession for most of that game.
Yeah, I really do like their courage, and it's that really facet of this new meta that I think is slowly starting to develop is the ability to not only make sure you have clean rotations to cover your back, but the ability just to get boost and then say, I'm going right back in, and then just going right through the back end, trying to bump players, just trying to cause havoc. And as long as everyone's on the same page, it's not a missed rotation, it's not being kind of overly aggressive. It works out really well, and I felt like there was about a full minute, it felt like Shenandoah was just in the New Haven half, constantly harassing them. I don't think they even got a goal on that drive, but New Haven wasn't going anywhere. They were just locked down. So that is a strategy certainly they're going to have to keep focusing on, especially now that our series is level.
I feel like if Shenandoah got a little bit more effective with their executions, then this would be a pretty short affair. Of course, it still has potential to be. We're only guaranteed to get a Game 5 at this point in time. Of course, tied up here, moving towards Game 3. There's a lot of potential still, and we did anticipate that New Haven were going to have some difficulty, so it might just be a matter of making those adaptations. And like I said earlier on, it feels like their lack of offense was one of the most notable factors about this game. They only ended up with 3 shots in total, which, needless to say, is a rather low quantity.
It's not something you can really depend on. Obviously, we need to be more generative going forward. Again, I think it's just that they don't have an answer for that pressure right now. Shenandoah is really bringing it out. I think game number 1, New Haven is looking clean. Now that you've seen that answer back, you've seen all of the slaps go back and forth, and now everyone's frustrated, everyone's fine, and now they've been able to gather themselves and say, okay, let's get down to the people's business. We got to make sure that we bring this home for everyone chat, everyone back there at home, and right now it's going to have to come down to just sheer execution, and to be honest, relying on those mechanics. We know how New Haven loves to take to the air.
That much is true. And Jonathan, we also know how much they like to score, and 11 seconds in, a nice takeaway followed by a read off the ceiling will produce goal number 1.
In order to thread the needle, so to speak, on these pressures. Look at that. Jonathan gets a dunk and then no hesitation, just immediately jumps forward, knowing that they don't need it to be pretty. They just need to get it past that first player. And we're 11 seconds in, Jonathan just cracked 100 points. They're off to a banger start.
See if they can follow that performance, though. Of course, massive commendations were due prior to the start of the match. Taco, you were providing some decent praise at the outset, and I think it was merited, of course. We didn't really see too much of them in Game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more prevalent, but of course, as I mentioned earlier, I think the team play is going to be an important facet for Shenandoah. We'll see what they can do as they move forward here. 40 seconds now gone. Jonathan looking for an angle on this one. Marcy does have the coverage. But again, for New Haven, the last place we want to see them is locked in the defensive half. The vice grip will begin to close rather rapidly. Jonathan, another shot here to the goal side. Winsy's got it.
Every single time Jonathan hits the ball, it is something that all of New Haven needs to get 100% of their attention to, and getting some nice, honestly, pre-flip saves to be able to keep it out. So good job on them. But how about that offense? Jonathan can do it on both sides. Good save, and it's going to deprive New Haven of their first attack. Now, Shenandoah with a counter. Jonathan, a slow play. Not going to work out. The back pass, I would say risky, but Marcy, no contact. Pops, though, on the counter attack. Meanwhile, able to do it from a tough angle. What a read.
Absolute slam into the close side as well, 67, which just about satisfies our requirements for what we would call a banger in the business. Well played there. And as you mentioned, the placement, no cakewalk either. 3 minutes 43 on the clock here, and it looks like Shenandoah, like I mentioned, the vice clamp, beginning to close down all that little bit more. Demolition here on the lead player. Sierra's got to have an amazing read on this one to make it playable, but Jonathan just so easily waiting at that front post and shuts down that offensive drive almost immediately.
It's plays like that, being able to cut off these awkward touches, because if the other team is taking it to the backboard, going for a double tap, you can meet them on the backboard, or you can just make sure that that angle is going to be disadvantageous if they're hitting in the middle. It's exactly what Shenandoah is doing, and again, it's done on both sides of the ball, always looking for each other. Very creative plays on the build-up, and right now they all will continue to accelerate around their field, but this time their boost has been stolen. Marcy's going to have to make do with very little.
We like that idea for the force, though. It allows Winsy opportunity to get in on the play. This one towards the ceiling, though. Jonathan, oh, that's a good look. Marcy definitely gonna have to make a play on that one. I don't believe there was the boost in the tank for the player in the air, but you don't ever want to take that risk if you don't have to. As we approach halftime, New Haven still looking for a meaningful save on the offensive side, trying to set up shop. They will finally find a bit of a demolition, maybe one more for the road. But they still don't have the ball, and of course, having only one part of that equation generally doesn't work out if you're really trying to focus on physical plays. This time, though, it will. And Jonathan taken completely out of that defensive play. Winsy for number 1.
I was nervous on the flick, but apparently target locked for Sierra. Jonathan said no chance on this. They even jumped at a decent point, though. Not going to be able to avoid that bumper. And that physical play on the counterattack opening up because Shenandoah maybe throwing too many people forward, and it's going to leave a tiny gap, but a gap enough, and it's going to be at least some faith here that New Haven can bring it all the way back, and shots like that are not going to help. And nearly tuck it in, though, all the way to the last defender. Pops being deprived. They're not going to get their second quite yet.
Ooh, Jonathan looking for that flip reset double tap, although there was a bit of resources being committed downfield. If there had been a dunk there on the sideline, it could easily have become an attack for New Haven. Presently, though, they'll be moved back onto their own half. Jonathan towards the red zone, and Red will find it indeed. That's number 3 now with a beautiful infield pass.
So Jonathan going to use that flick, and honestly, catches the New Haven defense just on a strange part of the cycle. You do have players in the midfield, but all of them are facing away. The only player forward is the only one on the backboard. And again, well-timed, good field vision from Shenandoah. And to be honest, game number 1, I was not sold on the playstyle. Of course, that's the one they're taking the loss in, but it just looked disjointed. Now everything is flowing together. New Haven is starting to find their footing on this physical play for sure, though still a lot of work to do.
Not much is true, but I think... Oh, hang on. Jonathan back over to red, and that one will find its way through. That's even towards the defender. If you're the defender in that situation, you're not expecting that one to come at you regardless, so it's almost a bit of a mind game at that point. Still a wonderful connection.
And I like that little layoff, and it's touches like that that can really change a game. It makes the defender doubt, is that going to be a redirect on target? Do I need to make sure that I get across this? Should I pressure that first touch, or is it a layoff? And all these things buzzing through your head is all the more ability for the other team. Just hop right on top of it. That one, let's say rush, I would say a little by red. That one's going to go wide. Not that they need any more goals, but as I say that, that's at least one back for Martzi, so maybe they would have liked that cushion.
A slight bit of chaos here nearing the end of the game. We got 71 seconds to go, so this is certainly still playable. But I'll be honest, I'll be frank. I don't necessarily think that you're going to get goals that easily in the near future here. Again, the demolitions have been a staple of the New Haven play, but how impactful they have been has been variable, especially considering that sometimes they've just been making some demolitions because they are there, not necessarily because it's going to have a significant impact on their shooting chances. That 1 minute buzzer does sound, and their odds at taking this game 3 continue to dwindle, although nice little fake into a 50-50. Winsey only had one to beat, still is able to keep on this ball. Pops, forces the corner. Off the backboard now, Jonathan with a backflip, and they're bumped away! What a heads-up play, and Martzi will put it down.
Even with the bump, look at Martzi. Has to go all the way across, use the air roll just enough to still get it on target. And there you go, New Haven. 1 goal back, 1 goal more to go. And they're looking like they have the momentum. Can they carry it?
They've been punishing so well in the 1vx situation. They just take that last player out of the equation as often as is possible. Like I was saying, it's just quantity of offense it feels at this point that they need because their quality has been doing pretty well for itself. Marcy off the backboard. Sierra is there, denied by Jonathan. They're trying to keep this one relevant to the play. Winsey has to get up for this, and they will beat out red. There's no follow-up. Secondary only goes as far as Jonathan. Winsey with some contact here. Marcy back towards the mid. Pop's going to be the first one to it, but only as far as the midfield. Demolition on the back. Winsey, flip reset. They're looking for another one. They couldn't quite find it. Still in the zone, bumped away from this ball. Martzi, 0 boost in the tank, around red now. They need some support. They might just find it, but no. Pops puts it down on the side. And a good effort from New Haven. The demolition certainly paying dividends, but it's not quite enough.
And the offensive improvisation required so much boost, and I think you could see the play somewhat peter out there at the end, but a good effort from New Haven, and those bump plays, something I was applauding the Shenandoah side. Apparently, New Haven says, well, we can drive into you as well. That opened up several plays for them, and certainly something that they're going to be able to keep in that back pocket, because as we've seen, Winsey and Martzi have both been trying to flex those mechanics as much as possible, try to work off those air dribbles, keep the ball competitive, but having that just additional, more direct option of just clearing out the defense, always a good thing to be able to have to resort to if so needed. However, it's just not going to be enough. So Shenandoah is still too strong, and they're going to take another series win here.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like for me, I'm looking at New Haven, and again, once they found their footing with those demos, it gave me a lot of hope for them. And I mean, you look at the end of this game, and certainly I think that is going to be a primary example of that. However, as much as I want to have faith that this next game is going to be a win for them, I really don't see Shenandoah just taking it like that. I feel like there is going to be a significant response here. They're most likely going to play with a safer 1-up, 2-back kind of rotation once they get that lead. Well, I guess that's a bit aggressive for me to say. If they get the lead, they may end up trying to play a little bit more heavy on the first man so as to alleviate the threat of demolitions on their back line. But that remains to be seen. Game 4 now on the horizon. It's still only a 1-game advantage here for Shenandoah, so they can't sit easy just yet.
And they've had some two-peaceful plays, but it's not infield passes. It's not those creative setups. It's just physical plays bumping it out. So we'll have to see if that more straightforward play style is going to be enough, or New Haven's going to be trying something completely different. And At least something different from Winsy is going to be the delayed play. It's going to roll into Sierra. It's a long roll. I like the idea because Red was last back, but they're able to dodge the bump and be able to get on their own horse downfield. No flip reset, but a nice boost steal, and now it's Shenandoah's turn.
I do love how New Haven are playing the secondary, though. It's something I didn't really touch on, and they're looking at a good passing play here. Red, though, on the backboard. It should be an easy clearance for them. At least Marcy does keep it in the zone, and up on the back end, okay. All right. Maybe a little bit unorthodox to go for a repetitive bump on the third man, but it almost works. Marcy just denied there by the bar and the post, only barely at that. The follow transition downfield, Jonathan trying to snipe the corner. Winsy's got the back post covered, but an instant counterattack here for Shenandoah almost pays dividends. A double coming here in the mid now, and there's still some risk involved. Jonathan has to avoid a bump off the backboard, no read for Winsy, and it'll get away. Opportunities on both sides galore, even another one here for Red, but that's much too telegraphed.
I feel like I'm watching tennis, how much my neck is snapping left and right while I'm trying to catch up with this play. These teams are not being patient at all. They see an open net, they're just going to slap it, and it's the same as an open backboard. The pre-jump from Jonathan on the read, able to get a block, so right back into the New Haven corner, but my goodness, it seems like even though it feels like the approach is to calm things down, maybe look for a more patient buildup, apparently we're going the complete opposite direction. We're just going to use speed for speed's sake and see what happens as we're entering a very experimental section of the series.
Winsy got the half flip onto that one. They do find their way there. I mean, to your point, there's a time and place for everything, and sometimes if you're playing patient and waiting for your opportunity, it can pass you by. They're not waiting for that. Jonathan tried for the flip reset. Okay, that one just directly downfield. And speaking of taking the opportunities when they present themselves, Marcy finds this one from all the way downtown.
I feel for Pops, you want to be able to stay in that play, but both Jonathan and Red are going for the same touch, and neither of them even get contact. Jonathan, I think, going for flip reset on that double tap. Red just trying to back it up, but the read was not what they expected, and that's a tough way to give it up. Just one long clear down, and now you find yourself behind.
New Haven need a re-entry into this series, and they may just find it off of that critical mistake. Of course, not to disparage their defense, that's just simple capitalization, which of course is part of the fundamentals of Rocket League. They find something more. Red, slight giveaway there over towards Sierra. Winsy now trying to return this one towards the mid, towards Marcy. It's a nice play, but it's a little bit too simple for the defense. They'll decipher that one before too long in the follow-up play. Is a desperate one at best. Shenandoah on the counter. Jonathan, this looks beautiful, but they cannot find a double tap angle. Off the backboard and away. And this one towards the middle has no hope. They'll be driven back to the midfield with nothing.
Jonathan caught in no man's land, but they will be able to get back just in time to 50 it with the wall. Marcy, the hold up to Sierra. Pops doesn't have it. That's a heck of a flick, and it is barely too high. That definitely caught the defense by surprise. New Haven continuing with these strange touches. It's going left and right across the Shenandoah half, and with these boost steals, I would say it's the beginning of a nice offense, but Jonathan will find a way to have a contribution. They got their clear, and they're going to have another one here off the backboard.
Ooh. I have to appreciate that fake, though, by Sierra. Most likely just trying to keep Jonathan from being able to make an effective dunk on that ball. Marcy off the backboard. It looks threatening off the post. Sierra loads the shootout. I wonder if Pop stayed down knowing that was going to be out. They're still looking for something on this one. They do force two defenders. They will be driven back into their own half. A backflip there from Marcy. It looks dangerous. Jonathan for the shot, saved away by Sierra. The deflection just good enough to allow Winsy a follow-up as well. Red. Do a flip reset on this corner, maybe not. They'll allow that one to find its way away. For New Haven, though, a little bit more pressure on the back end. I wouldn't be surprised if some players on the blue half started picking up some purple hearts before too long. 1 minute to go. And perhaps a little bit of desperation for Shenandoah. They want to close out this series fast as they can. Game 6 is the last thing they want.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here on the side of New Haven of making sure they get these clears, but they keep them close enough that they can follow. Marcy might not get that contact, but Jonathan has to keep it to the sideline instead of a direct hit. Red, straight down the middle. Sierra surviving a bump. Marcy doing even more. That's into the corner. Jonathan has to slow down for this one. They're out of the play, so Sierra taking over, but that's not going to roll. It's going to go back into the midfield. However, good possession from New Haven. This is great clock management. 20 seconds already ticked off from where we started, and only 20 more to go.
Still, though, no contact there from Winsy. Oh, nice beat, though, by Marcy. A key win there. They're looking for the final shot. That one just off the bar. And still some life here for Shenandoah. if they want to move on to match point, they're going to need a heroic effort. This pops towards the middle. It's going to be Winsy up first. They fake it out over towards Sierra. The save is made, and Pops keeps them alive in this game. Red to Jonathan with Pops as the option upfield. They're still in this one towards the net.
No.
Jonathan, oh no, off the bar. It was so free, but they couldn't make the play. And we're tied in this series. Oh my God.
That was doable. That wasn't even a dive. They had the shot, and I think they were just trying to keep it up so much that they actually got too far. Both of us simultaneously had our hands on our heads. I thought that was the moment, but that's how close the series is. It almost came down to Jonathan double tapping it, combining with Red on a pinch off the sidewall to be able to equalize and bring us to overtime, but no. Instead, it's going to be 2-2 in the series, and I don't even know what these series are anymore, but this is draining to me emotionally. This is some incredible storylines.
Yeah, we still got another series after this. I'm not sure if I'm going to have much more energy to go, Taco. I mean, this is a marathon so far. I mean, even looking at Shenandoah's stats, though, they only had 3 shots, which surprises me to quite a few ends, actually, because it felt like they had a lot of zone time there at the end. And like I said, I was expecting some demolition play to come out. I was expecting car parts all over the blue half. I feel like if they had started getting a little bit physical, there wouldn't be much of a chance for New Haven to keep up that rotational integrity that we saw time after time after time. I mean, there were even a couple of double commits here or there. So, I mean, add on to that, maybe a double commit with a demo, that's almost a guaranteed recipe for a goal as long as there isn't a massive clearance.
And I think these situations in which you have very few shots, Shenandoah is still doing very well at being able to actually still get them to be dangerous. I mean, one of them was off the bar and out right at the death, so that very well could have been in. I don't really want to beleaguer on that point, but certainly, even with the lead, it's now tied up. Stuff like that is what keeps you up at night as you get down into it. So we have to really now focus here in game number 5 on this next winner. We'll be moving on to series point. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see our first game 7 here, because this is swung wildly back and forth all throughout.
What fun that would be for New Haven. It was a good response, but I feel like, well, they're definitely not going to want that. I believe there was a defender that was actionable on this play, but maybe they had the ball cam off at the time. I'm going to take a look at this, though. I don't want to brag him. I think Sierra may have gotten a bit of a T-bone there and maybe chasing a little bit more of a bump on Jonathan. That's not what you want to see.
And I do like, just a point to bring up, is that Jonathan chips that ball, and instead of immediately going, they recognize Marzi does not have a lot of pace to start off that air dribble, so they just let them touch it, and I'm a huge fan of that philosophy. If the other team is panicking and they're about to get a bad touch, let them make the mistake, and then you take advantage of it.
Very true, and okay. Oh, Jonathan! Oh, no! No! Oh, that's dirty. You want to talk about theory, talk about this.
I mean, I love this from Jonathan, the infield take, and I gotta wonder, Sierra, I like that immediate challenge, but do you even need to go? That's where you have the slow challenge. That's when you can slow things down, wait for support, but at the end of the day, I'm not playing. I don't know that situation. The adrenaline coursing through. You gotta make sure you stop Jonathan, and they bust out with a nice fake for the open net. It has slipped through the fingers of New Haven oh so quickly. We had a neck-and-neck game, and now we have the first 2-goal lead in quite some time. Ooh. Make that 1, that's a miss. Can't say the same about Sierra.
We have not seen a single high-scoring game so far this series, but this one is well on the way. Pops maybe just getting a little bit too early, maybe even too late with that takeoff, depending on your point of view. But either way, they did not make the point of contact they were looking for. And of course, Sierra there for the punishment. Martin will gain credit for the assist, and rightfully so. It's a wonderful 50-50 there off of the low corner. Might even get a little bit more out of this. The face-off does go their way. They'll pick up a demolition, but it's really hinged on that 50-50 going their way. Jonathan almost on target with that one. There certainly would have been a story. This one just high off the mark. Pop's going to hit the same exact spot. They seem to have a thing for the upper right-hand corner. Jonathan going to be denied here by Winsy. Only goes as far as the corner yet again. This going towards the target. Loads of shots for Shenandoah this time around. They're going to try and drop it yet again. Winsy will clear that one away. But we need a little bit more velocity downfield here if we want New Haven to get back into this one. It seems like they are just going to break after a matter of time here. Sierra still down to Marcy. Finally a doink way up high to allow Winsy to guide it downfield. It's only going to be good for a reset.
So we'll see an infield clear there, and Pops, honestly, maybe got ahead of themselves on that shot. They certainly got ahead of the ball. No contact. Red, though, they'll try their chances. Tough angle. Pops the redemption. No! Stolen away on the save. UNH is going to hang on in there just barely.
Jeez, I don't think there's really any other way to say it at that point. Jonathan, though, oh, wonderful delivery here to Pops, and nobody's home. The zip code completely empty for the back end. It's 3-1.
This is where comms are at their best. Jonathan just saying, I'm going to throw it right into your path. Just be ready. And Pops is able to react to that so quickly. UNH had no idea what hit him. And certainly when they're looking at that backfield, they wish they had a bit more prescience on it, being able to attack that play. That is a 2-goal cushion yet again here. Maybe even 4. That's red, but Sierra in the way.
Wonderful redirect over there to the side. Winsy gonna force that one onto Jonathan. I'm not a particular fan of that clearance, though, from Sierra. They didn't have any options upfield after that contact. Perhaps they got a little bit more of that one than they expected. Although, that motion does clear a bit of the way. That was a weird touch, but Jonathan still there for the read. Almost immediately reacting to that one. Also trying to get a little bit of boost control here now. That 50-51 nicely by Pops, although rather concise and quick offensive play there as they took a mite of a foray into the zone. Although I gotta be honest, I'm particularly impressed with what New Haven is bringing to the table there. You can see a little bit of miscommunication on the drive towards the corner. They didn't really have much in the way of backup. Marzi looking for something cheesy on this and will be entirely unsuccessful. And now again an open net back here. We need some more population in the goaltending box. What's going on?
When it rains, it's tsunamis at this point right now for Shenandoah. They just cannot be stopped. We still got 2 minutes to go, Squid, and we're talking about, man, Shenandoah picking up only 3 shots. That's the shot count for New Haven, and already we are obviously seeing Shenandoah hit double digits right here. They are just pouring it on, but I gotta say, these aren't, I would necessarily say, well-crafted goals. They're just in the right place, and when there's a gap in the backfield, New Haven is going to get punished for it every single time.
I almost feel like this helps emphasize the point I was trying to make earlier about how demolitions would really be an exclamation point, realistically, for Shenandoah in trying to get their offense to become a little bit more impactful. Although at this rate, I don't think they really need it. We're looking down the barrel of a Game 7, less than 90 seconds to go here, and New Haven needs a very desperate 3 goals. Jonathan easily going to be able to save this one away. Not much doing on that play. Winsy finally with some control here along the opposing wall. Don't have a backup plan for him. Marzi trying to take it solo now, but it's, again, desperate at best. They're just trying to make these forays into the offensive half. A double commit there. It is looking very shoddy, very crafty here for New Haven. I honestly, again, I find myself asking the questions I've asked before as Pops goes for that one. Almost followed up by Red. But Taco, at this point, you just concede the game and, GG go next if you're New Haven?
To be honest, I think you have to. At this point, it's just going to be in Shenandoah's best interest to do exactly what Jonathan's doing. Put it to the corner, throw it back to your defense, clear it long, rinse and repeat. And, of course, if New Haven's going to tee one up for you, maybe chase it like Pops just did. But at this point, if you're New Haven, I think you have to realistically accept, yeah, we could focus on this, or turn that minute break into a minute and a half and really just talk through what went wrong here. Do we just need to calm ourselves down, take some deep breaths, just stand up and walk around something? Because, as you said, we're staring down the barrel of potential game number 7 here, but if you lose this one, you still have to win the game after this just to get to that point. So, the New Haven really, I wouldn't say rallying compared to the peak of Shenandoah. This one just got away from them way too quickly. You cannot have that happen. It's one thing to score some goals, but it's another thing to mount such a humongous comeback. We've seen such a tough task, and so too is stopping Shenandoah on a roll. They're 1 game away.
That they are, but I mean, if we're talking about what New Haven has to do to get back into this game, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. At least twice, maybe thrice, we saw a ball roll in with an orange trail to the blue net with hardly anybody there to contest it. And of course, Jonathan did have a couple of nice solo plays as well. But I think that's definitely worth noting. I mean, you have to have safe rotation first and foremost. I don't care if you're trailing, one or 2 even, maybe even 3, the worst that you can realistically do is allow another goal in, because as much as you may need some desperation, especially as you get down to the dying moments, you have to defend the backline, because, well, there's a lot of things I could say about this, but, it's just simple as that. Defend the backline. I think if they can take the first goal, it's going to be a completely different situation, and then we can discuss from there. But, yeah, I just think that it's a really simple matter. That was a huge defining factor for this game. I think it also allowed Shenandoah to gain a lot of momentum moving into Game 6 here. And I really hope that's not the end of this series, Taco, because we have a really good potential Game 7 coming up here if New Haven can bring it back.
Yeah, and I think New Haven, they were caught in what I usually term the no man's land, where they're trying to go for boost, or they're maybe trying to get back upfield, but you're so far away from the ball that you don't have a read, and you're so far out of goal that you don't really can help with that. So you're just stuck in this no man's land, this middle ground where you can do really nothing. And I think part of that is that New Haven was getting back into its old style of play of trying to play so fast, and that means spitting up. You have a diaspora of players to all corners of the map to get the boost, and then you have no midfield presence. You need a staggered defender. If your first man pressures, you need to have someone behind him, and unless they figure that out soon, you can see Shenandoah running away from this one, depriving us of that ultimate promised land of content in the game number 7. 5 more minutes. Let's see what New Haven has to say about this.
Ooh, okay, all right, and Pops no follow-up. Well, I hope you can tell by the tone of my voice that is not what I was expecting or hoping for in the opening moments of this game. That certainly is not going to fit the bill either. A 50-50 and red is just too freaking big.
I mean, you're bench pressing this team. Sierra playing the risky game, and even you can see them side roll away from the challenge. That's not so much a 50 as much as just a deflection on a shot from red at that point. And it's going to go right into the open net. I don't think that is in the same category of shots we saw in the last game, but that is just a miscalculation on the angle. That's why 50 is so important to take cleanly.
It looks like the ICU might have a couple of customers as either side picking up a demolition. I wonder if that's going to become a factor. We saw New Haven exploiting that to great extent earlier on, but they're going to need some more defense. Red yet again. This is number 2 from Pops off the backboard. Only 40 seconds in.
And you got to feel for Martzi, that clear, they're just trying to get it upfield. The problem is no one can chase it, and then even on that read, you see a defender start to move out, but they don't have confidence in their read. They don't jump at all, and they're going to pay dearly for that. Second goal in 40 seconds, and we have already seen what Shenandoah could do once they build up ahead of steam.
Up to New Haven now. We've seen these situations before. A nice demo here. Oh my goodness, you could not ask for a better spawn there from Red, and Winsy cannot get there in time to put that one past into the target. Oh, it's still a good heads-up play, but now Jonathan, even in a bit of a 1v1, will be forced to get that one off of their hood, though. And there is some good presence of mind here for New Haven. Jonathan not able to reach this one. This could become a bit of a play, but that secondary read off the bounce still going to be enough to deter any sort of instantaneous attack. Sierra, this touch out towards the mid. It's just off the post. And again, a good idea from New Haven. They saw what they had to go for. They could not wait for that one to go out into the mid or risk a dunk all the way downfield. So I'm liking the ideas here. They are playing the fundamentals. It feels like they allow themselves to slip up that early on. And now it's going to be just a huge uphill battle for them.
I think the communication and a bit of panic is starting to set in for New Haven. I'm seeing a couple times where I feel as though they could be taking a few more seconds even to just gather themselves on a possession. Instead, they try to throw it for an immediate pass and just cut out immediately. I like the bump attempts even from Winsy, but they just feel like they're a step behind. They have the idea, but they're not actually able to do it quick enough to prevent themselves from just getting 50. Good challenge from Red, and now Pop's going to actually flick it past one, maybe even a second one. Instead, they'll opt for the slow flick. Gotta get it past Sierra, and at the very least, gonna make New Haven have to really slow down. Demo leading the way. Can't get past Red, or so I thought. No demo, none required.
And of course, that is due to the fact that they force them out. I mean, it's a huge heads-up play. They force them to stay down. They cannot pre-jump that play. And while it may have been a bit of a lackluster flick from Martzi, you're forcing Red to get out there and make a play. It's definitely a lot of mental pressure to apply to one player in that kind of a situation. And we'll pick up a demolition right here off the face-off as well. This may yet turn into something. A demo on the back. Winsy is there, but denied by Red. A huge one at that, as it'll fly all the way downfield to the blue half. Nicely saved away by Sierra. And you can tell that New Haven are not letting this one go yet, although this clearance not good enough. Martzi is able to deflect it away. And a nice pickup should see them gain some space and time.
If your 50 is going to channel a shot, it might as well have someone blocking that channel. Good desperation save from UNH, though they're going to have to clean it up in the back end. Your offense is made so much easier by your ability to cleanly and efficiently defend. These 50s are not making it easy. Martzi, that's a precious save. That 50 nearly creeping in off the ceiling. Sierra is trying to pop it clean. That's a gap in the field that Jonathan is going to close quickly. Good dunk, and again, New Haven press back into their half, and not even going to get the credit of a bump. A Rule 1 entering things, as we're now going to be seeing functionally the 2v2 begin.
Oh, and it looks like it might be favoring the blue team right now, and there's a bump attempt. I'm not sure if it matters, but at the end of the day, that's number 2. 101 seconds to go here in Game 6. New Haven on their last legs. They cannot afford to concede again.
Yeah, a bit weird of a seam in the defense. You had 2 players, Jonathan going to the corner, you had Pops trying to get back in goal, and good job on Sierra, just put it in the top shelf as fast as they can to be able to test the defense and maybe get a rebound, but they didn't need one. Went straight in, and now everything to play for, 95 seconds. New Haven, you gotta get on top of that touch. That was a sitter for a while, but they're able to get the save out. Now Jonathan, they're all alone. Martzi, they're just gonna throw it on target. It's gonna go wide. It's not through. Winsy on the follow, deflected, and it looks like Jonathan has it covered from there. What a missed opportunity.
Out of my head, Ben, but you could see a little bit of panic. They knew that they had to get to it fast. And Sierra, speaking of, Savior melon out for them. This one pops out, pops over towards Red. What a connection, but it just does not have the power nor the accuracy to make it meaningful. This might be a bit of a giveaway here from Red. 1 minute to go now. New Haven again. Any mistake could be critical to their upper bracket run. Good pinch idea there. It does find some distance. No accuracy near the target. Drop down. Ooh, Red. What a pickup here. Sierra, 1v1. Flick up high. They will not. Oh, what? Sierra with a pitch off the post. It looked like a desperate save at best, but still a save is made and will continue to play tied up.
Sierra went AFK after that save, probably just to shake their head or pinch themselves. You're not dreaming. You're right in here in this game. 30 seconds to go. Problem is, might be all you have remaining if you can't get this out of your half. Martzi trying to get the lead once more, but Jonathan cut out. Now Sierra, it's their turn to chuck it deep. Red, being able to tap it to the side. Winsy, not going to be able to find a demo. Maybe one more chance. The 2 went on this one. Jonathan, they're staying grounded. Sierra, they're going for a bump to no avail. Final seconds, and maybe one more for Jonathan. The infield, Red, not on target, instead into the turf. It is OT for New Haven to try to force Game 7.
We shall see. They've been doing so good with the demos. They might just need one more, or Jonathan with a completely open net. All they've got to do is touch it on target, and Sierra cannot make the play. 12 seconds in, and the dreams have been shattered.
Sierra with the half rotation, and the midfield defender had so much faith, and you gotta believe in the system, but sometimes you gotta play a bit more passive. We saw a 5-minute overtime, and now we've seen a 20-second one. Shenandoah bringing it all together, and I would say it got shaky in that last one, but the class to finish it off is no doubt deserving of a next round berth.
Well, it certainly wasn't what I was hoping for, I think. You know, when New Haven made that run back, you know, I was talking about, like, oh yeah, we need to see the demos out of them, and we need to see a little bit more composure, and we got both of those things, and it was great, and I was ready for the story to continue out into Game 7 with the OT, and then suddenly I see that open up for Jonathan, and it's like, I mean, it's so cool with the ceiling shot, but it's also so depressing, because I know that New Haven are pretty much toast. I don't know, thoughts?
It's a tough one. I'm really a huge fan of New Haven. It's crushing that they are down into the lower bracket. So all you New Haven fans out there, don't worry. They have another shot, but that is a heartbreaker of a series, particularly because it felt like, okay, you got to the overtime, you've done your job, it's fine. Now, just make sure, clean everything up, and then you have one missed play. But hey, who's at the center of it? It's Jonathan. They've been creating trouble all game long, and obviously not to short sell their teammates. Fantastic team effort from Shenandoah, because ultimately that's what it takes. Gone are the days mostly of CRL, or Collegiate Rocket League in general, where just one player can carry you through. It really takes everyone clicking.
It really is the case, and of course, for Jonathan, I mean, we talked about the potential for them to have a specific impact as an individual for the entirety of the series, and I think that did hold true to a certain extent, but of course, I think that Red also stepped up in very critical moments, especially in that last game to pick up those 2 goals, and of course, Pops playing as a very solid third man in a variety of scenarios, not to mention a great follow-up, janitorial duty kind of guy. It's the person who never gets the credit, you know, it's the torment of the Shenandoah team, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Torment was World's MVP, so there's always a shining moment for those players, because ultimately, I love the third man role, basically because it holds everything together. Yeah, you can have players that go forward, and you just set them off the leash and just go forth, but at the end of the day, you need that solid base, and even if they can join in on the fun, even better, but I really do like that play from Shenandoah. I will have to say, that game number 1, I thought was kind of sloppy. I thought they looked a little disheveled, but to be honest, I think they're just getting into the series. After that, the ball control, the infield passing, the downfield layoffs into the encroaching attacker, it just looks so pretty. And I love it when teams just have that full chemistry. And New Haven, they had a counter at times, but ultimately I do think a better team came out here. So seeding, again, right on the mark. They're able to go on into that round of 16, but it's a good job that we'll be able to then talk to the Shenandoah team to be able to pick their brain and see what's going on here as we're just trying to make sure we can drag someone in here to the interview room.
That much is true, and of course, I think even to your point though, Taco, as we kind of continue on that thought while we await the interviewee, I was a fan. You know, I'm always a fan of a team that has many tools in their arsenal. Of course, I think it's excellent for people to be able to mix it up. And of course, we talk about the solo plays from Jonathan. We talk about the team plays between Red and Jonathan in particular. I think were becoming rather prevalent. And being able to play a variety of defensive strategies as well. Of course, I mentioned how I expected to see a bit of a triangle of one player up, two players back kind of deal when the demolition started coming in from New Haven. I didn't really pay too close of attention to that because obviously everything in Rocket League is so dynamic that it can be difficult to accurately say whether or not a team is actively trying to make those plays or if they're just, kind of on autopilot and they happen to be in a certain position. But I think we did see some variety in their gameplay, and of course the demolitions became more impactful for New Haven over time. And speaking on that, actually, I do appreciate how New Haven did bring out the demos when they knew they would be useful, but they did shy away from them. They didn't just continue to try to abuse it over and over and over, because eventually teams will adapt to that. And if you just continue to try to bang your head against the wall with the same strategy time after time after time, you're really not going to get anywhere. So I did appreciate that change up from Haven.
Yeah, you always have to make sure that you are trying to figure out something clean. And to be honest, I think New Haven was a frustrating series to watch, or team to watch in that series, mainly because there were times where I felt like they had scoring opportunities and they either shied away from it, or you could see resource management. That's, I would say, an often neglected aspect of talking. So we're talking about positioning and making sure that you hit your shots when you need to. But half the time, you can build a great attack and then you realize, oh, I wasted like 90 boost on that when I probably really only needed 40, and then I had to rotate all the way out. So I think New Haven might have been a victim of that. I'd love to dig through this replay, since I definitely thought, I for sure thought in my soul, Squid, that was going to be a game 7, but apparently we're going to have to keep on waiting, as we are still just trying to make sure we have confirmation. And we do. Just as soon as I say I speak it into existence, we have Jonathan on the phone here to be able to talk through that series from Shenandoah. There we go. Yeah, they are. Even with the backlighting as well. Look how dramatic that looks. And honestly,
Right?
you couldn't have asked for a more
nice.
dramatic series.
It's nice.
It is nice. Looks very nice. So how you feeling after that series?
It was a lot closer than we anticipated. We didn't know what to come into, but we were confident. But we definitely didn't expect it to be that close. So.
Well, I mean, to that extent, we kind of commented that we saw quite a few different strategies play for you guys. Of course, yourself leading the charge in a couple of solo plays, but of course, Red and Pops also getting involved with a couple of passing, infield passing plays here and there. Was that part of the plan the whole time? Was to basically utilize every single strategy that you had in your book, or was that all just part of adapting to the play, particularly the demolition play on the other side?
Yeah. When they started doing that, they scored 3 goals off of me by just bumping and demoing me, and I was just like, all right, this is enough. So I mean, part of it was adapting, but I mean, I think a lot of our strategy is literally just making sure we're not tilted. Just making sure we're having fun, and that's when we play our best. So I mean, just we were keeping our comms up. We were we're all sitting next to each other. So I mean, we're joking with each other and just saying a bunch of random crap. So I mean, we definitely wanted to try and use each other and try and get some pass plays, but obviously we did have a few solo goals that ended up working out for us. But I think we were kind of just going with the flow for the majority of the time.
So when we were looking through the series, I mentioned in the pregame that I had heard lore of you back in your high school days, being a player that people really enjoyed seeing in those local state competitions. And so I was not surprised to see you have a very central role using those mechanics to great effect. I was surprised, though, by the choice of car. You do not see the OG Batmobile that often. Is that just for this series, or are you a genuine Batmobile main trying to keep that alive?
I usually use Dominus, but I have been using Batmobile. It's a funny story. Whenever I was playing in RLCS qualifiers a few months ago, we ended up playing against E-United all 3 times. And I was using the Batmobile then, and I ran into him in a ranked game like about a month ago, and he told me, I have a screenshot of it. Ajax from United told me, he's like, "Hey, Jan, start using Batmobile again. You're cracked with it." And then I was like, "All right." I mean, and then I started trying again, and here we are. So.
I love as well how you just kind of referred to Ajax as he for a little bit to keep the suspense. But I mean that it also does kind of I mean using the Batmobile because Ajax told you to. I mean who are you to say no? But still, you know you mentioned this a little bit before, but of course tell us about like leaning into having fun in Rocket League. It's something we actually already talked about once this stream, but I feel like it's worth talking about again. What do you think the value is in having fun for you guys? Obviously, it can be helpful for the mental. Do you think it has a significant impact on your gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not having fun and you don't enjoy what you're doing, like if that wasn't the case for me or for any of us, we wouldn't be doing it. And obviously, if we were, we wouldn't be playing as well as we did. So it just brings morale down whenever everyone's not on the same page. And I'm lucky enough to have two teammates that are kind of on the same page with me, or two of my best friends here at Shenandoah. Kind of helped bring me in for my freshman year. So it's nice having them here by my side. So I mean, as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, that's all that matters.
So, I mean, you mentioned having your teammates at your side. I think you might mean that in a literal sense. It seems like you're in, like, not just your dorm room, but you're actually in, like, a facility of some sort as you're, sitting right next to everybody. How does it... Yeah, exactly. Drag that over. I mean, they're right there. I mean, you might have to feel emotionally drained after that series, but, like, how does it feel to be able to be at a university that, has your own individual space? Like, what is the support like from the Shenandoah University kind of infrastructure there for the esports program?
It's unreal, honestly. Like it's so cool. I mean, like when I was like started playing Rocket League and first got introduced to like CRL and stuff, like I never expected like 4 years later me to be in college playing in an arena with like these insane computers and this cool like setup and everything. So it's just really cool to like be in here, like playing live with my teammates and also the support from Shenandoah University, the staff, like our Doc G, Joey, Zach, Scrogs, they're all amazing, and they're all like literally the best support team I've ever been able to work with. So,
well, I mean, you talk about being able to almost having this surreal experience, and of course, me and Taco are super glad to hear it because the growth of collegiate Rocket League in particular with NACE and all these other circuits has been phenomenal. But I mean, I've been asking everybody, so I gotta do it. How you feeling now that you're up in the round of 16, one away from the quarterfinal on the winner's side? What does it feel like for you?
We were here last semester, I believe. A little worrisome. We were taking a look at our bracket. I don't know if you lads have seen the bracket. We have quite a matchup for next round tomorrow. I believe it's Northwood, if I'm not mistaken. So. It's gonna be fun. It's definitely gonna be a time.
Oh.
So I'm excited, but
I will say, we've had a couple of people come on, a couple of different outlets, particularly the last match, and they said, "Oh man, we want to get a shot at Northwood. We want to win against Buddy." And I'm like, "All right, well, join the queue. There's a lot of people who want to take down Northwood, so I wish you the best of luck in that as well."
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And sure, before we let you go and get on with the rest of your night, any shout-outs you want to give before we're able to set you free?
Yeah, shout out all my family watching. Shout out my two teammates, Evan, Noah. Shout out all the good luck everyone at Shenandoah that supports us. It means a lot to us, more than you know. So thank you all.
Well, very well done, and good luck to you guys next week. You're certainly going to need it, but to be honest, with your playstyle, I think you can take down anyone. Best of luck, and
We'll
have a good
see.
day.
Thank you so much, guys. You too.
Just so nice to see just a nice, wholesome esports environment and getting a
right?
nice win to be able to ready up for the absolute gauntlet run of running into Northwood in the next round. But to be honest, I think every team that plays in these tournaments has potential. It's just about accessing that at the right time.
Yeah, that much is true. But you talk about the wholesome and Taco. It really is nice. I solemnly swear that these guys are not paid actors, but the people talking about their esports programs, and I touched on it a little bit, on occasion. But I think it's really worth noting because there are a lot of aspects of the esports, sphere that would not necessarily be possible. I mean, these levels of competition that we're seeing in CRL in particular, I think it's because of the genuine community that we have going on in Rocky League. I feel like that's a huge part of it. But at the same time, coaching staff and esports directing staff are becoming more and more prominent in the collegiate esports space. So I think they've been a huge part of it. I'm so glad to see people shouting them out.
And so with that said, really, we have to try to move swiftly on to our next series, but we also want to make sure that we are being very clear about all the thanks we have to give, of course, to all those esports programs who are in there and enabling people like Shenandoah University and Jonathan on there to enable them to really live out those dreams. But also, we got to thank those sponsors yet again. This time, we're going to be thanking Corsair, because Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and just general PC enthusiasts. They have award-winning PC components and peripherals, or premium streaming equipment, and smart ambient lighting. Corsair really just has it all. They have a full ecosystem of products that all work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best, which of course you do need. Sometimes you're only as good as peripherals. We don't want to believe it, but at the end of the day, it does help to have really nice headsets, mice, and so on. So of course, check out Corsair, check out more NACE Starleague, because Squid have one more on the docket coming up.
And we were looking forward to it pretty much the whole day, Taco. It was you and me. Well, at least me. I don't know about you, because we had some pretty good ones so far. But we got King University coming up next against the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. It's going to be a banger. Last match of the night here on the Rocket League side. We're going to take a short break while we get it set up, but you won't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been a journey, but it is sometimes about the destination, not just the progress you make toward it. We have arguably our match of the day. It is King University versus University of Tennessee at Knoxville for our final best of 7 round of 32 playoff matchup of the day. And my goodness, is there a lot of history on the field for today's squid.
Oh boy, Taco. I gotta be honest. If not for the fact that teams like Ohio State existed in the collegiate Rocket League space, then it would be King. It would definitely be King, who's one of the most storied here. And to be honest, to see them taking this 8th seed, it's a little bit surprising. We had West Virginia on the stream a little bit earlier, playing off against their respective opponents, but they were up there at that 5th seed, King in the 8th spot. I feel like this is going to be a little bit of an underdog story. And of course, for the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, coming in at 25th, it's going to be an uphill battle. We have seen constant and consistent improvement from K Frost, Casey Colt, and Matty Ice over the, well, I don't really necessarily know if it's years at this point. How long have they been around? Year and a half, 2 years maybe for King? But over the period of time that they have been around and active in the scene, they've been steadily getting better and better.
Yeah, and they're definitely a interesting team to see because it's 8th seed, but to be honest, their peak is so incredibly high. They are a team with a disgusting amount of mechanics, to be straightforward. And of course, you and I both have known them for a while, so we're not trying to be biased at all. But of course, this is a team that makes it very deep. So when we say an uphill battle, it's not just because we're trying to give favoritism. It's really just because they are that good. But University of Tennessee at Knoxville, they've been able to get here as well. So the battle for Tennessee here, both of sharing that same home state, will begin here for a final best of 7 tonight. However,
it's what you thought.
A controller isn't working, so apparently it will not begin quite yet, but we are moments away, I'm sure.
And we are. And of course, we want to have the best competitive experience for all of our players, so we have like a little bit of a technical issue right before things happen. Then we're going to do our best to make sure that everybody's still having a good time. But that gives us all the more time to talk about it because, of course, we did mention University of Tennessee going to be coming in as a bit of the underdog, but it's names that we have seen before, Taco, and we have made note of them, to say the very least. Spicoli in particular has been one that I've seen around more than a couple of times, and I am a particular fan. That isn't necessarily to say that I believe that they are a top caliber player, but usually when I keep an eye on somebody, it's for a good reason. I think Jonathan kind of fits the bill in the same way. Players like Dalton, for instance, Luby, Ghost on UT Dallas, you could pretty much give them all that kind of a rating. I think particularly, Nava for UT Arlington, came in as a bit more of a substitute player while they got Corrosive in, or excuse me, Alpa in, and then, things kind of switched up from there. But on that note, Tritone, the same thing. So Spicoli, I'm a huge fan of that one. Mikey also there in the flank with them, but it still is going to be a massive uphill battle. Don't get me wrong. I am a fan of UT Knoxville in this one, but at the same time, I feel like there's a major upper hand for King. So I don't know what to believe. I feel like this might, as much as I hate to say it, Taco, I think this one has the potential to be a 4-0.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, and mainly just because I know King certainly can get into that gear. However, the issue has been historically is that when they find those peaks, they are definitely a caliber of team that could be cracking top 4. I mean, I mentioned in previous seasons they had gotten to the final. They were top 2 in all of NACE. The issue is that when it can go wrong, it really goes wrong. Playing fast, playing mechanical is great, but if a team has a hard counter to that, we've seen them collapse in really shocking ways, even final matches to get into qualifiers for other leagues. They've just not been able to pull together. So it's at times, even though a team is building that chemistry and playing together, you don't always know what you're going to get. And University of Tennessee at Knoxville, I mean, we've seen them play on stream before. They certainly a quality team. If you're in the playoffs, you're not going to just stumble in by accident. Oh, someone left the door open. No, you earned this spot. You got plenty of wins knocking around a lot of other teams. And so every team needs to be taken seriously. And I think if we're going to see King come out, I would like to see a more conservative play style because otherwise they sometimes bite off more than they can chew and they get punished for it before they can really realize what hit them.
Yep, I definitely agree on that point. And I personally feel like, well, you see, I agree with your point. I understand what you're saying with, you don't want them to start a little bit slow. I would personally like to see them start fast. I feel like, to a reasonable degree, of course, respecting your opponents is very important. And it does open up a sizable opportunity for your opposition for them to take advantage of your mistakes if you do open up very quick and dangerous. However, it is not necessarily infrequent that you need to open up quick and dangerous against top-tier teams. And Taco, we know the history for King. And of course, it's very important for them to guarantee a spot in the LCQ. Like we said, 3 teams from NACE will make it into the LCQ based on their placement in the playoffs. But I feel like King, that is like the one thing that really restricts from being able to compete at the top, is sometimes they just don't start series with that fire that I want to see. So as much as it may be dangerous for them in this particular series and it could provide some risk, I feel like there's a case to be made for the opposite point of view too. So I don't know, thoughts?
I think it's a little tough. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're trying to be able to establish this, I think the one thing that both of you and I know so intimately well when we are casting Cyril is that predictions go a long way and vibes go a long way with certain teams, and then suddenly everything can go out the window. So as much as I think we're really hyping this game up, we could look like absolute buffoons in a few short minutes.
We probably will, yeah.
And who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, we'd like to think that we know the seed, but every once in a while there's definitely a result where people look back, say, what happened? And just throw up your hands, chuck the clipboard out the window like, I tried. I really thought I had this one. So are we going to get that? I don't know. I'm trying to tease the uneasiness, although I am heavily leaning in one direction. I think University of Tennessee and Knoxville, I mean, you could do much worse for opponents, and so there's certainly a team that is going to give it for the run for the money, and apparently they're running to get a new controller cord because we're still trying to make sure everyone is in this lobby. We'll listen back to see if we can truly detect whether or not we can continue here quickly or if we might need to give them some additional time. But to be honest, I wouldn't even mind if it's kind of an icing here. You could just give them a little bit more time to prepare. Maybe they're hopping back in ranked like we saw in that first match of the day. Just really delaying it. Gotta test if the cord works.
Yeah, no, don't mind me. I am trying to find, so some of you may know, because I was posting a little bit about it online, but I actually just finished moving a couple of days ago, which is great. I just now realized I don't have Larry. I don't know where Larry is. I'm searching for Larry. I think he's in this box I had under my desk, but I can't find him. We got UT in here, so we're just going to go ahead and go with it. So, you know, a little bit of distress for the day, your daily dose, I suppose. But we do have the match ready here. This is going to be our final best of 7 for the day. Once again, this is winners round 2, round of 32. So both these teams do have one extra life. As we said, I think King is pretty heavily favored in this one, but we have seen some crazier things happen already tonight. So let's go ahead and get into the game here. King University over on the blue, and the University of Tennessee at Knoxville on the orange.
And we won't have Larry, your Magic 8 Ball, to be able to give some insight into this series, but honestly, the forecast is a bit cloudy, but not for Spicoli. It is crystal clear that ball going top shelf.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And I wonder if this is the start of the downfall that we're so used to, but I gotta be honest, if that's gonna be the start of the downfall, it's a good way to start. Mikey, that was a nice dime with the one-timer across to the opposite side of the top of the box. And of course, near enough to the upper 90 that the defense was always gonna have a tough time saving that. K-Frost looking for a double tap response off the back where the follow-up is there for Casey Colts, the waterfall, and here's the follow-up, but still touched away by Hermes. They'll maintain their 1-goal lead. Only temporarily. Casey Colts again trying to approach the net.
Matt trying to throw that one into the ceiling. Not going to work out. K-Frost, quick challenge. Will at least keep it competitive. Casey Colts trying to do more than that. They're trying to put that right on the back, but Mikey able to face backwards, actually, and put that save away, and maybe even something more. Going for some more 50s. It will deflect, though. All of King has temporarily retreated, which give Knoxville a chance to breathe. But as I say that, Mikey, quick challenge, and now the counterattack seems to be on.
K-Frost. Nice denial there by Hermes. I mean, we talked a little bit, and of course, when I say a little bit, I mean, we talked a lot about what we want to see out of King here in the opening game. And I gotta be honest, I feel like it might be a little bit less about what we want to see from King and more about what we are seeing from the University of Tennessee, because they have had a phenomenal response thus far. Of course, it's to be expected that there will be some sort of a change in the King rotation, one way or the other, or at least the way that they approach a neutral ball. But we're seeing a lot of gap closures here for UT. Very important, although it might get a little bit dicey here. They've committed a lot. Mikey not quite able to make the save. Had to avoid the demo and no dice.
That comes down to mere pixels on that save. Mikey does a great job of timing that jump perfectly. Just to be able to tap it just enough, but even then, just not able to keep out. But that's a good job by King, showing that patience. I said they wanted to play really fast, but sometimes it is nice to slow things down and let the lead blocker take away the main threat.
We'll see if this holds, though. I can only assume they're going to see another goal scored here in regulation. This might just be it. Oh, even against the bumps, Spicoli almost able to stay on that one. But still the contact will find its way outside of the net and now downfield off the backboard. KC Coles has to try and track this one down. Those managed at least a little something, and K-Frost will try for a continuation, aided by Matt on that 50-50. But again, UT has been finding some fairly effective challenges in the midfield. I've been impressed, although this is a little bit less impressive. That's an unlucky challenge for number 2.
That's a tough one, but Matt does it well. They stay on the inside, and look at the speed flip. It's just so quick that I don't even think they understood what happened until they got to the ball on direct contact. So that one will go directly into the back of their net, but UTK can't hold their heads too low. Still very much in this, and actually they've gotten a couple advances upfield, but Zed King needed to adjust the rotation, and apparently they have. So too, though, as Knoxville. I like that passing play. Not going to connect, though.
Good ideas, though, still. And Taco, I know you and me both like to see intricate passing plays, or even simple passing plays. The 1-2 can be just as satisfying on occasion as a nice mechanical play. Still waiting to see if King is able to pick up some insurance here, or if it will be a response from the University of Tennessee. This is a long ball here. Spicoli can't quite track it down, but does force KC Colts to give it away back to the mid. Doesn't really net many results. This one also going to be a vaguely on-target shot. That was there for the clearance. I would love to see a little bit more controlled possession here from UT. This might just be it. They're going to force this one out to the corner, but K-Frost has no additional challenger there. Mikey completely unsupported on the end, and now K-Frost makes it all the way to the opposing back wall. They didn't have anybody explicitly behind for that challenge, just as UT did on that last drive, but still loads of space and time being granted with these solo plays moving downfield on either side.
Oh, but seemingly both teams are fine with taking some pressure in. You see some fake challenges come through from UTK, allowing King University to just throw that ball downfield. And one thing they're very good at is knowing that if they're going to chuck that ball forward, it has to have a purpose to it. PC Colts and K-Frost both have been trying to work this back left corner, and right now it's proven very difficult for Knoxville to get out. In fact, it's not going to work out at all. K-Frost, the read off the back bend.
Nicely played here by Matt as well, making a second contact on this one. I would almost say a pre-flip, but not really. Just being able to utilize your car in about every conceivable way possible. That's the kind of skill and consistency you can expect from King, and of course the defense, they did see the threat. There was a moment too late. Now the face-off, that's certainly not going to help. Number 4 for King here with 65 seconds to go, and that may just be game 1.
Organized kickoff. Look at KC Colt purposely going all the way to the side and side rolling it. I think they were just trying to channel that ball into a specific direction, and I suppose that direction was straightforward. K-Frost ready for it and getting a hat trick to, I would say, cap off more or less game number 1. This is going to be an uphill battle if ever there was one from the side of UTK. Shot difference couldn't really be much closer, but the goal count, obviously a huge disparity. Even that one, I wouldn't say necessarily a fake, but that is the closest they've been all game.
Well, again, I'll remark that I feel like for UTK there's been a particular lack of possession on the opposing half. Or I guess that is to say, well, I do think they have had a bit of a lack of possession in total on the opposing half, but it's particularly the lack of possession as it pertains to them putting shots on target in a timely manner, of course, consecutively. That's where you really have the money. That's where the goal is, and they haven't really been able to mine for it quite yet. 20 seconds to go here, and this one's said and done. I think this has been a bread and butter performance for King, and that's going to remind us with number 5.
And now they're really just running it up. It feels like a morale boost right there. You're just really, I'm a huge fan of teams that not only just get the lead, but they do not leave you alone. They're just going to keep on pressing.
I feel like as well, just a little bit more time at this point. UTK, they could use the time to reevaluate. Something I talk about relatively frequently, and I think that is a rather important factor to just think about what you need to do to change your gameplay. I think there have been a couple of significant giveaways on the offensive side, maybe just an instance where it would have been beneficial to have a closer secondary. You know, I've been saying that, I feel like, throughout the entire game. Sometimes there's like a challenge, and there's just nobody behind them to make the follow-up on the 50-50. It's always been King who's the more prepared of the two teams. So, for me, that would be the big improvement. Other than that, you know, I guess their defense could use a little bit of work. But, of course, to that note, if they're playing less defense, they won't have to do as much work. So
I agree. I mean, it's a valid point for sure for King University, and of course, that game number 1. I mean, we can't really project too much onto that, but this game, I would say, about 3.5 minutes ago, was a completely different type of game. It was kind of close. It was a UTK definitely being pressured, but they were able to handle it for the most part. And I'll say, looking through these shots, it's only 7-5 in the differential. So obviously, the efficiency is very much there from King. Whether or not that's replicable, we're gonna have to really see, but it's certainly down to UTK to really make sure that when they're getting these clears, they're keeping it somewhat close. That New Haven and Shenandoah series we saw earlier was really a masterclass in making sure that you're not always throwing the ball away, having it get touched into a situation in which you can follow with a 50 or at least a contest on the ball is so important. Right now, King is content to just keep throwing it forward and keep cycling back in because they're being allowed that space and time.
Additionally, I think that a particular difficulty that we've been seeing for the UTK side is when they do have to dump that ball and, maybe chase it or maybe just leave it for the King players. Not very frequently is it that difficult for them to make a play with it. More often than not, the player that ends up receiving the ball can at least make a solo possession, if not deliver it straight to one of their teammates. So I feel like there's a couple of points of contention for that. And of course, you mentioned the shot count was relatively even, but if you looked at a heat map, I can almost guarantee you that the UTK side was the heavily more populated end of the field.
Yeah, and I could definitely get on board with that analysis. Is King University definitely likes to live in your half and make sure that someone's home. Apparently, it's just an empty house because all of King University pressed up field, and Spicoli's not going to have a much easier finish than that.
Well, this looks an awful similar to what we saw in game number 1. Mikey with the assist, Spicoli with the goal. It was a little bit less flashy this time around. Of course, not having to try and make a diving save. For UTK, though, perhaps they'll be able to hold on to it for just a little bit longer this time around. Of course, that initial contest off the face-off doesn't look so good. A demolition here as well. Hermes, we're going to make some limited contact on that one, Matt. For the maintenance in the zone as well, but doesn't look like there's any more than that for King. They'll have to take this one to the midfield line to try to reset.
So Hermes will then try to rebuild something. I kind of like that, going back into flow of play. It was somewhat unexpected, but I think even Mikey was surprised by that touch, so they're just going to have to slow play it, and Spicoli will then speed it right back up. It's off the backboard. Splendid read from K-Frost, and with a mad extension, that attack will be over. Mikey's going to try to revitalize it, but 50 can only do so much. Hermes into Mikey, the pre-flip, no contact.
Just a little bit too far out of reach, and this one going to be to Casey Colts, and Casey Colts alone. No communication there. I've seen a couple of times where, again, I'm lamenting UTK, maybe not exactly communicating what exactly the play call is, just having somebody ready in the secondary. I noticed an opportunity where King kind of gave away the ball in their own corner a little bit, but there was nobody there for the punish. Then again on that passing play, then again here on the defense, a difficult read. It's Spicoli with no contact that could have been punished. Of course, it's all the more difficult for the King player trying to respect the defender in that one. Again, this is just crossing time and time again in front of the UTK net. They're going to have to get this one out before too long. KC Colts for the dish. What a save. Spicoli stopping that one on the goal line. A little bit of teamwork with Mikey as well. And now the transition downfield. That's going to be number 2. And somehow they snake away with this one.
You can see the side of King University really trying to tighten the grip, and then it slips right out on the ball. It's a loose touch and still a lot to do. I do like this connection of Mikey to Spicoli. I guess we're going to be seeing a lot of it. Downfield pass. Spicoli already knew the play, and it's going to be put in now. 2 goals here from UTK. A great response in game number 2, and a nice save to be able to keep that scoreline the way it is.
2 goals and 2 minutes gone now. Still, though, you can tell the ever-persistent threat here from King has been weighing a little bit heavily on the defense at times. This is, I think, not going to be such a situation. Although, as I say, Casey Colts, a little cheesy touch back towards Matt, and now the fake here. K-Frost gets faked out too, though. Fortunately for UTK, they didn't have an immediate counterattack, but they did at least manage to threaten the midfield line and get a little bit of control. Matt to his own backboard with a double tap here as well. The follow-up shot, and K-Frost is there for a secondary, but Mikey there for the backup on the orange side makes it 3.
Matt trying to get this touch, and to be honest, I like the foul. The issue is that K-Frost had no idea it was coming. It gets just set down right inside of the box, and it's going to be a bunch of Tennessee harassment that's going to get them through there. I suppose to be more specific, this is technically 2 Tennessee universities, but this Tennessee and Knoxville team is the one that's currently dominating the field and representing their state with pride. 3-goal lead. And we just had halftime, maybe one back, but it's going to be Mikey on contact, but they can't get the save this time.
Yeah, You know, I mentioned how King was applying quite a bit of pressure to the opposing defense. Mikey with very little boost to work with on that one. You know, occasionally these things do happen. Those have to let that one slide. They still got insurance here. So certainly going to be a winnable situation. I'm sure that King are also probably thinking the same. They've come back from worse after all. And up towards K-Frost on this one. KC Colts for the follow. Oh my goodness, that placement. Mikey was prepared for it, and well done in that regard. Inside of 2 minutes now. That was a very effective attack there for King, but they do get turned away. They didn't have a backup. KC Colts with no read off the backboard and no recovery. Hermes is there for the punishment.
Wish I had a better angle at this. I thought this was fine. This looked readable, and KC Colts probably thought the same thing. They were pretty far up, and Hermes is just going through and getting the goals. Honestly, none of these goals are going to be posted on Twitter for Tennessee, but Tennessee Knoxville, but they're looking clean. UTK able to be janitorial duty, really, on this field, just putting in everything that is littering the field in front of the King net. And speaking of, the only thing on the field is car parts strewn about the demo. KC Colts has one back.
K-Frost cleaning up the actual person in the net, and honestly, it's probably better for King for that to have been a double demo as well. If KC Colts got thrown back into that one, who knows? They might have actually made some contact with the ball and touched it out. Well, that's King for you. The Tornado return fire. K-Frost maybe even for a flip reset on that one. At least visit it to the corner. Matt, no contact made. Still playable on this one though. And what a play here. KC Colts up to Matt on the back wall. How are you going to defend this?
The beast has awoken. Look at this from Matt. No touch, but it doesn't matter because they're saving their best for last. Look at this from the angle, and I love creative passing plays like this. And Squid, you and I have both remarked I'm a huge fan of using the backboard not just as a pillar to smack things off of, but a way to position yourself for unexpected touches like that. King, they're right back in it, and maybe fully on the comeback. No contact from K-Frost. One more chance from a hard angle. It is on target, but not going to be in quite yet.
Seems like they may have just turned on hard mode here. King University, they continue to barrel down on their opposition despite what the odds were. This one almost just trickles in. And now a beat of the midfield. Mikey, huge clearance. And that's going to be a goal all the way from that middle of the pitch. I think KC Colts may have gotten just a little bit overzealous there.
That's why I really like passes out of the backfield, because they feel like just weak clears. That touch from Spicoli coming out of there, it looks like it's just a simple tap. So, of course, KC Colts feels that they're obligated to go pressure that, keep the real grip and pressure on top of the UTK side, but then it's a clear downfield. It looks simple, but it's well worked. Speaking of, K-Frost again, we're continuing to go back and forth. Under a minute to go, we're back to one goal.
Simple, but well worked. That seems like a common theme here so far today, Taco. Well, say for maybe game one of the last series, but I'll digress on that for now.
We brushed by that.
57 to go. King, they've still got life here in game two. They want to keep this 4-0 chance alive. They have certainly got it. That open possession here. Oh, that's not looking so hot. Potential for another demo, and maybe not a demolition, but certainly good enough. It's another insurance play here for UTK.
Well, UTK had really only one single strike, or very little chances at the last game, and now they're up to 6 in the game. A hat trick for Mikey, 2 for Spicoli, and Hermes not going to be left out getting their goal as well. So this is a complete offensive turnaround, or you could argue defensive collapse from King, but to be honest, I'd have to side with the former. UTK is everywhere they need to be, even on both sides of the ball. Critical save from Mikey, keeping that away from Matt.
Certainly wouldn't be the first time that I've classified King as a glass cannon. Taco, that may yet hold true, but they still are a cannon. With 20 seconds to go, it may seem like long odds, but again, we have seen crazy things out of this roster before. Nice little controlled play here. The pop-up over to Spicoli. KC Colts towards the zone. Mikey with just enough contact, but isn't enough contact. Man off the back wall. A demolition. K-Frost for the waterfall, but that one will clear it away, and that should see enough time off the clock. Spicoli will put this one in the books with one more for the road. 7 for the final, and a hat trick for Spicoli. As, oh my goodness, I'm looking at the scoreboard too. Mikey picking up a hat trick too, and a playmaker along with 5 saves. Absolute crazy man. 1,000 points even. That's game 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing that really impresses me about this game from UTK. It is a complete offensive turnaround, but the thing that really speaks to me is that I'm not so brave as to delve into the psychology of King and say they got complacent, but even with them coming in, knowing how confident they can play, knowing how powerful they can be on offense, it's games like this that I think every top team in this competition, with King being the 8th seed, I think they're among that tier, where you kind of get a slap in the face, a cold water to jolt you awake, like, oh, right, we really need to take every single game super strict. Just because you beat a team by 4 in the previous game doesn't mean anything in the ensuing games.
Of course, UTK, they really stepped it up on their defense this time. I'll admit that much. King, though, I mean, they had so many quality attacks that even though UTK was stepping it up on the defense, and of course their counterattacks were phenomenal. I mean, they were shooting 7 for 9 in this match, which is an amazing conversion rate. But on the other end, of course, you know, King, when they had that consistent pressure, eventually they would find a gapper. It didn't even have to be consistent. Occasionally it was just one singular demo, and of course the execution is going to be there. The consistency has always been just a little bit in question for King, but when they find that play, when they see the obvious lane, like, they will execute on a fundamental play probably 99 times out of 100.
And I really do like this play style from UTK, but again, could be flash and pan. There was a lot of goals, 11 in that last game. If we can keep that up, then I think we'll be here for a while just watching the goal replays, but I don't think either team wants to have that. They want to make sure this is clean, efficient, to the point, and not as much of a back and forth affair, but that's what we have, at least in this series. It is a 1-1 in our final BO7 of the day. For those of you just joining us, this is going to be a best of 7 all day long for this round of 32, as these teams trying to make it through the bracket, and this is really the first time that we have a fairly significant upset on our hands if UTK can continue this run.
We shall see. Both games so far, they have picked up that first goal, no less in the opening moments. This may be a deviation from the norm, and I don't think that King are going to back down so easily if they do pick up the lead first, although their defense has looked a little bit lackluster in a couple of spots, maybe even lackadaisical, if you'd be so inclined. Matt, there's a good look at the net. He's going to try for the double tap and will not have what it takes. No mustard towards the net. Mikey had loads of space and time to make that clearance, and now looking for a follow-up all the way downfield. Hermes with some space even. Maybe a chance for a goal-scoring opportunity. They will have had one. I'm a bit surprised that it was granted to them so easily.
And I really like this from Hermes. Not only that, but Matt gave him the shot. It's not going to go through. Spicoli, tough angle. One more off the backboard, and Mikey will be able to flip. That looks like the end of that attack, and that's clear. I'll be proven correct. That's so incredibly tough. But again, the buildup from UTK, it's all there. They just needed that last aerial.
The King Tornado, though, on the defense, as I mentioned, it did not look exactly how I would normally envision it, especially for someone as highly seated and highly regarded, in our own opinions, as them. So I hope that they're not getting a little bit lazy there. But UTK, as you mentioned, I'm liking their approach, and Mikey sees a large opening for goal number 1.
Casey Colts living dangerously on this touch. Mikey is already on it, and look at the infield turn from Casey Colts. I think they thought Mikey was so far away that that's just going to be a direct shot on target. Instead, it's a loft. So far, in fact, it's getting punted straight into the open net. So a little transition play there from UTK. Instead of that patient buildup, they're just going right down the middle, right to the gullet. And it's going to work out very well for them. Now, it's right back to the classic conundrum. Can you really tie down King University for another 3 minutes?
It certainly would be a lot easier if they had more of a lead. We shall see. I like the bump here. Matt off the ceiling as well, but I see Casey Colts didn't hold a candle to what Hermes was bringing in the speed category there. I suppose that's a bit fitting. Still trying for the attack here, but it's desperate at best. Mikey with the clearance. Matt follow up on this one. No chance for a double tap. That was some very poor contact. I don't think he was at all what he was looking for on that play upfield. Spicoli 150-50 here, and again, Hermes with the speed is on top of things. They couldn't make contact towards the target. But still, the idea was there, and King looked like they were just behind. K-Frost with a pre-jump on that one. Unable to do anything impactful. They're still trying for this. A demo on the back. This should be a goal-scoring chance, but the double tap's not there this time. And it seems like they're trying to overextend themselves unnecessarily even.
And now UTK, of course, taking their time. Maybe not too much, though, because you don't want to give Matt space. Flawless placement into the back post.
Truly out of the corner. You could not get better than this, but you can see the backflip there. I feel like there might have been a miscommunication. Mikey loads of boost in the tank on that one, just having picked up the corner, and I think Hermes with the pre-flip there may have caused a slight moment of hesitation. Of course, Matt is going to take it to the bank. Tied up though, still less than half the game to go, and King has been spending a heck of a lot of time in the opponent's real estate. KC Colts, nice 50-50 here. K-Frost and Matt both out in the mid, but they wait a little bit too long on that one. K-Frost the slow play this time around. Mikey cannot get it away. The dunk is there, and they've got two.
K-Frost just peering into the mind and breaking it right here on this air dribble. Mikey is frozen. They don't know what to do. They opt for maybe a 50, but even that is delayed. K-Frost, a good job to get that one in. King with the lead right back, and this is where the tides, if they start to turn, can get very concerning for UTK. Doesn't look like they're too nervous. In fact, Mikey, he's just gonna look like full of confidence. An open double tap, and they drill it home.
And starting to realize that maybe they actually have to score now. And oh my goodness, the communication. You can see K-Frost has to wait for the slow play down low. They can't just dive at that one because they don't have the reinforcement immediately available. Well played there, Mikey. I think that's really the only way you can classify that. Well played. Now King are gonna need another one. Casey Cole's trying to lead the way. Again, a 150-50, but it doesn't exactly go in their favor. UTK, again, they've been pretty solid on the defense so far. K-Frost, interesting ground pinch here, but you can see, again, the patience from Mikey. They know what the opposition is capable of. And when they know there's not an immediate threat in the target, they're not going to send resources where they're not necessary.
We'll see double commit, which is strange. In fact, all three players are forward. Is that going to roll right in? No, but Matt will make sure it finds its home. There's the lead right back, and I'm not entirely sure why all of UTK felt so confident pressing that far upfield.
The midfield player, I do understand the challenge from the midfield player. If you try to go backfield, you know you're going to get demoed by one of the King attackers, and then it's going to be an open net from there. You're trying to make the challenge in the midfield, at least you have some sort of tangible chance to have an impact on that play. That might have been the thought process, but still, that double commit on the side wall, I completely agree. No reason for two players to be up for that. Speaking of demolitions as well, K-Frost going to pick up one against Spicoli here. This one touched backfield by Mikey a little bit unwittingly, still towards the target. Matt able to make the save. No real estate being gained here for UTK either. Hermes was just a little bit too far up. They're still on this challenge. They might yet have a chance.
Doing better than that, K-Frost, they do not have that save, neither does Matt. They were too slow to it, and I don't know how it goes in, but Mikey is gonna take it. That's a hat trick, and that is a tie game yet again.
Taco, you remember when I said that King is a glass cannon?
Yeah.
I think glass might... Try paper. I think paper might be the one.
What's the... yeah, we have to figure out the hierarchy because we have to adjust it as it goes through.
No way!
It's Mikey again off the bar!
40 seconds to go. And Taco, we may have said, as stemming the tide, the relentless tide at that, of the King offense might be challenging for 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Seems like it might be very doable.
Oh, it's more than that. I mean, they have a real crack at this one. Mikey shooting it 100%. I can't say that last one was really meant to be that fashion, but it all counts the same. King University, what do you have to say about this one? You're at risk of going down in this series, and you got 29 seconds to equalize again. Reads like that will help, but follow-ups will not. Spicoli, slow play. Now Hermes, get it off the sidewall, deep into the corner, and a boost steal looks to boot. It's King University just trying one more push forward, and they're gonna have to make this one count. It's K-Frost, it's in the middle, it's too high for Matt, off the bar, and it looks like that's gonna do it. Spicoli for number 5, and surely UT Knoxville taking game number 3.
There is no way on God's green earth that Casey Colts is going to be satisfied with that last play. Matt with the pre-jump there, but there was nobody back. Casey Colts was waiting for it to just drop and put it inside the post with the greatest of ease. And instead, a counterattack all the way backfield. No chance for recovery. And King are at the disadvantage here. And let me tell you, they definitely have the mechanical advantage. For all intents and purposes, they should most likely be the ones that are dominating this series. But when you let a team gain a series lead on you who only need 2 more to win in a best-of-7, with the scoreline, all bets are off. And we know this team, Taco, and unfortunately, part of knowing this team also knows that they are capable of letting this one go.
And that's the difficulty, is that you have these situations, and there is, in a way, that mindset you have to take is when you drop behind, you have to make sure that you're saying, oh, it's fine, It's 1 goal at a time. You don't have to panic, because some teams genuinely have that idea of you fall behind, we need to ramp up the aggression, and then it leads to mistakes, because if you try to push up too far, then you're just giving up free goals, and then it's like, wait, this was only a 1-goal game, why were we panicking? Now it's a 2-3-goal game, and that didn't happen with King. But there's still these elements where they're so eager to get up on attack that there's these strange open net commits or dunks through that I feel like really shouldn't be happening. I think if they clean that up, that's taking a massive chunk of offensive productivity away from UTK, because they're not going to be missing these open nets. They're shooting beyond 50% the past 2 games. You're not going to lose with efficiency like that.
And you see, Taco, something that we talked about, and you mentioned the panic for King. I honestly, I hate to say this, but that has been, in retrospect, that's been one of their defining traits. Is occasionally you will see those situations like we saw in the last game, where right at the end, Matt went up for a pre-jump and tried to make this hero play on a very difficult angle, when Casey Colts could have just taken the easy one. K-Frost, here up off the backboard. Casey Colts off the backboard yet again. And it's such an easy play away now. I just... Why do we have to make things so complicated? Matt could just put that towards the target and force one to the corner.
No!
They can't even put that one in! What is going on here? And all the way downfield, it almost was a counterattack. Taco, riddle me this. What is King thinking right now? How do they get their minds back into this?
And to be honest, this is honestly territory in which is very much a tiltable offense here, because you have to score these. Casey Colts, the slow play, and that's gonna so agonizingly crawl across the goal line, but it's a goal nonetheless, and that is a creative passing play. They need a bit more of that on the drop down, but that will at least give them some stabilization, I have to think, in this game number 4.
It's the first time they've managed to take the lead first in a game. So hopefully for their sakes it is. Casey Colts off the face-off here again. Will be forced to take that one way up high. No chance for a double. Still feel like for UTK, there's probably going to be a lot of momentum still going in their favor regardless of what's going on here. And again, I can't help but wonder if the fact that King, you know, they have had a strange inclination to try to make hero plays all the time. I wonder if it makes them less likely to accept that, you know, they got an easy goal. And, you know, to accept that, hey, yeah, that goal was a good goal. Regardless of, you know, whether or not it looked flashy. It was a good play call by Casey Colts, right? I wonder if that's part of their thought process.
I mean, we talk about, you know, overcomplicating things. Sometimes the best finish is just the one that makes it sure it's on target and making sure you're beating that last defender. At the end of the day, you're not trying to submit these clips for kind of like a gift your game contest. You're just trying to make sure you win this series. K-Frost, though, you know, they're flashy, so they can do both. That's a nice hit, but a good save. Risky crossfield pass from Hermes, but does find its target. Mikey peaking lately with 4 goals. Not going to find any contact on this, and despite the ball pinballing around in the King half, it's now out, and on the counterattack, stopped by Mikey, though, in the corner. The deflection way across for Matt to gather.
Looking for something special on this one. Double tap out of the corner. I respect that one. Casey Colts for the pickup, too. Decently played here by King so far in the half. K-Frost for the finish with the double tap, but still saved away by Hermes. And again, I think we're seeing a lot of flashy plays here by King. It's some great build-up, but at the same time, we're seeing a lot of these shots are able to be defended by a player just waiting for the shot to eventually come in. They're not particularly threatened. Usually a force is coming out here or there, or even when it's not, there's not terribly many options for the shot. This time will be a little bit different. That one was just slingshotted out into the middle for Casey Colts.
And what keeps you in these games is speed right there. Hermes going up for that one, but they have no chance because they do not jump in time. They are dusted out cleanly by KC Colts. 2 goals, and we're just at halftime. This game feeling like it has to be flying by right now, as really UTK has been able to take 2 straight, but King seems to have had enough of that.
Does seem it. But UTK has shown that they can score on quite a few occasions already so far this series. This is a nice touch towards the middle. They almost had the demolition to boot. That surely would have been the nail in the coffin there for King, as long as there was a player out in the mid for the option. Not towards the target this time around. It's going to be just a little bit too high. Casey Colts back over towards Matt. The pre-flip is there. He can't quite get it around the defender and inside of the upright, but still a wonderful 1-2-1 connection on that last play. They'll continue into the final 2 minutes of play, still with the lead.
Ooh, I like that rush from Hermes. Mikey was going for a demo, and not going to work out. Neither will that touch. K-Frost getting a bump and then getting bumped, and will still deflect into the King half. Seconds continue to tick down. UTK looking for their opener. They only had one shot here in game number 4, and they're gonna have to continue waiting because here comes King yet again. Casey calls with the infield, but Matt was not on the same page. Now regathering the attack, taking a 50. It's still spurting around, though King seems content to be able to back up, and that is some patience that they have not shown often, but certainly showing now.
I think it may be out of necessity, of course, as we say it. This one, oh, the post is going to do him a favor. The Rocket League gods smile upon them this day. And they will get a nice break there. Spicoli's not happy about it, throws an okay in the chat. Frankly, I probably wouldn't be either. They still might have a chance on this one. K-Frost going to be left alone in the backfield. That bounce certainly not going to be favorable, but Spicoli cannot make a read on that one either. I don't blame him. The demolition here from Matt, and that should just about put this game away. Of course, we have seen some crazy things all right tonight, so I don't want to call it too early, but 47 seconds is a long shot for 3 goals.
Yeah, taking a look at Mikey's cam on that play, they had 15 boost in the tank to be able to try to stop that, and to be honest, that is going to be a tough task if you are up to that, so I don't really blame them for playing it slow. The problem is that the slower you play, the more that King is really going to pick up on that. They're a team that loves to be able to run into any space that you allow. So UTK, I would say, this game mostly chalked now. It's a 3-0 lead for King, and despite how fragile the defense has been, I think that the flow of the game is entirely different. This one's good.
Does feel it. Well, 30 seconds, it almost feels like a formality at this point. Matt just going to do a little bit of hijinks here in the corner. We move on. We're looking forward now to a tie series at 2-2. Again, only one team moves on in the winner's bracket here over to the round of 16. But whoever loses out will have a second chance, and I have a feeling that whoever is going to lose out here may do some real damage, knock out a couple of teams in that lower side of the bracket, Taco.
You know, I'm really happy with the quality of both these teams. The thing is that one team seems to have a mindset going into these matches that they want to be able to have a particular approach. And in this one, it felt somewhat formless at times from both these teams. Eventually, King was able to go through, but UTK, I wasn't feeling the counterattacks. I wasn't feeling the combination plays. And granted, if you're having less space and less boost, then you have less to work with. But I would like to see them get back into that. I think that was their biggest strength. King wanted to play high pressure, so you don't go through them, you go around them. But without that element, I think it was a bit toothless coming out of the UTK side.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate analysis of the situation. I do feel like, you know, on the King side too, they started playing out a couple of demos here and there, physical play, if not that. But that was a huge opener, I think, because for a team like UTK right now playing up against a team that I would rate as being a little bit faster than them, obviously. You know, it can be a little bit challenging to play up to them, and when that physical play gets involved, your rotation can really suffer for it. So whether or not it's an immediately impactful demolition that could very easily allow some more boost control, as you mentioned, or anything else to that effect that could have that kind of impact, to just really shut down a defensive rotation, shut down an offensive rotation, shut down a midfield attempt. We've already seen a little bit of panic out of UTK before, so it's not impossible to say just one big bump play could really screw things up. I feel like being able to navigate around that is going to be important for them, but again, you know, man-to-man, it has not really been their forte. They need to have somebody to follow up in the secondary more often than not. So it's a little bit difficult.
And you mentioned that King feels like the faster team, and in that case, then your first man just has to be able to make things awkward. It's up to the second and third to really be able to fill in those gaps and make sure that even if you are getting beat on the first end, your defense has many layers. It's going to take a lot to break through them. So that's really going to be the storyline that I'm looking forward here in Game 5 to see who's going to be taking that series lead, and more importantly, going on into series point. King wants it to be them, but that pass going to be too rich, and honestly, a very rushed shot from Spicoli. They're just going to throw it on that back end.
Army's that challenge as well. Little respect for K-Frost. Oh my goodness, almost as meaty as could be. K-Frost now looking for a shot here that looks good. Spicoli is going to have the follow-up save on that one. Still though, King, I feel if they can get this #1 goal, it may well be a go-ahead. We'll see here. The demo is there, and the response in parts. Mikey was prepared for it. Still going to get a little bit closed down here by K-Frost, presenting a slight wall there near the midfield. Matt with a bit of a slow flick on this. You can see the slow pressure from King starting to take their toll with these little interfering touches almost. I like the idea here for K-Frost, but it does allow a slight breakout, maybe even a reset now on the side of UTK. They survived the first minute.
And you saw King half rotating in the box to keep the pressure. To be honest, that clear was going into their net, so that's just an example of how close King sometimes cuts it on these plays, just knowing that if they keep it going, it could be dangerous, but if they miss, it could very well be a goal the other way, but they're confident enough and certainly playing with it. K-Frost, another slow play, but not going to be able to get past Hermes. They're going to get the boost and the save.
Okay, see some Spicoli though. Hermes is the target. Well played downfield. They need a little bit more than that. Mikey will find something towards the backboard. Going to force K-Frost into something on this one. Nice 50-50 from Spicoli, but not much more than that. K-Frost massive 50-50 as well on this one. Maybe even looking for more. Matt's in the midfield and recurs. You can see the danger that the King is representing here for UTK. I liked their idea driving downfield. Of course, I think it is important to be able to bail out on your play in order to maintain your defensive strength. I've said that numerous times in the past. I don't think it's worth reiteration. But still, at some point in time, you are going to have to pull out all the stops and really sit in the house. Matt now looking at a potential 1v1. The flick is, oh my goodness, the power on that flick. Way too much for Casey Golsey even to work with. And K-Frost, not a chance on that double tap out of the corner.
Go on clear, quite on target, but Matt's going to clear it regardless. Spicoli, not the read they're looking for. Matt trying to get the read that they're aiming for. That's the air dribble on the flick. Nicely saved, and Spicoli will tap that back out to mid and even get the extension again, though, just throwing it forward. K-Frost with the changeup to great effect, just forcing UTK to throw away possession and then give King one of their own. I think they were looking for a bump, but air dribble well wide of the target anyway.
Ooh, nice 50-50 there. K-Frost, no contact. Might be a key miss. Spicoli! That is beautiful! And they will have the follow-up. Nicely played with a drop pass past Matt for number one.
It's creative stuff like this I love because Matt has no idea that person is able to actually wrap around them and tap it past them. So you see Matt almost just standing AFK in the corner wondering, of course, that's going to go through. There is yet another game where UTK is able to strike first, but you know that that's not always a guarantee at a victory.
Well, King hasn't been exactly phenomenal on the offense so far this game, and it's looking a bit dicey here on this defensive play, Matt. Not a very possessive touch there. Spicoli, oh my goodness, a 50-50. Again, K-Frost has been phenomenal with those challenges, winning almost every contest in a major way so far in this game at the very least. Matt, it's control. King needs one. They've got 90 seconds to do it now. Demolition is going to alleviate some pressure here at the midfield line, but Casey Colt's still looking for something. Has Matt in support for the field. Side flip, man. No chance for a demolition against Hermes. This should allow for a complete defensive set. On the back end, K-Frost, he's been so deadly in the 50-50s, but not this time. Hermes, plenty of boost, but not able to make any use of it with a lackluster first touch. This could get dangerous.
And Matt will get a good enough 50. Casey Colts will not have a setup that they desire. Now it's Matt's turn. Flick it across. Spicoli should beat him to this and does. It will be a giveaway. K-Frost. Double tap. It's going to only settle down. Casey Colts just going to throw that forward. Hermes not going to have trouble with this one. However, a demo rings through. No capitalization as Matt will be able to steal some boost, but not be able to continue the push forward. 40 seconds remaining. UTK doing a good job of maintaining a lot of pressure and composure, sending two on that offense. Maybe they're really thirsting for a second goal just to make sure they have some insurance.
Making some particularly accurate plays when it comes to making these challenges against K-Frost. A key force there against Matt in the net as well. And King getting a little bit desperate to get something on target here. 20 seconds remain. Trying to play out of the corner here. They lose that challenge. K-Frost with lots to shoot at on the left side. It's the slow ball. And Casey Colt is there for the follow-up. Tying in the critical moment. 13 to go.
Good job by K-Frost, understanding this one's going to be wide. They stay relevant. Instead, they focus on the bump. Look at the little touch on top of that last defender, sending him just wide of the save. So that is clutch as can be. K-Frost might have 7 shots, no goals, but that's a heck of an assist to be able to get them level.
Oh, it's a good face-off for them, though. K-Frost will have man support in just a moment. Oh, all by themselves! K-Frost out of nowhere to put King in the lead! Where we thought they might be sustaining a loss here, they managed to pick it up in 7 seconds to go. Is this possible?
I wasn't trying to give him a dig with saying he had 7 shots and no goals, but apparently he heard me. There's at least one back, and now it's on UTK to dig deep and find some clutch plays of their own. There's a settle into Mikey, hitting it deep, getting a quality 50. It's still alive, into the corner, a high touch, and now Hermes gonna have to dig it all the way back, but Matt is gonna be hounding them on their ankles. Some bump plays attempted, some boost steals successful, but Casey Colt is up for it. They're just too quick, and Matt's gonna put a bow on it. That's a win, and King University able to march back with a swift comeback, and now there's one game away from going to the round of 16.
Entirely unable to score until 13 seconds remained in the match, and won 3-1. That's an impressive play there for King. I don't know if that was calculated. I wouldn't care to say so. They ended with 16 shots, though, in comparison to the 7 from UTK, who certainly did put on quite the display here in terms of defense. Again, their patience was of note, but they still were not allowing themselves to be completely thrown off balance by the demolitions that did end up being somewhat prevalent in this game. Their offense certainly didn't leave too much to be desired. Of course, they only needed that one goal, so not overextending, I think, was one of their biggest priorities. I was impressed with their performance, but then King just came out of nowhere and completely blasted them into pieces.
And it feels like they really did come out of nowhere. However, when you look at the statistics, I mean, we did not go to overtime, and that was 16 shots from the side of King. So clearly, they were pouring it on thick. No regard for calories on the layers of icing on that cake. So it is really a rough thing to see from UTK, is that they have these moments of pop-off. But then, the moment that King adjusts, it's like this puzzle game where they're trying to figure out the next way forward, trying to make their way through this labyrinth. And I think at times, King University, they don't really need to do anything too elegant. They're just going to try to use what they do best. All those mechanics, all that trust, and obviously all those nutty touches they can get on target, because 3 goals in 13 seconds is nothing to sneeze at, and neither is the UTK resistance. They still have some faith here. They got at least 5 more minutes here in this series, but they're going to have to win 2 straight to be able to take this in 7.
King, they just really had to be the stick in the mud there for UTK. But this is the mark of a great team. If you can battle back in situations like this. Desperate times call for desperate measures, as they say. Spicoli looking at something potentially here, but with no read, it's going to fall out to the wayside. Hermes and Mikey trying to salvage what they can, but it looks like a desperate attempt at the very best. K-Frost, contact upfield, finds Matt. Out towards the mid, gonna force a touch here out to the orange corner, and this 1-2-3 play, almost perfection. But it will be met by Spicoli, somehow able to make that read.
Mikey's not going to have any illusions about playing that one slow. They're just throwing that one deep, and Hermes will follow with a light clear. Won't be any problem for KC, though should be mindful of this one. That's an infield. Mikey just tried to beat K-Frost, and K-Frost, patient as ever, using that fake challenge to perfection, and then being able to get their counter. Hermes in an awkward position, not able to get the read, and now King is opening things up.
This could be a phenomenally difficult ball to play with. I mean, if you see Hermes going for that, it is very difficult to tell whether or not there is going to be an opposing contact on that ball, and committing yourself towards the opposing net with a flip like that can be dangerous if you don't necessarily know the outcome. But K-Frost had that read, was able to make the judgment and keep the presence of mind so as to not allow themselves to be distracted by the potential for the opposing touch or what they were going to do in the event that Hermes made contact with that ball. Well played.
Nike trying to make the contact of their own, but that's stolen away, and then no one saw that coming. Matt with all the power that Dominus provides, number 2 in swift succession.
UTK, oh boy. Hopefully this isn't the end for them, but still, Spicoli being caught just a little bit too far afield there, and even with that positioning, it almost looked like they got bumped, but I didn't see a single King player in the zone. I wonder what exactly was going on there. Sometimes the casters don't have all the answers, but only 80 seconds and some change gone in this game. It still is an odd shot for UTK to bring something. I mean, what was it, Taco? They scored 7 goals in, what was it, game 2, game 3, but they are certainly at King's mercy right now. Casey Colt in the 1v1 for number 3.
Just look at how disjointed this looks. So you have Spicoli in the midfield trying to react to a clear, and Matt's just going to slap it right over them, and I don't really feel a lot of sympathy for this, because they're getting punished on these mistakes, but I do feel a lot of sadness for Mikey. They were left all alone with a lead blocker and really do nothing about that. So UTK really needs to dig deep, win 2 straight. Now the job has gotten even harder. They have to mount a full comeback in the next 3 minutes, and 3 goals is not much that you can do in most situations, but who knows? We know King has struggled defensively in the past.
You see that creativity with the pass, or at least the pass attempt from Matt over to K-Frost. Sure looked good. They're allowing this one to play into their own backfield, though. I'm slightly taken aback by One pushes out to the mid with a demo on the back line. That's going to be number 1, and this is why I wasn't a particular fan of King playing this one to the backfield. A wonderful punish here by UTK.
That's a great 50 by Hermes, but still, credit to Spicoli for not only staying involved with the play, but then recognizing the opportunity. Demo rang in at the perfect time, just to be able to slap that one right on target. So, there's one back, so I never said it was an impossible task, but still have my doubts about UTK's efficiency. But if they keep up that demo play, catch King by surprise, as you mentioned, on those slower plays out of the backfield, anything's possible.
You couldn't ask for more textbook capitalization as well. So perhaps there's some life left for them. Of course, they know from Game 2 that they can manage this. Game 2 and Game 3, I should add. They have this under control. Should they just get a little bit more involved with things? That was a bit dangerous. This is looking very dangerous. Casey Colts, though, with no boost. Matt for the follow-up on this one. Over to K-Frost, the 1-2. Almost impossible to defend if you're not already looking for it.
And that's what I like about this play the most, is that this clear comes in, and yes, Matt could hit that, but they don't have a momentum. Hermes is in the way, so what do? Dish it right off the K-Frost, and defender really is just gulping, hoping it's hitting right at them, and I don't think K-Frost is going to be that generous.
K-Frost would have to go out of their way to add the defender at that point. There was so much open net there. That's basically what you expect when you get to the pearly gates of Rocket League. It's just an open net to that effect. Spicoli, nice counter here. Casey Colts for the counter. Oh my goodness, the counter to the counter, and then the follow-up. And that one will be turned away. What more do you expect? Looks like we might have to re-upgrade them back to glass cannon. Their defense holds strong in that instance. Still though, they're looking for more K-Frost. Oh my goodness! This is just dirty. The hat trick now. K-Frost has been an insane striker here, Taco.
Yeah, and part of it is also just making sure that you get back to it. I mean, 87 miles an hour. I think even if they get a touch on that one, that shot probably demos the car in goal. So with plays like that, I would say that King, they like to be high flying, they like to be more complicated, but look at how they've scored. It's just simple infield touches. There's nothing more to it than that. If you are given that opportunity, you got to bury it. And look at this, shades of Game 1 we're seeing out of King here. 4-goal lead, and honestly, it might get even worse than that one. They're just circling the net like vultures.
Casey Colts. You mentioned circling like vultures. Casey Colts playing on the backboard where they know they don't really have a play in the first place. They just want to monkey around and see if they can make it happen one way or the other. That's one thing I do love about King. You know, we talk about how they they might not play optimally at times, as I think has been demonstrated today. But when it comes to pure abstract creative plays, I honestly feel like they might be unmatched. They don't allow themselves to be restricted by the metagame explicitly, as you might see in pro play. Of course, pros, they often go for flip resets and musty flicks. I mean, if you watch the major, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there was a very frequent and widely regarded meta tactic when it came to pushing downfield, trying to abuse your opponent's options. But you don't see that at a King. You see them just utilizing the options that are given to them. And it's incredibly creative and allows them to, I assume, you know, attack in ways that can be entirely unforeseen by higher level players.
I think stuff like that will always make them kind of the wild card for a lot of teams, and will definitely throw them for a loop. I mean, you mentioned this playstyle has been kind of like this for season to season, and really just gotten cleaner and cleaner as we've gone on, or at least more potent here on the offense. No 6th goal, it appears, but they don't need any more. Despite the adversity, despite the doubts even from myself at times, this is going to be King University marching on into that round of 16, and UT Knoxville going to have to try their luck in their lower bracket.
Again, though, UT Knoxville, they really did look good here. I think that they just happened to run into one of the biggest brick walls you could possibly expect to see in the bracket. Of course, there are a couple that outdo King as they find themselves in the number 8 seed, but still, they are quite a formidable foe. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And again, K-Frost was really popping off here as a striker. Matt and Casey Colts not to be left out, though. As a team, they certainly looked very powerful. And while they did have some tangible weaknesses, which is something that we're not entirely unused to, it seems that there's been massive improvement. And I noted on this before we started the series, but I think it's worth reiterating, because when they did first change their roster up, I can't recall who it was that they had as their original third taco, but you know, K-Frost and Casey Colts didn't exactly mesh well together with Matt as their third. But over time, it really did develop, and they learned to work together in, again, ways that are really unforeseeable for many players, if not all.
And I would say the main thing that really fixated on for me with the side of King is something that actually gets brought up a lot of the time in basketball, is when you typically have a bunch of superstars and you try to put them together and play styles that kind of everyone's playing the same role. It's hard to make sure everyone feels involved because you're not utilizing really everything that you can get out of them. So with King, I think their biggest issue is that, yeah, they're all incredibly fast and they like to be right in the paint. But the problem is, if everyone tries to play that way, then you give up a bunch of goals and ultimately you're just wasting boost and screwing around on offense. So now that they feel like they've been able to implement everybody's strengths to the full extension, I think that is where you see King go from the glass cannon to just pure cannon. They're able to pull together, they're able to dominate the midfield, they're obviously able to put up insane numbers of shots against pretty seasoned defenses and other teams. So that's what I'm looking forward to them out of the back end. But of course, I got to give credit to UT Knoxville. They put up a great fight, and to be honest, they really took it to King throughout a lot of those games. So it's very nice to see from them.
Yeah, if they didn't run into King, who knows what would have happened. But for more on that, we're going to go to our interview now. We got K Frost on the line, the star striker of the match himself. Welcome, good sir. It's not the first time that we've seen you here on the stream. I see you've got company yet again. So welcome to both of you. How you doing?
Doing really good. How about you?
Well, I mean, we were. I think we've been better. You know, K Frost, buddy, we gotta talk about that. I mean, UTK, they did put up a good fight. I'll give them that. But y'all kind of laid off there a little bit, and I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, we were pretty frustrated too, but we fixed some things and we bounced back.
And so you mentioned that frustration. Like, how does that manifest really? Is it just what I call the six-man sigh, where you're just every time it goes through, or is it more complex? Is it just kind of like, come on, we're better than this?
See,
Yeah, it's more like the come on and we're better than this. Like we know we're supposed to be 4-0ing those teams. Like no ego or anything, but it's that type of vibe. And we were just having an off night, and then we fixed something, and we just like, oh, we're supposed to be beating this team.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good way to look at it. We're supposed to be beating this team. All right, sure. Well, I mean, in all honesty, though, that is something that we say. I want to touch on something, though. Taco, just real quick. I think it's ironic you call it the six-man side, but every time you say the term the six-man side, I do the six-man side, just because you did this. And in any case, though.
I coined it.
Okay, Frost, you know, I've already picked your brain on this once before, but I want to get your thoughts on you guys' improvement as a team. Because it's been a story that I've been driving for quite a while now, but I mean, Taco just touched on it here moments before you hopped on the call with us. But, you know, you kind of have a situation where all three of you individually are fantastic players. But, you know, there have been some complications, as we saw earlier on. You know, maybe just, like, not playing defense. But when you get out onto the attack, you have some amazingly creative plays, as we saw in that last game. I mean, Matt, with the backboard pass back over to, I believe, yourself in the midfield, I would never have seen that coming. What can you speak to me on that, with the creativity on your potential team plays in the offensive zone?
So our offense is actually like really solid. It's just hard for counterattacks, I would say, off of our defensive side. Like when Matt, Casey, and Sway were here playing, like they were really good at transitional plays. But like for me, when I took over Sway's position, it was really hard for me to like fill in that gap. So like I was more of like a solo play. I didn't really want to pass, but like as time went on, we really just like transitioned more into passing plays and got more involved in their face. But like it's just simple as that.
So with that said, obviously you guys have improved, but it's even semester to semester because oftentimes when we get into these interviews, we have to ask the boilerplate questions of saying, well, I mean, you've gotten in the tournament, you've gotten another victory, you're going even farther. But King University very much has gotten right up to the pinnacle. You guys have been in the championship game of NACE in previous semesters. And so coming into this tournament, in a way, it's almost like the expectation is to go that far. Whereas other teams are saying, yeah, we have a shot, but you guys very much have been to that point and trying to go back there again. I mean, how do you guys handle that pressure of that expectation of knowing that it's not just we'll do our best, it's that it's really that is the standard for you?
It's actually pretty hard to keep consistent with CRL because, you know, Matt and I are, you know, teaming outside of CRL, so it's kind of hard to, you know, balance scrims and the consistent practice of the college Rocket League scene. So, but right now we're trying to grind out the rest of the semester, and we're going to make some changes here coming in this fall, and hopefully for the better.
I'm glad to hear it because honestly, I can't imagine you dedicating your time to pro play when you could be out here dominating the CRL scene. You know, we want to see you guys in CRL League play. That's all I want to say. Of course, y'all are doing so well in NACE Starleague. Tell me, Northwood's in the bracket. What do you think?
Definitely a tough team. We have not played them at all.
At all?
But
Really? No scrims?
I don't think
No
I don't think
scrims?
we've
No.
no. I don't think they scrim. I think they only scrim like I actually don't know. I would say like their type of caliber team, like St. Clair or like people like that.
Well,
I mean, you say their caliber team. I think you guys could definitely have that potential to be
No,
up there. I mean,
yeah.
you've been there before, so you know you got to be confident. I know you guys have that confidence, but for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, I'm seeing so many people around you, so obviously you have that nice community there at King University. But outside of these lovely people next to you, anyone you have a particular shout out you want to give before we let you guys go celebrate that victory?
No, not really. The team is just amazing.
well, fair enough.
Short and simple. Love to hear it. Kate Ross, thanks for sitting down with us. And, you know, hello to all the King guys in the background as you guys will enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
Short and simple. Just thanks for teammate. They're goats and moving on. And honestly, I have to agree. I will say, King as all. I would say King had me worried, but honestly, that is the standard. It's like, oh, that's looking all shaky. Oh no, never mind. They're really good at this game. They'll pull through.
Well, it kind of gives me reminders of what we expected out of Northwood once upon a time, right? Where it was like they would always drop the one game, right? I think it was like Valleyfield last season. It was like, oh my God, Valleyfield took a game off of Northwood. Oh, never mind. Because they just immediately get back up on their horse and they're like, okay, yeah, we're not gonna let this happen. I am curious though. I didn't realize that King had not played a single game, a single series against Northwood. That to me is quite shocking, and I'm very excited to see exactly how that pans out. I definitely need to see that on stream, that's for sure.
I mean, there's multiple approaches. Sometimes people like to scrim those and are open to it, and other times they want to keep it secretive. We're only going to play teams in our immediate vicinity in CRL or whatever, but regardless, for NACE Starleague here, for our playoffs, we have been through it, Squid. We've been up, we've been down, and now seemingly we are done. 4 best-of-7s down. We have the next round on its way coming up later this week, and I'm super excited. All these games are so close, and they're only going to get tighter as the competition continues to be refined.
Yeah, we had 22 total games of Rocket League here on the stream today, so it was a bit of a marathon for us, but it was quite enjoyable at that, and we want to thank you guys for joining us. Taco, you know, any closing thoughts on this? Any matches you really want to see around a 16? Because I kind of feel like I want to see more of the King journey. We had a little bit of a talk with some of our other players earlier, and we know that there was a particular challenge in Northwood for Jonathan and friends. So, I mean, you looking forward to one of those too, or?
I certainly am. I think Northwood has definitely been their most susceptible this season. Because for those of you who are joining in, they're thinking, who's this Northwood team? That is the team that has been dominating a lot of collegiate esports in general, but especially in Rocket League. But they have looked susceptible at this time. They've dropped a lot of games. They've been taken on bracket resets in championships and potentially going all the way. And yet they still pull through. But this is not the super teams of old where they're just steamrolling opponents. Like, this is very much the type of semester, this is very much the type of year even that Northwood gets dethroned. So I think any of these teams remaining definitely have it in there, but definitely Shenandoah with that matchup next week is going to have their work cut out. I suppose that's our early preview for how that bracket's going to play out.
Of course. Well, so many stories to be told, and of course there are more esports than just Rocket League. I highly suggest you go and check out the website if you guys want to see the full playoffs schedule, but that is going to do it for us tonight. We will be back on stream here Thursday evening with more of the Rocket League playoffs, and it's been a thoroughly enjoyable night, I think. Next time, I'm going to need to make sure I bring a little bit more water with me. But Taco, it's been a pleasure to be here with you. Of course, shout out to the production staff behind the scenes, and thank you all so much for joining us, and we will see you next Thursday.
All right.